But my dear Meschini, how could you be so rash as to go into a speculation when you knew that the case might not be decided for another week? You are really the most rash man I ever knew. I cannot undertake to guarantee your speculations. I will be just. I have told you that I would give you 2,000. 20,000, Meschini came a little nearer. Not a single Bayako, if you are exorbitant. 20,000 hard, good scudi in cash, I tell you, no more but no less either. The librarian's hands were clenched, and he breathed hard, while his red eyes stared in a way that began to frighten Montevarchi. No, no, be reasonable. My dear Meschini, pray do not behave in this manner. You almost make me believe that you are threatening me. I assure you that I desire to do what is just. Give me the money at once. But I have not so much murder og. Arnoldo Meschini's long arms had shot out, and his hands had seized the prince's throat in a grip from which there was no escape. There lurked a surprising strength in the librarian's round shoulders, and his energy was doubled by a fit of anger that amounted to insanity. The old man rocked and swayed in his chair and grasped at the green table cover, but Meschini had got behind him and pressed his fingers tighter and tighter. His eye rested upon Faustina's handkerchief that lay on the floor at his feet. His victim was almost at the last gasp, but the handkerchief would do the job better. Meschini kept his grip with one hand and with the other snatched up the bit of linen. He drew it tight round the neck and wrenched at the knot with his yellow teeth. There was a convulsive struggle, followed by a long interval of quiet. Then another movement, less violent this time, another, and then Meschini felt the body collapse in his grasp. It was over. Montevarchi was dead. Meschini drew back against the bookcases, trembling in every joint. He scarcely saw the objects in the room, for his head swam and his senses failed him, from horror and from the tremendous physical effort he had made. Then, in an instant, he realized what he had done, and the consequences of the deed suggested themselves. He had not meant to kill the prince. So long as he had kept some control of his actions, he had not even meant to lay violent hands upon him. But he had the nature of a criminal, by turns profoundly cunning and foolishly rash. A fatal influence had pushed him onward so soon as he had raised his arm, and before he was thoroughly conscious of his actions, the deed was done. Then came the fear of consequences, then again the diabolical reasoning which intuitively foresees the immediate results of murder and provides against them at once. Nobody knows that I have been here. Nothing is missing. No one knows about the forgery. No one will suspect me. There is no one in the library nor in the corridor. The handkerchief is not mine. If it was not his own, it was Donna Faustina's. No one will suspect her. It will remain a mystery. Meschini went towards the door through which he had entered and opened it. He looked back and held his breath. The prince's head had fallen forward upon his hands as they lay on the table, and the attitude was that of a man overcome by despair, but not that of a dead body. The librarian glanced round the room. There was no trace of a struggle. The position of the furniture had not been changed, nor had anything fallen on the floor. Meschini went out and softly closed the door behind him, leaving the dead man alone. The quiet afternoon sun fell upon the houses on the opposite side of the street, and cast a melancholy reflection into the dismal chamber where Prince Montevarchi had passed so many hours of his life, and in which that life had been cut short so suddenly. On the table before his dead hands lay the copy of the verdict, the testimony of his last misdeed, of the crime for which he had paid the forfeit upon the very day it was due. It lay there like the superscription upon a malefactor's gallows in ancient times, the advertisement of the reason of his death to all who chose to inquire. Not a sound was heard save the noise that rose faintly and at intervals from the narrow street below, the cry of a hawker, the song of a street bee, the bark of a dog. Tomorrow the poor body would be mounted upon a magnificent catafalque, surrounded by the pomp of a princely mourning, illuminated by hundreds of funeral torches, an object of aversion, of curiosity, even of jest, perhaps, among those who bore the prince a grudge. Many of those who had known him would come and look on his dead face, and some would say that he was changed, and others that he was not. His wife and his children would, in a few hours, be all dressed in black, moving silently and mournfully and occasionally showing a little feeling, though not more than would be decent. There would be masses sung and prayers said, and his native city would hear the tolling of the heavy bells for one of her greatest personages. All this would be done, and more also, until the dead prince should be laid to rest beneath the marble floor of the chapel where his ancestors lay side by side. But today he sat in state in his shabby chair, his head lying upon that table over which he had plotted and schemed for so many years, his white fingers almost touching the bit of paper whereon was written the ruin of the Saracinesca. And upstairs the man who had killed him shuffled about the library, an anxious expression on his yellow face, glancing from time to time at his hands as he took down one heavy volume after another, practicing in solitude the habit of seeming occupied, in order that he might not be taken unawares when an underservant should be sent to tell the insignificant librarian of what had happened that day in Casa Montevarchi. Chapter 21. Giovanni came home late in the afternoon and found Corona sitting by the fire in her boudoir. She had known that he would return before long, but had not anticipated his coming with any pleasure. When he entered the room, she looked up quietly, without a smile, to assure herself that it was he and no one else. She said nothing, and he sat down upon the other side of the fireplace. There was an air of embarrassment about their meetings, until one or the other had made some remark which led to a commonplace conversation. On the present occasion, neither seemed inclined to be the first speaker, and for some minutes they sat opposite to each other in silence. Giovanni glanced at his wife from time to time, and once she turned her head and met his eyes. Her expression was cold and grave, as though she wished him to understand that she had nothing to say. He thought she had never been so beautiful before. The firelight, striking her face at an upward angle, brought out clearly the noble symmetry of her features, the level brow, the wide, delicate nostrils, the even curve of her lips, the splendid breadth of her smooth forehead, shaded by her heavy black hair. She seemed to feel cold, for she sat near the flames, resting one foot upon the fender, in an attitude that threw into relief the perfect curves of her figure, as she bent slightly forward, spreading her hands occasionally to the blaze. Corona Giovanni stopped suddenly after pronouncing her name, as though he had changed his mind while in the act of speaking. "What is it?" she asked, indifferently enough. "Would you like to go away? I have been wondering whether it would not be better than staying here." She looked up in some surprise. She had thought of traveling more than once of late, but it seemed to her that to make a journey together would be only to increase the difficulties of the situation. There would be of necessity more intimacy, more daily converse than the life in Rome forced upon her. She shrank from the idea for the very reason which made it attractive to her husband. "No," she answered, "why should we travel, besides with a child so young?" "We might leave Orsino at home," suggested Giovanni. He was not prepared for the look she gave him as she replied, "I will certainly not consent to that. Would you be willing to take him with you and leave me here? You could easily find a friend to go with Joavan, my father. He would enjoy it immensely." There was the shortest possible pause before she answered him this time. It did not escape him, for he expected it. "No, I will not do that either. I do not care to go away. Why should I, and at such a time?" "I think I will go alone in that case," said Giovanni quietly, but watching her face. She made no reply, but looked at him curiously, as though she suspected him of laying a trap for her. "You say nothing. Is silence consent?" "I think it would be very unwise." "You do not answer me. Be frank, Corona. Would you not be glad to be left alone for a time?" "Why do you insist?" she asked with a little impatience. "Are you trying to make me say something that I shall regret?" "Would you regret it if it were said? Why not be honest? It would be an immense relief to you if I went away. I could find an excellent excuse, and nobody would guess that there was anything wrong." "For that matter, there is nothing wrong. Of course, no one would say anything." "I know you will think that I have no tact," Giovanni observed with considerable justice. Corona could not repress a smile at the remark, which expressed most exactly what she herself was thinking. "Frankly, I think it would be better to leave things alone. Do you not think so too?" "How coolly you say that," exclaimed Giovanni. "It is so easy for you, so hard for me. I would do anything you asked, and you will not ask anything, because you would make any sacrifice rather than accept one from me. Did you ever really love me, Corona? Is it possible that love can be killed in a day by a word? I wonder whether there is any woman alive as cold as you are. Is it anything to you that I should suffer as I am suffering every day? You cannot understand. Not that is true, I cannot understand. I was base, cowardly, cruel, I make no defense. But if I was all that, and more too, it was because I loved you, because the least suspicion drove me mad, because I could not reason, loving you as I did, any more than I can reason now. Oh, I love you too much, too wholly, too foolishly. I will try and change and be another man so that I may at least look at you without going mad. He rose to his feet and went towards the door, but Corona called him back. The bitterness of his words and the tone in which they were spoken hurt her and made her realize for a moment what he was suffering. Giovanni, not leave me, so I am unhappy, too. Are you? He had come to her side and stood looking down into her eyes. Wretchedly unhappy. She turned her face away again. She could not help it. You are unhappy, and yet I can do nothing. Why do you call me back? If I only could, if I only could, she repeated in a low voice. There was silence for a few seconds, during which Giovanni could hear his heart beat loudly and irregularly. If I could but move you a little, he said at last, almost inaudibly. If I could do anything, suffer anything for you. She shook her head sorrowfully, and then, as though afraid that she had given him pain, she took his hand and pressed it affectionately, not lovingly. It was as cold as ice. He sighed and once more turned away. Just then the door opened, and old Pasquale appeared, his face pale with fright. Eccellenza, a note, and the man says that Prince Montevarchi has just been murdered, and that the note is from Donna Faustina, and the police are in the Palazzo Montevarchi, and that the poor princess is dying, and... Corona had risen quickly with a cry of astonishment. Giovanni had taken the letter and stood staring at the servant as though he believed that the man was mad. Then he glanced at the address and saw that it was for his wife. Faustina is accused of the murder, she exclaimed. I must go to her at once. The carriage, Pasquale, instantly. Faustina Montevarchi killed her own father, cried Giovanni in the utmost astonishment. Corona thrust the note into his hands. It only contained a few words scrawled in an irregular hand, as though written in great emotion. Of course it is some horrible mistake, said Corona, but I must go at once. I will go with you. I may be able to give some help. 5 minutes later, they were descending the stairs. The carriage was not ready, and leaving orders for it to follow them, they went out into the street and took a passing cab. Under the influence of the excitement, they acted together instinctively. During the short drive, they exchanged but few words, and those only expressive of amazement at the catastrophe. At the Palazzo Montevarchi, everything was already in confusion, the doors wide open, the servants hurrying aimlessly hither and thither with frightened faces. They had just been released from the preliminary examination held by the prefect of police. A party of gendarmes stood together in the antechamber talking, while one of their number mounted guard at the door with a drawn saber, allowing no one to leave the house. A terrified footman led Giovanni and Corona to the great drawing-room. The vast chamber was lighted by a single lamp, which stood upon a yellow marble pier-table and cast dim shadows on the tapestry of the walls. The old-fashioned furniture was ranged stiffly around the room as usual. The air was damp and cold, not being warmed even by the traditional copper brazier. The voices of the group of persons collected within the circle of the light sounded hollow and echoed strangely in the huge emptiness. Dominant above the rest were heard the hard tones of the prefect of police. I can assure you, he was saying, that I feel the greatest regret in being obliged to assert my decision. Giovanni and Corona came forward, and the rest made way for them. The prefect stood with his back to the light and to the table like a man who is at bay. He was of middle height, very dark, and inclining to stoutness. His aquiline features and his eyes, round in shape, but half-veiled by heavy lids, gave him something of the appearance of an owl. When he spoke, his voice was harsh and mechanical, and he always seemed to be looking just over the head of the person he addressed. He made no gestures and held himself very straight. Opposite him stood Faustina Montevarchi, her face luminously pale, her eyes almost wild in their fixed expression. She held her hands clasped before her, and her fingers worked nervously. Around her stood her brothers and their wives, apparently speechless with horror, crowding together like frightened sheep before the officer of the law. Neither her mother, nor Flavia, nor San Jacinto accompanied the rest. It would be impossible to imagine a number of persons more dumb and helpless with fear. "Oh, Corona, save me!" cried Faustina, throwing herself into her friend's arms as soon as she saw her face. "Will you be good enough to explain what has occurred?" said Giovanni, confronting the prefect sternly. "Do you mean to tell me that you have accused this innocent child of murdering her father? You are mad, sir." "Pardon me, Signor Principe, I am not mad, and no one can regret more than I what has occurred here," replied the other in loud, metallic tones. "I will give you the facts in 2 minutes. Prince Montevarchi was found dead an hour ago. He had been dead some time. He had been strangled by means of this pocket handkerchief. Observe the stains of blood which I hold as part of the evidence. The Signora Donna Faustina is admitted to be the last person who saw the prince alive. She admits, furthermore, that a violent scene occurred between her and her father this afternoon, in the course of which His Excellency struck his daughter, doubtless in the way of paternal correction. Observe the bruise upon the young lady's mouth. There is also another upon her arm. It is clear that, being young and vigorous and remarkably well grown, she opposed violence to violence. She went behind him, for the prince was found dead in his chair, leaning forward upon the table, and she succeeded in knotting the handkerchief so firmly as to produce asphyxia superinduced by strangulation without suspension. All this is very clear. I have examined every member of the household and have reluctantly arrived at the conclusion, most shocking no doubt to these pacifically disposed persons, that this young lady allowed herself to be so far carried away by her feelings as to take the life of her parent. Upon this charge, I have no course but to arrest her person, the case being very clear, and to convey her to a safe place." Giovanni could scarcely contain his wrath while the prefect made this long speech, but he was resolved to listen to the account given without interrupting it. When the man had finished, however, his anger burst out. "And do you take nothing into consideration," he cried, "but the fact that the prince was strangled with that handkerchief, and that there had been some disagreement between him and his daughter in the course of the day? Do you mean to say that you, who ought to be a man of sense, believe it possible that this delicate child could take a hale old gentleman by the throat and throttle him to death? It is madness, I say, it is absurd." "It is not absurd," answered the prefect, whose mechanical tone never changed throughout the conversation. "There is no other explanation for the facts, and the facts are undeniable. Would you like to see the body? There are 1,000 explanations, each 10,000 times as reasonable as the one you offer. He was probably murdered by a servant out of spite, or for the sake of robbing him. You are so sure of your idea that I dare say you did not think of searching the room to see whether anything had been taken or not. You are under a delusion. Everything has been searched. Moreover, it is quite well known that His deceased Excellency never kept money in the house. There was consequently nothing to take. Then it was done out of spite, by a servant, unless someone got in through the window. No one could get in through the window. It was done out of anger by this young lady." "I tell you it was not," cried Giovanni, growing furious at the man's obstinacy. "There is reason to believe that it was," returned the prefect, perfectly unmoved. Giovanni stamped his foot upon the floor angrily and turned away. Faustina had drawn back a little and was leaning upon Corona's arm for support, while the latter spoke words of comfort in her ear, such words as she could find at such a time. A timid murmur of approval arose from the others every time Giovanni spoke, but none of them ventured to say anything distinctly. Giovanni was disgusted with them all and turned to the young girl herself. "Donna Faustina, will you tell me what you know?" She had seemed exhausted by the struggle she had already endured, but at Sant Ilario's question, she straightened herself and came forward again 1 or 2 steps. Giovanni thought her eyes very strange, but she spoke collectedly and clearly. "I can only say what I have said before," she answered. "My father sent for me this afternoon, I should think about 3 o'clock. He spoke of my marriage, which he has been contemplating some time. I answered that I would not marry Prince Frangipane's son because she hesitated. Because I love another man," she continued almost defiantly, "a man who is not a prince but an artist." A murmur of horror ran round the little group of the girl's relations. She glanced at them scornfully. "I'm not ashamed of it," she said, "but I would not tell you unless it were necessary to make you understand how angry he was. I forgot had called my mother and she was there. He sent her away. Then he came back and struck me. I put my handkerchief to my mouth because it bled. He snatched it away and threw it on the floor. He took me by the arm, was standing. I wrenched myself out of his hands and ran away because I was afraid of him. I did not see him again. Beyond this, I know nothing." Giovanni was struck by the concise way in which Faustina told her story. It was true that she had told it for the second time, but while believing entirely in her innocence, he saw that her manner might easily have made a bad impression upon the prefect. When she had done, she stood still a moment. Then her hands dropped by her sides, and she shrank back again to Corona, who put her arm round the girl's waist and supported her. "I must say that my sister's tale seems clearly true," said the feeble voice of Ascanio Bellegra. His thin, fair beard seemed to tremble as he moved his lips. "Seems," cried Corona indignantly. "It is true. How can anyone be so mad as to doubt it?" "I do not deny its truth," said the prefect, speaking in the air. "I only say that the appearances are such as to oblige me to take steps." "If you lay a hand on her," began Giovanni. "Do not threaten me," interrupted the other calmly. "My men are outside." Giovanni had advanced towards him with a menacing gesture. Immediately, Faustina's sister-in-law began to whimper and cry with fright, while her brothers made undecided movements as though wishing to part the two angry men, but afraid to come within arm's length of either. "Giovanni," exclaimed Corona, "do not be violent, it is of no use. Hear me," she added, turning towards the prefect, and at the same time making a gesture that seemed to shield Faustina. "I am at your service, Signora Principessa, but my time is valuable. Hear me, I will not detain you long. You are doing a very rash and dangerous thing in trying to arrest Donna Faustina, a thing you may repent of. You are no doubt acting as you believe right, but your heart must tell you that you are wrong. Look at her face. She is a delicate child. Has she the features of a murderess? She is brave against you, because you represent a horrible idea against which her whole nature revolts. But can you believe that she has the courage to do such a deed, the bad heart to will it, or the power to carry it out? Think of what took place. Her father sent for her suddenly. He insisted roughly on a marriage she detests. What woman would not put out her whole strength to resist such tyranny? What woman would submit quietly to be matched with a man she loathes? She said, "I will not." She even told her father and mother together that she loved another man. Her mother left the room, her mother, the only one from whom she might have expected support. She was alone with her father, and he was angry. Was he an enfeebled invalid, confined to his chair, broken with years, incapable of an effort? Ask his children. We all knew him well. He was not very old. He was tall, erect, even strong for his years. He was angry, beside himself with disappointment. He rises from his chair, he seizes her by the arm, he strikes her in the face with his other hand. You say that he struck her when he was seated. It is impossible. Could she not have drawn back, avoiding the blow? Would the blow itself have had such force? No. He was on his feet, a tall, angry man, holding her by one arm. Is it conceivable that she, a frail child, could have had the physical strength to force him back to his seat, to hold him there while she tied that handkerchief round his neck, to resist and suppress his struggles until he was dead? Do you think such a man would die easily? Do you think that to send him out of the world, it would be enough to put your fingers to his throat, such little fingers as these? She held up Faustina's passive hand in her own, before their eyes. A man does not die in an instant by strangling. He struggles, he strikes desperate blows, he turns to the right and the left, twisting himself with all his might. Could this child have held him? I ask it of your common sense. I ask of your heart whether a creature that God has made so fair, so beautiful, so innocent, could do such terrible work. The woman who could do such things would bear the sign of her badness in her face and the fear of what she had done in her soul. She would tremble, she would have tried to escape. She would hesitate in her story, she would contradict herself, break down, attempt to shed false tears, act as only a woman who has committed a first great crime could act. And this child stands here, submitted to this fearful ordeal, defended by none, but defending herself with the whole innocence of her nature, the glory of truth in her eyes, the self-conscious courage of a stainless life in her heart. Is this assumed? Is this put on? You have seen murderers sit in your office to see them. Did you ever see one like her? Do you not know the outward tokens of guilt when they are before your eyes? You would do a thing that is monstrous in absurdity, monstrous in cruelty, revolting to reason, outrageous to every instinct of human nature. Search, inquire, ask questions, arrest whom you will, but leave this child in peace. This child with her angel face, her fearless eyes, her guiltless heart. Encouraged by Corona's determined manner, as well as by the good sense of her arguments, the timid flock of relations expressed their approval audibly. Giovanni looked at his wife in some surprise, for he had never heard her make so long a speech before and had not suspected her of the ability she displayed. He was proud of her in that moment and moved nearer to her, as though ready to support every word she had uttered. The prefect alone stood unmoved by her eloquence. He was accustomed in his profession to hear far more passionate appeals to his sensibilities, and he was moreover a man who, being obliged generally to act quickly, had acquired the habit of acting upon the first impulse of his intelligence. For a moment, his heavy lids were raised a little, either in astonishment or in admiration, but no other feature of his face betrayed that he was touched. "Signora Principessa," he said in his usual tone, "those are arguments which may be used with propriety by the persons who will defend the accused before the tribunals." Giovanni laughed in his face. "Do you suppose, seriously, that Donna Faustina will ever be brought to trial?" he asked scornfully. The prefect kept his temper wonderfully well. "It is my business to suppose so," he answered. "I am not the law, nor his eminence either, and it is not for me to weigh the defense or to listen to appeals for mercy. I act upon my own responsibility, and it is for me to judge whether the facts are likely to support me. My reputation depends upon my judgment and upon nothing else. The fate of the accused depends upon a number of considerations with which I have nothing to do. I must tell you plainly that this interview must come to an end. I am very patient. I wish to overlook nothing. Arguments are of no avail. If there is any better evidence to offer against anyone else in this house, I am here to take note of it." He looked coolly round the circle of listeners. Faustina's relations shrank back a little under his glance. "Not being able to find any person here who appears more likely to be guilty, and having found enough to justify me in my course, I intend to remove this young lady at once to the Termini." "You shall not," said Giovanni, placing himself in front of him in a threatening attitude. "If you attempt anything of the sort, I will have you in prison yourself before morning." "You do not know what you are saying, Signor Principe. You cannot oppose me. I have an armed force here to obey my orders, and if you attempt forcible opposition, I shall be obliged to take you also, very much against my will. Donna Faustina Montevarchi, I have the honor to arrest you. I trust you will make no resistance." The semi-comic phrase fell from his lips in the professional tone. In speaking of the arrest as an honor to himself, he was making an attempt to be civil according to his lights. He made a step forward in the direction of the young girl, but Giovanni seized him firmly by the wrist. He made no effort to release himself, however, but stood still. "Signor Principe, be good enough to let go of my hand." "You shall not touch her," answered Giovanni, not relinquishing his grasp. He was beginning to be dangerous. "Signor Principe, release me at once," said the prefect in a commanding tone. "Very well, I will call my men," he added, producing a small silver whistle with his free hand and putting it to his lips. "If I call them, I shall have to send you to prison for hindering me in the execution of my duty," he said, fixing his eyes on Giovanni and preparing to sound the call. Giovanni's blood was up, and he would not have let the man go. At that moment, however, Faustina broke from Corona's arms and sprang forward. With one hand she pushed back Sant Ilario, with the other she seized the whistle. "I will go with you," she cried, speaking to the prefect. "I will go with him," she repeated, turning to Giovanni. "It is a horrible mistake, but it is useless to oppose him any longer. I will go, I say." An hysterical chorus of cries from her relations greeted this announcement. Giovanni made a last effort to prevent her from fulfilling her intention. He was too much excited to see how hopeless the situation really was, and his sense of justice was revolted at the thought of the indignity. "Donna Faustina, I implore you," he exclaimed. "I can still prevent this outrage. You must not go. I will find the cardinal and explain the mistake. He will send an order at once." "You are mistaken," answered the prefect. "He will do nothing of the kind. Besides, you cannot leave this house without my permission. The doors are all guarded." "But you cannot refuse that request," objected Corona, who had not spoken during the altercation. "It will not take half an hour for my husband to see his eminence and get the order." "Nevertheless, I refuse," replied the official firmly. "Donna Faustina must go with me at once. You are interfering uselessly and making a useless scandal. My mind is made up." "Then I will go with her," said Corona, pressing the girl to her side and bestowing a contemptuous glance on the cowering figures around her. By this time, her sisters-in-law had fallen into their respective husbands' arms, and it was hard to say whether the men or the women were more hopelessly hysterical. Giovanni relinquished the contest reluctantly, seeing that he was altogether overmatched by the prefect's soldiers. "I will go too," he said. "You cannot object to our taking Donna Faustina in our carriage." "I do not object to that, but male visitors are not allowed inside the Termini prison after dark. The Signora Principessa may spend the night there if it is her pleasure. I will put a gendarme in your carriage to avoid informality." "I presume you will accept my promise to conduct Donna Faustina to the place," observed Giovanni. The prefect hesitated. "It is informal," he said at last, "but to oblige you I will do it. You give your word?" "Yes, since you are able to use force. We act under protest. You will remember that." Faustina's courage did not forsake her at the last moment. She kissed each of her brothers and each of her sisters-in-law as affectionately as though they had offered to bear her company. There were many loud cries and sobs and protestations of devotion, but not one proposed to go with her. The only one who would have been bold enough was Flavia, and even if she had been present, she would not have had the heart to perform such an act of unselfishness. Faustina and Corona, Giovanni and the prefect, left the room together. "I will have you in prison before morning," said Sant Ilario fiercely in the ear of the official, as they reached the outer hall. The prefect made no reply, but raised his shoulders almost imperceptibly and smiled for the first time, as he pointed silently to the gendarmes. The latter formed into an even rank and tramped down the stairs after the 4 persons whom they accompanied. In a few minutes, the whole party were on their way to the Termini, Faustina with her friends in Sant Ilario's carriage, the prefect in his little brougham, the soldiers on their horses, trotting steadily along in a close squad. Faustina sat leaning her head upon Corona's shoulder, while Giovanni looked out of the window into the dark streets, his rage boiling within him, and all the hotter because he was powerless to change the course of events. From time to time, he uttered savage ejaculations which promised ill for the prefect's future peace, either in this world or in the next, but the sound of the wheels rolling upon the uneven paving stones prevented his voice from reaching the 2 women. "Dear child," said Corona, "do not be frightened. You shall be free tonight, or in the morning I will not leave you." Faustina was silent, but pressed her friend's hand again and again, as though she understood. She herself was overcome by a strange wonderment which made her almost incapable of appreciating what happened to her. She felt very much as she had felt once before, on the night of the insurrection, when she had found herself lying upon the pavement before the half-ruined barracks, stunned by the explosion, unable for a time to collect her senses, supported only by her physical elasticity, which was yet too young to be destroyed by any moral shock. Chapter 22. On the following morning, all Rome rang with the news that the Saracinesca had lost their title and that Faustina Montevarchi had murdered her father. No one connected the 2 events, but the shock to the public mind was so tremendous that almost any incredible tale would have been believed. The story, as it was generally told, set forth that Faustina had gone mad and had strangled her father in his sleep. Everyone agreed in affirming that he had been found dead with her handkerchief tied round his neck. It was further stated that the young girl was no longer in the Palazzo Montevarchi, but had been transferred to the women's prison at the Termini, pending further examination into the details of the case. The Palazzo Montevarchi was draped in black, and before night funeral hatchments were placed upon the front of the parish church bearing the Montevarchi arms. No one was admitted to the palace upon any pretext whatever, though it was said that San Jacinto and Flavia had spent the night there. No member of the family had been seen by anyone, and nobody seemed to know exactly whence the various items of information had been derived. Strange to say, every word of what was repeated so freely was true, excepting that part of the tale which accused Faustina of having done the deed. What had taken place up to the time when Corona and Giovanni had come may be thus briefly told. Prince Montevarchi had been found dead by the servant who came to bring a lamp to the study towards evening when it grew dark. As soon as the alarm was given, a scene of indescribable confusion followed, which lasted until the prefect of police arrived, accompanied by a party of police officials. The handkerchief was examined and identified. Thereupon, in accordance with the Roman practice of that day, the prefect had announced his determination of taking Faustina into custody. The law took it for granted that the first piece of circumstantial evidence which presented itself must be acted upon with the utmost promptitude. A few questions had shown immediately that Faustina was the last person who had seen Montevarchi alive. The young girl exhibited a calmness which surprised everyone. She admitted that her father had been angry with her and had struck her, but she denied all knowledge of his death. It is sufficient to say that she fearlessly told the truth, so fearlessly as to prejudice even her own family with regard to her. Even the blood on the handkerchief was against her, though she explained that it was her own, and although the bruise on her lip bore out the statement. The prefect was inexorable. He explained that Faustina could be taken privately to the Termini, and that the family might use its influence on the next day to procure her immediate release, but that his duty compelled him for the present to secure her person, that he was responsible, that he was only doing his duty, and so forth and so on. The consternation of the family may be imagined. The princess broke down completely under what seemed very like a stroke of paralysis. San Jacinto and Flavia were not to be found at their house, and as the carriage had not returned, nobody knew where they were. The wives of Faustina's brothers shut themselves up in their rooms and gave way to hysterical tears, while the brothers themselves seemed helpless to do anything for their sister. Seeing herself abandoned by everyone, Faustina had sent for Corona Saracinesca. It was the wisest thing she could have done. In a quarter of an hour, Corona and her husband entered the room together. The violent scene which followed has been already described, in which Giovanni promised the prefect of police that if he persisted in his intention of arresting Faustina, he should himself be lodged in the Carcere Neuve in 12 hours. But the prefect had got the better of the situation, being accompanied by an armed force which Giovanni was powerless to oppose. All that could be obtained had been that Giovanni and Corona should take Faustina to the Termini in their carriage, and that Corona should stay with the unfortunate young girl all night if she wished to do so. Giovanni could not be admitted. The prison of the Termini was under the administration of an order of nuns devoted especially to the care of prisoners. The prefect arrived in his own carriage simultaneously with the one which conveyed his prisoner and her friends. As the gate was opened and one of the sisters appeared, he whispered a few words into her ear. She looked grave at first, and then, when she saw Faustina's angel face, she shook her head incredulously. The prefect had accomplished his duty, however. The prison gates closed after the two ladies, and the sentinel outside resumed his walk, while the carriages drove away, the one containing the officer of the law and the other Giovanni, who had himself driven at once to the Vatican in spite of the late hour. The great cardinal received him, but to his amazement refused an order of release. The sister who admitted Corona and Faustina took the latter's hand kindly and looked into her face by the light of the small lantern she carried. "It is some dreadful mistake, my child," she said, "but I have no course but to obey. You are Donna Faustina Montevarchi. Yes, thine is the Princess Sant Ilario. Will you come with me? I will give you the best room we have. It is not very like a prison." "This is," said Faustina, shuddering at the sight of the massive stone walls, quite as much as from the dampness of the night air. "Courage, dear," whispered Corona, drawing the girl's slight figure close to her and arranging the mantle upon her shoulders. But Corona herself was uneasy as to the result of the ghastly adventure, and she looked anxiously forward into the darkness beyond the nun's lantern. At last they found themselves in a small whitewashed chamber, so small that it was brightly lighted by the 2 wicks of a brass oil lamp on the table. The nun left them alone, at Corona's request, promising to return in the course of an hour. Faustina sat down upon the edge of the little bed, and Corona upon a chair beside her. Until now, the unexpected excitement of what had passed during the last 3 or 4 hours had sustained the young girl. Everything that had happened had seemed to be a part of a dream until she found herself at last in the cell of the Termini prison, abandoned by everyone save Corona. Her courage broke down. She threw herself back upon the pillow and burst into tears. Corona did not know what to do, but tried to comfort her as well as she could, wondering inwardly what would have happened had the poor child been brought to such a place alone. "What have I done that such things should happen to me?" cried Faustina at last, sitting up and staring wildly at her friend. Her small white hands lay helplessly in her lap, and her rich brown hair was beginning to be loosened and to fall upon her shoulders. The tears stood in Corona's eyes. It seemed to her infinitely pathetic that this innocent creature should have been chosen as the victim to expiate so monstrous a crime. "It will be all cleared up in the morning," she answered, trying to speak cheerfully or at least hopefully. "It is an abominable mistake of the prefect's. I will not leave you, dear Descartes. We will talk. The nun will bring you something to eat. The night will soon pass." "In prison," exclaimed Faustina, in a tone of horror and despair, not heeding what Corona said. "Try and fancy it is not. And my father dead." She seemed suddenly to realize that he was gone forever. Poor papa, she moaned. "Oh, I did not mean to be undutiful, indeed I did not, and I can never tell you so now." "You must not reproach yourself, darling," said Corona, trying to soothe her and to draw the pitiful pale face to her shoulder, while she wound her arm tenderly about the young girl's waist. "Pray for him, Faustina, but do not reproach yourself too much. After all, dear, he was unkind to you. Oh, do not say Thaith is dead." She lowered her voice almost to a whisper as she spoke, and an expression of awe came over her features. "He is dead, Corona. I shall never see him again. Why did I not love him more? I am frightened when I think that he is dead. Who did it?" The question came suddenly, and Faustina started and shuddered. Corona pressed her to her side and smoothed her hair gently. She felt that she must say something, but she hardly expected that Faustina would understand reason. She gathered her energy, however, to make the best effort in her power. "Listen to me, Faustina," she said, in a tone of quiet authority, "and try and see all this as I see it. It is not right that you should reproach yourself, for you have had no share in your father's death, and if you parted in anger, it was his fault, not yours. He is dead, and there is nothing for you to do but to pray that he may rest in peace. You have been accused unjustly of a deed which anyone might see you were physically incapable of doing. You will be released from this place tomorrow morning, if not during the night. One thing is absolutely necessary: you must be calm and quiet, or you will have brain fever in a few hours. Do not think I am heartless, dear. A worse thing might have happened to you. You have been suspected by an ignorant man who will pay dearly for his mistake. You might have been suspected by those you love." Corona sighed, and her voice trembled with the last words. To her, Faustina was suffering far more from the shock to her sensibilities than from any real grief. She knew that she had not loved her father, but the horror of his murder and the fright at being held accountable for it were almost enough to drive her mad. And yet she could not be suffering what Corona had suffered in being suspected by Giovanni. She had not that to lose which Corona had lost. The dominating passion of her life had not been suddenly burnt out in the agony of an hour. She was only the victim of a mistake which could have no consequences, which would leave no trace behind. But Faustina shivered and turned paler still at Corona's words. "By those I love? Ah, no, not by him be them." The blood rushed to her white face, and her hand fell on her friend's shoulder. Corona heard and knew that the girl was thinking of Anastasia. She wondered vaguely whether the hot-headed soldier artist had learned the news, and what he would do when he found that Faustina was lodged in a prison. And yet perhaps, oh no, it is impossible. Her sweet, low voice broke again and was lost in passionate sobbing. For a long time, Corona could do nothing to calm her. The tears might be a relief to the girl's overwrought faculties, but they were most distressing to hear and see. "Do you love him very much, dear?" asked Corona when the paroxysm began to subside. "I would die for him, and he would die for me," answered Faustina simply, but a happy smile shone through her grief that told plainly how much dearer to her was he who was left than he who was dead. "Tell me about him," said Corona softly. "He is a friend of mine." "Indeed he is. You do not know how he worships you. I think that next to me in the world, but then, of course, he could not love you. Besides, you are married." Corona could not help smiling, and yet there was a sting in the words, of which Faustina could not dream. Why could not Giovanni have taken this child's straightforward, simple view, which declared such a thing impossible because Corona was married? What a wealth of innocent belief in goodness was contained in that idea. The princess began to discover a strange fascination in finding out what Faustina felt for this man, whom she, Corona, had been suspected of loving. What could it be like to love such a man? He was good-looking, clever, brave, even interesting, perhaps. But to love him, Corona suddenly felt that interest in the analysis of his character, which is roused in us when we are all at once brought into the confidence of someone who can tell by experience what we should have felt with regard to a third person, who has come very near to our lives, if he or she had really become a part of our existence. Faustina's present pain and sense of danger momentarily disappeared as she was drawn into talking of what absorbed her whole nature, and Corona saw that by leading the conversation in that direction, she might hope to occupy the girl's thoughts. Faustina seemed to forget her misfortunes in speaking of gouache, and Corona listened and encouraged her to go on. The strong woman who had suffered so much saw gradually unfolded before her a series of pictures, constituting a whole that was new to her. She comprehended for the first time in her life the nature of an innocent girl's love, and there was something in what she learned that softened her and brought the moisture into her dark eyes. She looked at the delicate young creature beside her, seated upon the rough bed, her angelic loveliness standing out against the cold background of the whitewashed wall. The outline seemed almost vaporous, as though melting into the transparency of the quiet air. The gentle brown eyes were at once full of suffering and full of love. The soft, thick hair fell in disorder upon her shoulders, in that exquisite disorder that belongs to beautiful things in nature when they are set free and fall into the position which is essentially their own. Her white fingers, refined and expressive, held Corona's slender olive hand, pressing it and moving as they touched it, with every word she spoke. Corona almost felt that some spiritual, half-divine being had glided down from another world to tell her of an angel's love. The elder woman thought of her own life and compared it with what she saw. Sold to a decrepit old husband who had worshipped her in strange, pathetic fashion of his own, she had spent 5 years in submitting to an affection she loathed, enduring it to the very end, and sacrificing every instinct of her nature in the performance of her duty. Liberated at last, she had given herself up to her love for Giovanni in a passion of the strong kind that never comes in early youth. She asked herself what had become of that passion and whether it could ever be revived. In any case, it was something wholly different from the love of which Faustina was speaking. She had fought against it when it came with all her might. Being gone, it had left her cold and indifferent to all she could still command, incapable of even pretending to love. It had passed through her life as a whirlwind through a deep forest, and its track was like a scar. What Faustina knew, she could never have known: the sudden growth within her of something beautiful against which there was no need to struggle, the wholehearted devotion from the first, the joy of a love that had risen suddenly like the dawn of a fair day, the unspeakable happiness of loving intensely in perfect innocence of the world, of giving her whole soul at once and forever, unconscious that there could be anything else to give. "I would die for him, and he would die for me," Faustina had said, knowing that her words were true. Corona would die for Giovanni now, no doubt, but not because she loved him any longer. She would sacrifice herself for what had been, for the memory of it, for the bitterness of having lost it, and of feeling that it could not return. That was a state very different from Faustina's. It was pain, not happiness, despair, not joy, emptiness, not fullness. Her eyes grew sad, and she sighed bitterly as though oppressed by a burden from which she could not escape. Faustina's future seemed to her to be like a beautiful vision among the clouds of sunrise, her own like the reflection of a mournful scene in a dark pool of stagnant water. The sorrow of her life rose in her eyes, until the young girl saw it and suddenly ceased speaking. It was like a reproach to her, for her young nature had already begun to forget its trouble in the sweetness of its own dream. Corona understood the sudden silence, and her expression changed, for she felt that if she dwelt upon what was nearest to her heart, she could give but poor consolation. "You are sad," said Faustina. "It is not for Muhat, is it?" "No, it is not for you, dear child." Corona looked at the young girl for a moment and tried to smile. Then she rose from the chair and turned away, pretending to trim the brass oil lamp with the little metal snuffers that hung from it by a chain. The tears blinded her. She rested her hands upon the table and bent her head. Faustina watched her in surprise, then slipped from her place on the bed and stood beside her, looking up tenderly into the sad dark eyes from which the crystal drops welled up and trickled down, falling upon the rough deal boards. "What is it, dear?" asked the young girl. "Will you not tell me?" Corona turned and threw her arms round her, pressing her to her breast, almost passionately. Faustina did not understand what was happening. "I never saw you cry before," she exclaimed in innocent astonishment as she tried to brush away the tears from her friend's face. "Ah, Faustina, there are worse things in the world than you are suffering, child." Then she made a great effort and overcame the emotion that had taken possession of her. She was ashamed to have played such a part when she had come to the place to give comfort to another. "It is nothing," she said, after a moment's pause. "I think I am nervous at least. I am very foolish to let myself cry when I ought to be taking care of you." A long silence followed, which was broken at last by the nun, who entered the room, bringing such poor food as the place afforded. She repeated her assurance that Faustina's arrest was the result of a mistake, and that she would be certainly liberated in the morning. Then, seeing that the two friends appeared to be preoccupied, she bade them good night and went away. It was the longest night Corona remembered to have ever passed. For a long time they talked a little, and at length Faustina fell asleep, exhausted by all she had suffered, while Corona sat beside her, watching her regular breathing and envying her ability to rest. She herself could not close her eyes, though she could not explain her wakefulness. At last she lay down upon the other bed and tried to forget herself. After many hours she lost consciousness for a time, and then awoke suddenly, half stifled by the sickening smell of the lamp which had gone out, filling the narrow room with the odor of burning oil. It was quite dark, and the profound silence was broken only by the sound of Faustina's evenly drawn breath. The poor child was too weary to be roused by the fumes that had disturbed Corona's rest. But Corona rose and groped her way to the window, which she opened as noiselessly as she could. Heavy iron bars were built into the wall upon the outside, and she grasped the cold iron with a sense of relief as she looked out at the quiet stars, and tried to distinguish the trees which, as she knew, were planted on the other side of the desolate grass-grown square, along the old wall that stood there, at that time, like a fortification between the termini and the distant city. Below the window the sentry tramped slowly up and down in his beat, his steps alone breaking the intense stillness of the winter night. Corona realized that she was in a prison. There was something in the discomfort which was not repugnant to her, as she held the grating in her fingers and let the cold air blow upon her face. After all, she thought, her life would seem much the same in such a place, in a convent, perhaps, where she could be alone all day, all night, forever. She could not be more unhappy behind those bars than she had often been in the magnificent palaces in which her existence had been chiefly passed. Nothing gave her pleasure, nothing interested her, nothing had the power to distract her mind from the aching misery that beset it. She said to herself 100 times a day that such apathy was unworthy of her, and she blamed herself when she found that even the loss of the great Saracenesca suit left her indifferent. She did no good to herself and none to anyone else, so far as she could see, unless it were good to allow Giovanni to love her, now that she no longer felt a thrill of pleasure at his coming nor at the sound of his voice. At least she had been honest. She could say that, for she had not deceived him. She had forgiven him, but was it her fault if he had destroyed that which he now most desired? Was it her fault that forgiveness did not mean love? Her suffering was not the selfish pain of wounded vanity, for Giovanni's despair would have healed such a wound by showing her the strength of his passion. There was no resentment in her heart either, for she longed to love him. But even the habit of loving was gone, broken away and forgotten in the sharp agony of an hour. She had done her best to bring it back. She had tried to repeat phrases that had once come from her heart, with the conviction of great joy each time they had been spoken. But the words were dead and meant nothing, or if they had a meaning, they told her of the change in herself. She was willing to argue against it, to say again and again that she had no right to be so changed, that there had been enough to make any man suspicious, that she would have despised him had he overlooked such convincing evidence. Could a man love truly and not have some jealousy in his nature? Could a man have such overwhelming proof given him of guilt in the woman he adored, and yet show nothing any more than if she had been a stranger? But the argument was not satisfactory nor conclusive. If human ills could be healed by the use of logic, there would long since have been no unhappiness left in the world. Is there anything easier than to deceive oneself when one wishes to be deceived? Nothing, surely, provided that the inner reality of ourselves, which we call our hearts, consents to the deception. But if it will not consent, then there is no help in all the logic that has been lavished upon the philosophy of a dozen ages. Her slender fingers tightened upon the freezing bars, and once more, in the silent night, her tears flowed down as she looked up at the stars through the prison window. The new condition of her life sought an expression she had hitherto considered as weak and despicable, and against which she struggled even now. There was no relief in weeping. It brought her no sense of rest, no respite from the dull consciousness of her situation, and yet she could not restrain the drops that fell so fast upon her hands. She suffered always, without any intermittence, as people do who have little imagination, with few but strong passions and a constant nature. There are men and women whose active fancy is able to lend a romantic beauty to misfortune, which gives some pleasure even to themselves, or who can obtain some satisfaction, if they are poets, by expressing their pain in grand or tender language. There are others to whom sorrow is but a reality, for which all expression seems inadequate. Corona was such a woman, too strong to suffer little, too unimaginative to suffer poetically. There are those who might say that she exaggerated the gravity of the position, that, since Giovanni had always been faithful to her, had acknowledged his error and repented of it so sincerely, there was no reason why she should not love him as before. The answer is very simple. The highest kind of love not only implies the highest trust in the person loved, but demands it in return. The two conditions are as necessary to each other as body and soul, so that if one is removed from the other, the whole love dies. Our relations with our fellow creatures are reciprocal in effect, whatever morality may require in theory, from the commonest intercourse between mere acquaintances to the bond between man and wife. An honest man will always hesitate to believe another unless he himself is believed. Humanity gives little, on the whole, unless it expects a return. Still less will men continue to give when their gifts have been denounced to them as false, no matter what apology is offered after the mistake has been discovered. Corona was very human, and being outwardly cold, she was inwardly more sensitive to suspicion than very expansive women can ever be. With women who express very readily what they feel, the expression often assumes such importance as to deceive them into believing their passions to be stronger than they are. Corona had given all love, devotion, faithfulness, and yet, because appearances had been against her, Giovanni had doubted her. He had cut the plant down at the very root, and she had nothing more to give. Faustina moved in her sleep. Corona softly closed the window and once more lay down to rest. The hours seemed endless as she listened for the bells. At last the little room grew gray, and she could distinguish the furniture in the gloom. Then all at once the door opened, and the nun entered, bearing her little lantern and peering over it to try and see whether the occupants of the chamber were awake. In the shadow behind her, Corona could distinguish the figure of a man. "The prince is here," said the sister in a low voice, as she saw that Corona's eyes were open. The latter glanced at Faustina, whose childlike sleep was not interrupted. She slipped from the bed and went out into the corridor. The nun would have led the two down to the parlor, but Corona would not go so far from Faustina. At their request, she opened an empty cell a few steps farther on and left Giovanni and his wife alone in the gray dawn. Corona looked eagerly into his eyes for some news concerning the young girl. He took her hand and kissed it. "My darling, that you should have spent the night in such a place as this," he exclaimed. "Never mind me. Is Faustina at liberty? Did you see the cardinal?" "I saw him." Giovanni shook his head. "And do you mean to say that he would not give the order at once?" "Nothing would induce him to give it. The prefect got there before me, and I was kept waiting half an hour while they talked the matter over. The cardinal declared to me that he knew there had been an enmity between Faustina and her father concerning her love for gouache." "Her love for gouache," repeated Corona slowly, looking into his eyes. She could not help it. Giovanni turned pale and looked away as he continued. "Yes, and he said that the evidence was very strong, since no one had been known to enter the house, and the servants were clearly innocent. Not one of them betrayed the slightest embarrassment. In other words, he believes that Faustina actually did it." "It looks like it," said Giovanni in a low voice. "Giovanni," she seized his arm, "do you believe it too?" "I will believe whatever you tell me." "She is as innocent as I," cried Corona, her eyes blazing with indignation. Giovanni understood more from the words than she meant to convey. "Will you never forgive?" he asked sadly. "I did not mean that. I meant Faustina. Giovanni, you must get her away from here. You can, if you will." "I will do much for you," he answered quietly. "It is not for me. It is for an unfortunate child who is the victim of a horrible mistake. I have comforted her by promising that she should be free this morning. She will go mad if she is kept here. Whatever I do for you, and I will do nothing for anyone else. For you or for no one, but I must know that it is really for you." Corona understood and turned away. It was broad daylight now as she looked through the grating of the window, watching the people who passed without seeing them. "What is Faustina Montevarchi to me compared with your love?" Giovanni asked. Something in the tone of his voice made her look at him. She saw the intensity of his feeling in his eyes, and she wondered that he should try to tempt her to love him with such an insignificant bribe, with the hope of liberating the young girl. She did not understand that he was growing desperate. Had she known what was in his mind, she might have made a supreme effort to deceive herself into the belief that he was still to her what he had been so long. But she did not know. "For the sake of her innocence, Giovanni," she exclaimed, "can you let a child like that suffer so? I am sure, if you really would, you could manage it with your influence. Do you not see that I am suffering too for the girl's sake?" "Will you say that it is for your sake?" "For my sake, if you will," she cried almost impatiently. "For your sake, then," he answered. "Remember that it is for you." "Corona." Before she could answer, he had left the room without another word, without so much as touching her hand. Corona gazed sadly at the open door and then returned to Faustina. An hour later, the nun entered the cell with a bright smile on her face. "Your carriage is waiting for you both," she said, addressing the princess. "Donna Faustina is free to return to her mother." Chapter 23. When Giovanni Saracinesca had visited Cardinal Antonelli on the previous evening, he had been as firmly persuaded that Faustina was innocent as Corona herself, and was at first very much astonished by the view the great man took of the matter. But as the latter developed the case, the girl's guilt no longer seemed impossible or even improbable. The total absence of any ostensible incentive to the murder gave Faustina's quarrel with her father a very great importance, which was further heightened by the nature of the evidence. There had been high words, in the course of which the Princess Montevarchi had left the room, leaving her daughter alone with the old man. No one had seen him alive after that moment, and he had been found dead, evidently strangled with her handkerchief. The fact that Faustina had a bruise on her arm and a cut on her lip pointed to the conclusion that a desperate struggle had taken place. The cardinal argued that, although she might not have had the strength to do the deed if the contest had begun when both were on their feet, it was by no means impossible that so old a man might have been overcome by a young and vigorous girl, if she had attacked him when he was in his chair, and was prevented from rising by the table before him. As for the monstrosity of the act, the cardinal merely smiled when Giovanni alluded to it. Had not fathers been murdered by their children before and in Rome? The argument had additional weight when Giovanni remembered Faustina's wild behavior on the night of the insurrection. A girl who was capable of following a soldier into action, and who had spent hours in searching for him after such an appalling disaster as the explosion of the Serristori barracks, might well be subject to fits of desperate anger, and it was by no means far from likely, if her father had struck her in the face from his place at the table, that she should have laid violent hands upon him, seizing him by the throat and strangling him with her handkerchief. Her coolness afterwards might be only a part of her odd nature, for she was undoubtedly eccentric. She might be mad, said the cardinal, shaking his head, but there was every probability that she was guilty. In those days, there was no appeal from the statesman's decisions in such matters. Faustina would remain a prisoner until she could be tried for the crime. His Eminence was an early riser, and was not altogether surprised that Giovanni should come to him at such an hour, especially as he knew that the Princess Sant Ilario had spent the night with Faustina in the Termini prison. He was altogether taken aback, however, by Giovanni's manner and by the communication he made. "I had the honor of telling your Eminence last night that Donna Faustina Montevarchi was innocent," began Giovanni, who refused the offer of a seat. "I trusted that she might be liberated immediately, but you have determined otherwise. I am not willing that an innocent person should suffer unjustly. I have come, therefore, to surrender myself to justice in this case." The cardinal stared, and an expression of unmitigated astonishment appeared upon his delicate olive features, while his nervous hands grasped the arms of his chair. "You," he cried. Your Eminence, I will explain myself. Yesterday the courts delivered their verdict, declaring that my cousin San Jacinto is Prince Saracinesca instead of my father, and transferring to him all our hereditary property. The man who found out that there was a case against us and caused it to be brought to trial was Prince Montevarchi. You may perhaps understand my resentment against him. If you recollect the evidence which was detailed to you last night, you will see that it was quite possible for me to go to him without being observed. The door chanced to be open, and there was no one in the hall. I am perfectly acquainted with the house. Several hours elapsed between the time when Donna Faustina left her father and the moment when he was found dead in his chair. You can understand how I could enter the room unseen, how angry words naturally must have arisen between us, and how, losing my self-control, I could have picked up Donna Faustina's handkerchief, which, as she says, lay upon the floor, and knotted it effectually round the old man's neck. What could he do in my hands? The study is far from the other rooms the family inhabit, and is near the hall. To go quietly out would not have been a difficult matter for anyone who knew the house. Your Eminence knows, as well as I, the shallowness of circumstantial evidence. And do you tell me, calmly like this, that you murdered a helpless old man out of revenge?" asked the cardinal, half indignantly, half incredulously. "Would I surrender myself as the murderer for a caprice?" inquired Giovanni, who was very pale. The cardinal looked at him and was silent for a few moments. He was puzzled by what he heard, and yet his common sense told him that he had no course but to liberate Faustina and send Giovanni to prison. He felt, too, that he ought to experience an instinctive repulsion for the man before him who, by his own showing, had been guilty of such a horrible crime, but he was conscious of no such sensation. He was a man of exceedingly quick and true intuitions, who judged the persons with whom he had business very accurately. There was a lack of correspondence between his intelligence and his feelings which roused his curiosity. "You have told me a very strange story," he said. "Less strange than the one your Eminence has believed since last night," returned Giovanni calmly. "I do not know. It is more easy for me to believe that the girl was momentarily out of her mind than that you, whom I have known all my life, should have done such a thing. Besides, in telling me your story, you have never once positively asserted that you did it. You have only explained that it would have been possible for a man so disposed to accomplish the murder unsuspected." Is a man obliged to incriminate himself directly? It seems to me that in giving myself up, I have done all that a man's conscience can possibly require outside of the confessional. I shall be tried, and my lawyer will do what he can to obtain my acquittal. That is poor logic. Whether you confess or not, you have accused yourself in a way that must tell against you very strongly. You really leave me no choice. Your Eminence has only to do what I request, to liberate Donna Faustina, and to send me to prison. You are a very strange man, said the cardinal in a musing tone, as he leaned back in his chair and scrutinized Giovanni's pale, impenetrable face. I am a desperate man, that is all. Will you give me your word of honor that Faustina Montevarchi is innocent? Yes, answered Giovanni, without the slightest hesitation, and meeting the gaze of the cardinal's bright eyes unflinchingly. The latter paused a moment, and then turned in his chair, and taking a piece of paper, wrote a few words upon it. Then he rang a little handbell that stood beside him. His servant entered as he was folding and sealing the note. To the Termini prison, he said. The messenger had better take my carriage, observed Giovanni. I shall not need it again. Take Prince Sant Ilario's carriage, added the cardinal, and the man left the room. And now, he continued, will you be good enough to tell me what I am to do with you? Send me to the Carcere Neuve, or to any convenient place. I will do nothing that can be an injury to you hereafter, answered the statesman. Something tells me that you have had nothing to do with this dreadful murder. But you must know that though you may deceive me, I am not omniscient. I will not tolerate any contempt of the ways of justice. You have surrendered yourself as the criminal, and I intend to take you at your word. I ask for nothing else. Put me where you please, do what you please with me, it matters very little. You act like a man who has had an unfortunate love affair, remarked the cardinal. It is true that you have just lost your fortune, and that may account for it. But I repeat that, whatever your motives may be, you shall not trifle with the law. You wish to be a prisoner. The law will oblige you so far as to comply with your request. I warn you that, after this, you can only obtain your freedom through a proper trial. Pray let it be so. My motives can be of no importance. The law shall judge the facts and give its verdict. The law will certainly do so. In the meantime, you will spend the day in a room of my apartments, and this evening, when it is dark, you will be quietly transferred to a place of safety and secrecy. If the real murderer is ever found, I do not wish your life to have been ruined by such a piece of folly as I believe you are committing. You say you are a desperate man, and you are acting, I think, as though you were. Your family affairs may have led to this state, but they do not concern me. You will, however, be good enough to swear, here, solemnly, laying your hand upon this book, that you will not attempt to destroy yourself. I swear, said Giovanni, touching the volume which the cardinal presented to him. Very good. Now follow me, if you please, to the room where you must spend the day. Giovanni found himself in a small chamber which contained only a large writing table and a couple of chairs, and which seemed to have been destined for some sort of office. The cardinal closed the door, and Giovanni heard him turn the key and remove it from the lock. Then, for the first time, he reflected upon what he had done. He had spoken the truth when he had said that he was desperate. No other word could describe his state. A sort of madness had taken possession of him while he was talking with Corona, and he was still under its influence. There had been something in her manner which had seemed to imply that he was not doing his best to liberate Faustina, and indeed, when he remembered that the girl's innocence was by no means clear to him, he ought not to have been surprised at Corona's imputation. And yet, he had now pledged his word to the cardinal that Faustina had not done the deed. Corona's unwillingness to admit that it was for her own sake she asked his help had driven him nearly out of his mind, and when she had at last said it, even reluctantly, he had immediately resolved to show her what he was willing to do for one word of hers when she chose to speak it. He had from that moment but one thought, to free Faustina at any cost, and no plan suggested itself to him but to surrender himself in the girl's place. As a matter of fact, he could not have accomplished his purpose so quickly or surely in any other way, and perhaps he could not have otherwise accomplished it at all. It had been quite clear to him from the first that the cardinal was prejudiced against Faustina, owing, no doubt, to the representations of the prefect of police. Giovanni had carried the evidence against her clearly in his mind, and as soon as he thought of the expedient, he saw how it would have been quite possible for himself, or for any other man who knew the house, to commit the murder. As for the detail concerning the doors being open, there was nothing improbable in it, seeing that there were many servants in the establishment, and that each one would suspect and accuse one of his companions of the carelessness. Nothing was easier than to construct the story, and he had supposed that nothing would be simpler than to make the cardinal believe it. He had been surprised to find himself mistaken upon this point, but he felt a thrill of triumph that more than repaid him for what he had done, when he saw the messenger leave the room with the order to liberate Faustina. Corona had spoken, had asked him to do a hard thing for her sake, and her caprice was satisfied. It mattered little at what cost. She had given him an opportunity of showing what he would do for her, and that opportunity had not been thrown away. But as he sat alone, in the little room the cardinal had assigned to him, he began to realize the magnitude of what he had been doing, and to see how his actions would be judged by others. He had surrendered himself as a murderer, and was to be treated as one. When the time came for the trial, might it not happen with him as with many another innocent man who has put himself into a false position? Might he not be condemned? Nothing that he could say hereafter could remove the impression created by his giving himself up to justice. Any denial hereafter would be supposed to proceed from fear and not from innocence. And if he were condemned, what would become of Corona, of his father, of little Orsino? He shuddered at the thought. What he asked himself would be the defense. Yesterday afternoon he had been out of the house during several hours and had walked alone, he hardly remembered where. Since the crisis in his life which had separated him from Corona, in fact, if not in appearance, he often walked alone, wandering aimlessly through the streets. Would any of his acquaintance come forward and swear to having seen him at the time Montevarchi was murdered? Probably not. And if not, how could it be proved, in the face of his own statement to the cardinal, that he might not have gone to the palace, seeking an opportunity of expending his wrath on the old prince, that he might not have lost his self-control in a fit of anger and strangled the old man as he sat in his chair? As he himself had said, there was far more reason to believe that the Saracinesca had killed Montevarchi out of revenge than that a girl like Faustina should have strangled her own father because he had interfered in her love affairs. If the judges took this view of the case, it was clear that Giovanni would have little chance of an acquittal. The thing looked so possible that even Corona might believe Ivan Corona, for whose sake he had rushed madly into such desperate danger. And today she would not see him, very possibly she would not know where he was. And tomorrow, and the next day, and all the days after that, he supposed that he would be allowed to write to her, perhaps to see her, but it would be hard to explain his position. She did not love him any longer, and she would not understand. He wondered how much she would care, if she really cared at all, beyond a discreet anxiety for his safety. She would certainly not comprehend a love like his, which had chosen such a sacrifice, rather than allow her wish to remain ungratified. How could she, since she did not love him? And yet, it was imperatively necessary that she should be informed of what had happened. She might otherwise suppose, naturally enough, that some accident had befallen him, and she would in that case apply to the police, perhaps to the cardinal himself, to find out where he was. Such a contingency must be prevented by some means before night. Until then, she would not be frightened by his absence. There would be time, perhaps, when he was removed to the Presanto, the place of safety and secrecy of which the cardinal had spoken, and which in all probability was the Holy Office. No questions were asked there. There were writing materials on the broad table, and Giovanni began a letter to his wife. After a few minutes, however, he stopped, for he saw from what he had written that he was in no condition to attempt such a task. The words came quickly and fluently, but they expressed what he had no intention of telling Corona again. His love for her was still uppermost in his mind, and instead of trying to explain what had occurred, he found himself setting down phrases that told of nothing but a mad passion. The thought of her cold face when she should read the lines arrested his hand, and he threw down the pen impatiently and returned to his meditations for a while. What he wanted to do was to tell her in the fewest possible words that he was alive and well. What else should he tell her? The statement would allay any anxiety she might feel, and his absence would doubtless be a relief to her. The thought was bitter, but he knew that nothing exasperates a woman like the constant presence of a man she has loved, who loves her more than ever, and for whom she no longer feels anything. At last, he took another sheet of paper and tried again. Dear Corona, when you get this, Faustina will be at liberty according to your wish. Do not be anxious if you do not see me for a few days, as I am called away on urgent business. Tell my father and any of our friends who ask about me that I am at Saracinesca superintending the removal of such effects as are not to go to San Jacinto. I will let you know when I am coming back. Your affectionate Giovanni. He read the note over twice and then folded it, addressing it to his wife. His face expressed the most profound dejection when he had finished his task, and for a long time he leaned back in his chair, gazing at the morning sunlight that slowly crept across the floor, while his hands lay folded passively upon the table. The end of his love seemed very bitter as he thought of the words he had written. A few weeks ago, to leave Corona thus unexpectedly would have caused her the greatest pain. Now he felt that he need say nothing, that it would be useless to say anything more than he had said. It was nothing to her whether he stayed in Rome or went to the ends of the earth. Indeed, he suspected that she would be glad to be left alone unless she should discover why he had gone and whither. This last consideration recalled to him his situation, and for a moment he was horrified at his own rashness. But the thought did not hold him long, and presently he asked himself apathetically what it could matter in the end. The hours passed slowly, and still he sat motionless by the table, the folded letter lying before him. The cardinal had scarcely returned to his study when a second card was brought to him. The gentleman, said the servant, had assured him that His Eminence would receive him, as he had important information to give concerning the murder of Prince Montevarchi. The cardinal could not repress a smile as he read the name of Anastase Gouache. The young man entered the room and advanced in obedience to the cardinal's friendly gesture. He was as pale as death, and his soft, dark eyes had an expression of despair in them such as the great man had rarely seen. For the rest, he wore his uniform and was as carefully dressed as usual. Your Eminence has doubtless heard of this dreadful murder, began Gouache, forgetting all formality in the extremity of his excitement. Yes, said the cardinal, sitting down. You have something to communicate concerning it, I understand. Donna Faustina Montevarchi has been charged with the crime and is in the prison of the Termini, answered the Zouave, speaking hurriedly. I am here to ask your Eminence to order her release without delay. On what grounds? Inquired the statesman, raising his eyebrows a little as though surprised by the way in which the request was made. Because she is innocent, because her arrest was due to the mistake of the prefect of police. The evidence was against her, but it was absurd to suppose that she could have done it. The prefect of police received my approval. Have you any means of showing that she is innocent? Showing it, repeated Gouache, who looked dazed for a moment, but recovered himself immediately, turning white to the lips. What could be easier? He exclaimed. The murderer is before you. I saw the prince. I asked him for his daughter's hand in marriage. He insulted me. I left the room, but I returned soon afterwards. I found him alone, and I killed him. I do not know how I did it. With Donna Faustina's handkerchief, suggested the cardinal. Perhaps you do not remember that it was lying on the floor and that you picked it up and knotted it. Yes, yes, round his neck, cried Gouache nervously. I remember. But I saw red, everything swam, the details are gone. Here I am, your Eminence's prisoner. I implore you to send the order at once. The cardinal had hitherto maintained a grave expression. His features suddenly relaxed, and he put out his hand. My dear Monsieur Gouache, I like you exceedingly, he said. You are a man of heart. I do not understand. Anastase was very much bewildered, but he saw that his plan for freeing Faustina was on the point of failure. I appreciate your motives, continued the statesman. You love the young lady to distraction. She is arrested on a capital charge. You conceived the idea of presenting yourself as the murderer in her place. But I assure your Eminence, I swear. No, interrupted the other, raising his hand. Do not swear. You are incapable of such a crime. Besides, Donna Faustina is already at liberty, and the author of the deed has already confessed his guilt. Anastase staggered against the projecting shelf of the bookcase. The blood rushed to his face, and for a moment he was almost unconscious of where he was. The cardinal's voice recalled him to himself. If you doubt what I tell you, you need only go to the Palazzo Montevarchi and inquire. Donna Faustina will return with the Princess Sant Ilario. I am sorry that circumstances prevent me from showing you the man who has confessed the crime. He is in my apartments at the present moment, separated from us only by 2 or 3 rooms. His name, Eminence? Asked Gouache, whose whole nature seemed to have changed in a moment. Ah, his name must for the present remain a secret in my keeping, unless, indeed, you have reason to believe that someone else did the murder. Have you no suspicions? You know the family intimately, it seems. You would probably have heard the matter mentioned, if the deceased prince had been concerned in any quarrel, in any transaction which might have made him an object of hatred to anyone we know. Do you recall anything of the kind? Sit down, Monsieur Gouache. You are acquitted, you see. Instead of being a murderer, you are the good friend who once painted my portrait in this very room. Do you remember our charming conversations about Christianity and the Universal Republic? I shall always remember your Eminence's kindness, answered Gouache, seating himself and trying to speak as quietly as possible. His nervous nature was very much unsettled by what had occurred. He had come determined that Faustina should be liberated at any cost, overcome by the horror of her situation, ready to lay down his life for her in the sincerity of his devotion. His conduct had been much more rational than Giovanni's. He had nothing to lose but himself, no relations to be disgraced by his condemnation, none to suffer by his loss. He had only to sacrifice himself to set free forever the woman he loved, and he had not hesitated a moment in the accomplishment of his purpose. But the revulsion of feeling, when he discovered that Faustina was already known to be innocent, and that there was no need for his intervention, was almost more than he could bear. The tears of joy stood in his eyes while he tried to be calm. "Have you any suspicions?" asked the cardinal again in his gentle voice. "None, Eminence. The only thing approaching to a quarrel of which I have heard is the suit about the title of the Saracinesca. But of course, that can have nothing to do with the matter. It was decided yesterday without opposition." "It could have nothing to do with the murder, you think?" inquired the statesman with an air of interest. "No, how could it?" Gouache laughed at the idea. "The Saracinesca could not murder their enemies as they used to do 500 years ago. Besides, your Eminence has got the murderer and must be able to guess better than I what were the incentives to the crime." "That does not follow, my friend. A man who confesses a misdeed is not bound to incriminate anyone else, and a man whose conscience is sensitive enough to make him surrender himself naturally assumes the blame. He suffers remorse and does not attempt any defense, excepting such as you yourself just now gave me when you said that the prince had insulted you, enough to give a semblance of truth to the story. By the by, is that true?" "It is and it is not," answered Gouache, blushing a little. "The poor man, when I began to explain my position, thought, how shall I say, he thought I wanted to sell him a picture. It was not his fault." "Poor man," sighed the cardinal, "he had not much tact. And so, Monsieur Gouache, you think that the great Saracinesca suit has had nothing to do with the murder?" "It seems to me impossible. It looks rather as though he had been murdered by a servant out of spite. It is hard to believe that anyone not belonging to the house could have done it. I think the public will agree with you. I will occupy myself with the matter. Perhaps I have got the man safe in that room, but who knows? If you had come first, you might have gone to the Carcerie Neuve instead of him. After all, he may be in love too." The cardinal smiled, but Gouache started at the suggestion as though it hurt him. "I doubt that," he said quickly. "So do one. It would be a strange coincidence if 2 innocent men had accused themselves of the same crime, out of love, within 24 hours of its being committed. But now that you are calmies, you are beside yourself with excitement, I must tell you that you have done a very rash thing indeed. If I had not chanced to be a friend of yours, what would have become of you? I cannot help liking your courage and devotion. You have shown it in sterner matters, and in the face of the enemy, but you might have destroyed yourself. That would have been a great sin. Is there no case in which a man may destroy himself deliberately? You speak of suicide. It was almost that you contemplated. No, the Church teaches that a man who takes his own life goes straight to hell. So does Mohammed, for that matter. In any case, it is a mortal sin. But objected Gouache, let us suppose me a very bad man, exercising a destroying influence on many other people. Suppose, in short, for the sake of argument, that my life caused others to lose their own souls, and that by killing myself I knew that they would all become good again. Suppose then that I suddenly repented, and that there was no way of saving these people but by my own suicide. Would it not be more honorable in me to say, very well, I will submit to damnation, rather than send all those others to eternal flames? Should I not be justified in blowing out my brains? The cardinal did not know whether to smile or to look grave. He was neither a priest nor a theologian, but a statesman. My dear friend, he answered at last, the ingenuity of your suppositions passes belief. I can only say that, when you find yourself in such a bad case as you describe, I will submit the matter for you to the Holy Father himself. But I would strongly advise you to avoid the situation if you possibly can. Gouache took his leave with a light heart, little guessing, as he descended the great marble staircase, that Giovanni Saracinesca was the prisoner of whom the cardinal had spoken so mysteriously, still less that he, too, had falsely accused himself of having killed poor old Montevarchi. He wondered, as he walked rapidly along the streets in the bright morning sunshine, who the man was and why he had done such a thing, but his thoughts were really with Faustina, and he longed to see her and to hear from her own lips the true version of what had happened. Chapter 24. Arnoldo Meschini was fully conscious of what he had done when he softly closed the door of the study behind him and returned to the library. But although he knew and realized that he had murdered his employer, he could not explain the act to himself. His temples throbbed painfully, and there was a bright red spot in each of his sallow cheeks. He shuffled about from one bookcase to another, and his hands trembled violently as he touched the big volumes. Now and then he glanced towards one or the other of the doors, expecting at every moment that someone would enter to tell him the news, if indeed anyone at such a time should chance to remember the existence of the humble librarian. His brain was on fire and seemed to burn the sockets of his eyes. And yet the time passed, and no one came. The suspense grew to be unbearable, and he felt that he would do anything to escape from it. He went to the door and laid his hand upon the latch. For an instant the flush disappeared from his cheeks, as a great fear took possession of him. He was not able to face the sight of Montevarchi's body lying across that table in the silent study. His hand fell to his side, and he almost ran to the other side of the library. Then, as though ashamed of his weakness, he came back slowly and listened at the door. It was scarcely possible that any distant echo could reach his ears if the household had been already roused, for the passage was long and tortuous, interrupted by other doors and by a winding staircase. But in his present state, he fancied that his senses must be preternaturally sharpened, and he listened eagerly. All was still. He went back to the books. There was nothing to be done but to make a desperate effort to occupy himself and to steady his nerves. If anyone came now, he thought, his face would betray him. There must be a light in his eyes, an uncertainty in his manner which would speak plainly enough to his guilt. He tried to imagine what would take place when the body was found. Someone would enter the room and would see the body. He or she would perhaps think that the prince was in a fit or asleep, who could tell, but he would not answer the voice that called him. Then the person would come forward and touch him. Meschini forced himself to think of it would touch the dead hand and would feel that it was cold. With a cry of horror, the person would hasten from the room. He might hear that cry if he left the door open. Again he laid his hand upon the latch. His fingers seemed paralyzed, and the cold sweat stood on his face, but he succeeded in mastering himself enough to turn the handle and look out. The cry came, but it was from his own lips. He reeled back from the entrance in horror, his eyes starting from his head. There stood the dead man in the dusky passage, shaking at him the handkerchief. It was only his fancy. He passed his hand across his forehead, and a sickly look of relief crept over his face. He had been frightened by his own coat, that hung on a peg outside, long and thin and limp, a white handkerchief depending from the wide pocket. There was not much light in the corridor. He crept cautiously out and took the garment from its place with a nervous, frightened gesture. Dragging it after him, he hastily re-entered the library and rolled up the coat into a shape that could not possibly resemble anything which might frighten him. He laid it upon the table in the brightest place, where the afternoon sun fell upon it. There was a sort of relief in making sure that the thing could not again look like the dead man. He looked up and saw with renewed terror that he had left the door open. There was nothing but air between him and the place where that awful shadow had been conjured up by his imagination. The door must be shut. If it remained open, he should go mad. He tried to think calmly, but it was beyond his power. He attempted to say that there was nothing there and that the door might as well remain open as be shut. But even while making the effort to reason with himself, he was creeping cautiously along the wall in the direction of the entrance. By keeping his eyes close to the wooden paneling, he could advance without seeing into the corridor. He was within a foot of the opening. Convulsed with fear, he put out his hand quickly and tried to pull the heavy oak on its hinges by the projecting bevel. But it was too heavy. He must look out in order to grasp the handle. The cold drops trickled down from his brow and he breathed hard, but he could not go back and leave the door unclosed. With a suppressed sob of agony, he thrust out his head and arm. In a moment it was over, but the moral effort had been terrible, and his strength failed him, so that he staggered against the wainscot and would have fallen but for its support. Some moments elapsed before he could get to a chair, and when he at last sat down in a ray of sunshine to rest, his eyes remained fixed upon the sculptured brass handle of the latch. He almost expected that it would turn mysteriously of itself, and that the dead prince would enter the room. He realized that in his present condition he could not possibly face the person who before long would certainly bring him the news. He must have something to stimulate him and deaden his nerves. He had no idea how long a time had elapsed since he had done the deed, but it seemed that 3 or 4 hours must certainly have passed. In reality, it was scarcely 25 minutes since he had left the study. He remembered suddenly that he had some spirits in his room at the top of the palace. Slowly and painfully, he rose to his feet and went towards the other exit from the library, which, as in many ancient houses, opened upon the grand staircase so as to give free access to visitors from without. He had to cross the broad marble landing, whence a masked door led to the narrow winding steps by which he ascended to the upper story. He listened to hear whether anyone was passing, and then went out. Once on his way, he moved more quickly than seemed possible for a man so bent and misshapen. The bright afternoon sun streamed in through the window of his little chamber, a relief from the somber gloominess of the lofty library, where the straggling rays seemed to make the great hall more shadowy by contrast. But Meschini did not stop to look about him. In a closet in the wall he kept his stores, his chemicals, his carefully composed inks, his bits of prepared parchment, and together with many other articles belonging to his illicit business, he had a bottle of old brandy, which the butler had once given him out of the prince's cellar, in return for a bit of legal advice which had saved the servant a lawyer's fee. Arnoldo Meschini had always been a sober man, like most Italians, and the bottle had stood for years unopened in the cupboard. He had never thought of it, but having been once placed there, it had been safe. The moment had come when the stimulant was precious. His fingers shook as he put the bottle to his lips. When he set it down, they were steady. The liquor acted like an enchantment, and the sallow-faced man smiled as he sat alone by his little table and looked at the thing that had restored him. The bottle had been full when he began to drink. The level of the liquid was now a good hand's breadth below the neck. The quantity he had swallowed would have made a temperate man, in his normal state, almost half drunk. He sat still for a long time, waiting to see whether the draught would produce any other effect. He felt a pleasant warmth in his face and hands. The perspiration had disappeared from his brow, and he was conscious that he could now look out of the open door of the library without fear, even if his coat were hanging on the peg. It was incredible to him that he should have been so really terrified by a mere shadow. He had killed Prince Montevarchi, and the body was lying in the study. Yes, he could think of it without shuddering, almost without an unpleasant sensation. In the dead man's own words, it had been an act of divine justice and retribution, and since nobody could possibly discover the murderer, there was matter for satisfaction in the idea that the wicked old man no longer cumbered the earth with his presence. Strange that he should have suffered such an agony of fear half an hour earlier. Was it half an hour? How pleasantly the sun shone into the little room where he had labored during so many years, and so profitably. Now that the prince was dead, it would be amusing to look at those original documents for which he had made such skillfully constructed substitutes. He would like to assure himself, however, that the deed had been well done. There was magic in that old liquor. Another little draught, and he would go down to the study as though nothing had happened. If he should meet anybody, his easy manner would disarm suspicion. Besides, he could take the bottle with him in the pocket of his long coat. The bottle of courage, he said to himself with a smile as he set it to his lips. This time he drank but little and very slowly. He was too cautious a man to throw away his ammunition uselessly. With a light heart he descended the winding stair and crossed the landing. One of Ascanio Bellegra's servants passed at that moment. Meschini looked at the fellow quietly and even gave him a friendly smile to test his own coolness, a civility which was acknowledged by a familiar nod. The librarian's spirits rose. He did not resent the familiarity of the footman, for with all his learning he was little more than a servant himself, and the accident had come conveniently as a trial of his strength. The man evidently saw nothing unusual in his appearance. Moreover, as he walked, the brandy bottle in his coat-tail pocket beat reassuringly against the calves of his legs. He opened the door of the library and found himself in the scene of his terror. There lay the old coat, wrapped together on the table as he had left it. The sun had moved a little farther during his absence, and the heap of cloth looked innocent enough. Meschini could not understand how it had frightened him so terribly. He still felt that pleasant warmth about his face and hands. That was the door before which he had been such a coward. What was beyond it? The empty passage. He would go and hang the coat where it had hung always, where he always left it when he came in the morning, unless he needed it to keep himself warm. What could be simpler or easier? He took the thing in one hand, turned the handle and looked out. He was not afraid. The long, silent corridor stretched away into the distance, lighted at intervals by narrow windows that opened upon an inner court of the palace. Meschini suspended the coat upon the peg and stood looking before him, a contemptuous smile upon his face, as though he despised himself for his former fears. Then he resolutely walked towards the study, along the familiar way, down a flight of steps. Then to the right he stood before the door, and the dead man was on the other side of it. He paused and listened. All was silent. It was clear to him, as he stood before the table and looked at the body, that no one had been there. Indeed, Meschini now remembered that it was a rule in the house never to disturb the prince unless a visitor came. He had always liked to spend the afternoon in solitude over his accounts and his plans. The librarian paused opposite his victim and gazed at the fallen head and the twisted, whitened fingers. He put out his hand timidly and touched them, and was surprised to find that they were not quite cold. The touch, however, sent a very unpleasant thrill through his own frame, and he drew back quickly with a slight shiver, but he was not terrified as he had been before. The touch, only, was disagreeable to him. He took a book that lay at hand and pushed it against the dead man's arm. There was no sign, no movement. He would have liked to go behind the chair and untie the handkerchief, but his courage was not quite equal to that. Besides, the handkerchief was Faustina's. He had seen her father snatch it from her and throw it upon the floor as he watched the pair through the keyhole. A strange fascination kept him in the study, and he would have yielded to it had he not been fortified against any such morbid folly by the brandy he had swallowed. He thought, as he turned to go, that it was a pity the prince never kept money in the house, for in that case he might have helped himself before leaving. To steal a small value was not worthwhile, considering the danger of discovery. He moved on tiptoe, as though afraid of disturbing the rest of his old employer, and once or twice he looked back. Then at last he closed the door and retraced his steps through the corridor till he gained the library. He was surprised at his own boldness as he went, and at the indifference with which he passed by the coat that hung, limp as ever, upon its peg. He was satisfied, too, with the result of his investigations. The prince was certainly dead. As a direct consequence of his death, the secret of the Saracinesca suit was now his own. No one had a share in it, and it was worth money. He pulled out a number of volumes from the shelves and began to make a pretense of working upon the catalogue. But though he surrounded himself with the implements and necessaries for his task, his mind was busy with the new scheme that unfolded itself to his imagination. He and he alone knew that San Jacinto's possession of the Saracinesca inheritance rested upon a forgery. The fact that this forgery must be revealed in order to reinstate the lawful possessors in their right, did not detract in the least from the value of the secret. Two courses were open to him. He might go to Old Leon Sarcinesca and offer the original documents for sale, on receiving a guarantee for his own safety. Or he might offer them to San Jacinto, who was the person endangered by their existence. Montevarchi had promised him 20,000 scudi for the job and had never paid the money. He had cancelled his debt with his life, however, and had left the secret behind him. Either Sarcinesca or San Jacinto would give 5 times 20,000, 10 times as much perhaps, for the original documents, the one in order to recover what was his own, the other to keep what did not belong to him. The great question to be considered was the way of making the offer. Meschini sat staring at the opposite row of books, engaged in solving the problem. Just then, one of the open volumes before him slipped a little upon another, and the page turned slowly over. The librarian started slightly and glanced at the old-fashioned type. The work was a rare one, which he had often examined, and he knew it to be of great value. A new thought struck him. Why should he not sell this and many other volumes out of the collection, as well as realize money by disposing of his secret? He might as well be rich as possess a mere competence. He looked about him. With a little care and ingenuity, by working at night, and by visiting the sellers of old books during the day, he might soon put together 400 or 500 works which would fetch a high price, and replace them by so many feet of old trash which would look as well. With his enormous industry, it would be a simple matter to tamper with the catalogue, and to insert new pages which should correspond with the changes he contemplated. The old prince was dead, and little as he had really known about the library, his sons knew even less. Meschini could remove the stolen volumes to a safe place, and when he had realized the value of his secret, he would go to Paris, to Berlin, even to London, and dispose of his treasures one by one. He was amazed at the delights the future unfolded to him. Everything seemed gilded, everything seemed ready to turn into gold. His brain dwelt with an enthusiasm wholly new to him upon the dreams it conjured up. He felt 20 years younger. His fears had gone, and with them his humility. He saw himself no longer the poor librarian in his slippers and shabby clothes, cringing to his employer, spending his days in studying the forgeries he afterwards executed during the night, hoarding his ill-gotten gains with jealous secrecy, afraid to show to his few associates that he had accumulated a little wealth, timid by force of long habit, and by the remembrance of the shame in his early life. All that had disappeared under the potent spell of his newfound courage. He fancied himself living in some distant capital, rich and respected, married, perhaps, having servants of his own, astonishing the learned men of some great center by the extent of his knowledge and erudition. All the vanity of his nature was roused from its long sleep by a new set of emotions, till he could scarcely contain his inexplicable happiness. And how had all this come to him so suddenly in the midst of his obscure life, simply by squeezing the breath out of an old man's throat? How easy it had been. The unaccustomed energy which had been awakened in him by the spirits brought with it a pleasant restlessness. He felt that he must go again to his little room upstairs and take out the deeds and read them over. The sight of them would give an increased reality and vividness to his anticipations. Besides, too, it was just barely possible that there might be some word, some expression which he could change and which should increase their value. To sit still, poring over the catalogue in the library, was impossible. Once more he climbed to his attic, but he could not comprehend why he felt a nervous desire to look behind him, as though he were followed by some person whose tread was noiseless. It was not possible, he thought, that the effects of his draught were already passing off. Such courage as he felt in him could not leave him suddenly. He reached his room and took the deeds from the secret place in which he had hidden them, spreading them out lovingly before him. As he sat down, the bottle in his long coat touched the floor behind him with a short, dull thud. It was as though a footstep had sounded in the silent room, and he sprang to his feet before he realized whence the noise came, looking behind him with startled eyes. In a moment he understood, and withdrawing the bottle from his pocket, he set it beside him on the table. He looked at it for a few seconds as though in hesitation, but he determined not to have recourse to its contents so soon. He had undoubtedly been frightened again, but the sound that had scared him had been real and not imaginary. Besides, he had but this one bottle, and he knew that good brandy was dear. He pushed it away, his avarice helping him to resist the temptation. The old documents were agreeably familiar to his eye, and he read and reread them with increasing satisfaction, comparing them carefully and chuckling to himself each time that he reached the bottom of the sheet upon the copy, where there had been no room to introduce that famous clause. But for that accident, he reflected, he would have undoubtedly made the insertion upon the originals, and the latter would be now no longer in his possession. He did not quite understand why he derived such pleasure from reading the writing so often, nor why, when the surrounding objects in the room were clear and distinct to his eyes, the crabbed characters should every now and then seem to move of themselves and to run into each other from right to left. Possibly the emotions of the day had strained his vision. He looked up and saw the bottle. An irresistible desire seized him to taste the liquor again, even if he drank but a drop. The spirits wet his lips, while he was still inwardly debating whether it were wise to drink or not. As he returned the cork to its place, he felt a sudden revival within him of all he had experienced before. His face was warm, his fingers tingled. He took up one of the deeds with a firm hand and settled himself comfortably in his chair, but he could not read it through again. He laughed quietly at his folly. Did he not know every word by heart? He must occupy himself with planning, with arranging the details of his future. When that was done, he could revel in the thought of wealth and rest and satisfied vanity. To his surprise, his thoughts did not flow as connectedly as he had expected. He could not help thinking of the dead man downstairs, not indeed with any terror, not fearing discovery for himself, but with a vague wonderment that made his mind feel empty. Turn over the matter as he would, he could not foresee connectedly what was likely to happen when the murder was known. There was no sequence in his imaginings, and he longed nervously for the moment when everything should be settled. The restlessness that had brought him up to his room demanded some sort of action to quiet it. He would willingly have gone out to see his friend, the little apothecary who lived near the Pont Quattro Capi. It would be a relief to talk to someone, to hear the sound of a human voice. But a remnant of prudence restrained him. It was not very likely that he should be suspected. Indeed, if he behaved prudently, nothing was more improbable. To leave the house at such a time, however, would be the height of folly, unless it could be proved that he had gone out some time before the deed could have been done. The porter was vigilant, and Meschini almost always exchanged a few words with him as he passed through the gates. He would certainly note the time of the librarian's exit more or less accurately. Moreover, the body might have been found already, and even now the gendarmes might be downstairs. The latter consideration determined him to descend once more to the library. A slight chill passed over him as he closed the door of his room behind him. The great hall now seemed very gloomy and cold, and the solitude was oppressive. He felt the necessity for movement and began to walk quickly up and down the length of the library between the broad tables, from one door to the other. At first, as he reached the one that separated him from the passage, he experienced no disagreeable sensation, but turned his back upon it at the end of his walk and retraced his steps. Very gradually, however, he began to feel uncomfortable as he reached that extremity of the room, and the vision of the dead prince rose before his eyes. The coat was there again, on the other side of the door. No doubt it would take the same shape again if he looked at it. His varying courage was just at the point when he was able to look out in order to assure himself that the limp garment had not assumed the appearance of a ghost. He felt a painful thrill in his back as he turned the handle, and the cold air that rushed in as he opened the door seemed to come from a tomb. Although his eyes were satisfied when he had seen the coat in the corner, he drew back quickly, and the thrill was repeated with greater distinctness as he heard the bolt of the latch slip into its socket. He walked away again, but the next time he came back, he turned at some distance from the threshold, and as he turned, he felt the thrill a third time, almost like an electric shock. He could not bear it and sat down before the catalogue. His eyes refused to read, and after a lengthened struggle between his fears, his prudence, and his economy, he once more drew the bottle from his pocket and fortified himself with a draught. This time he drank more, and the effect was different. For some seconds he felt no change in his condition. Presently, however, his nervousness disappeared, giving place now to a sort of stupid indifference. The light was fading from the clerestory windows of the library, and within, the corners and recesses were already dark. But Meschini was past imagining ghosts or apparitions. He sat quite still, his chin leaning on his hand and his elbow on the table, wondering vaguely how long it would be before they came to tell him that the prince was dead. He did not sleep, but he fell into a state of torpor which was restful to his nerves. Sleep would certainly come in half an hour if he were left to himself as long as that. His breathing was heavy, and the silence around him was intense. At last, the much-dreaded moment came and found him dull and apathetic. The door opened, and a ray of light from a candle entered the room, which was now almost dark. A footman and a housemaid thrust in their heads cautiously and peered into the broad gloom, holding the candle high before them. Either would have been afraid to come alone. Sor Arnoldo, the man called out timidly, as though frightened by the sound of his own voice. Here I am, answered Meschini, affecting a cheerful tone as well as he could. Once more and very quickly he took a mouthful from the bottle, behind the table where they could not see him. What is the matter? He asked. The prince is murdered, cried the two servants in a breath. They were very pale as they came towards him. If the cry he uttered was forced, they were too much terrified to notice it. As they told their tale with every species of exaggeration, interspersed with expressions of horror and amazement, he struck his hands to his head, moaned, cried aloud, and being half hysterical with drink, shed real tears in their presence. Then they led him away, saying that the prefect of police was in the study and that all the household had been summoned to be examined by him. He was now launched in his part, and could play it to the end without breaking down. He had afterwards very little recollection of what had occurred. He remembered that the stillness of the study and the white faces of those present had impressed him by contrast with the noisy grief of the servants who had summoned him. He remembered that he had sworn, and others had corroborated his oath, to the effect that he had spent the afternoon between the library and his room. Ascanio Bellegra's footman remembered meeting him on the landing, and said that he had smiled pleasantly in an unconcerned way, as usual, and had passed on. For the rest, no one seemed even to imagine that he could have done the deed, for no one had ever heard anything but friendly words between him and the prince. He remembered, too, having seen the dead body extended upon the great table of the study, and he recalled Donna Faustina's tone of voice indistinctly, as in a dream. Then, before the prefect announced his decision, he was dismissed with the other servants. After that moment, all was a blank in his mind. In reality, he returned to his room and sat down by his table with a candle before him. He never knew that after the examination he had begged another bottle of liquor of the butler on the ground that his nerves were upset by the terrible event. About midnight, the candle burned down into the socket. Profiting by the last ray of light, he drank a final draught and reeled to his bed, dressed as he was. One bottle was empty, and a third of the second was gone. Arnoldo Meschini was dead drunk. Chapter 25. Corona was not much surprised when the messenger brought her carriage and presented the order for Faustina's liberation. When Giovanni had left her, she had felt that he would find means to procure the young girl's liberty, and the only thing which seemed strange to her was the fact that Giovanni did not return himself. The messenger said he had seen him with the cardinal and that Sant Ilario had given the order to use the carriage. Beyond that, he knew nothing. Corona at once took Faustina to the Palazzo Montevarchi, and then, with a promise to come back in the course of the day, she went home to rest. She needed repose even more than Faustina, who, after all, had slept soundly on her prison bed, trusting with childlike faith in her friend's promise that she should be free in the morning. Corona, on the contrary, had passed a wakeful night, and was almost worn out with fatigue. She remained in her room until 12 o'clock, the hour when the members of the family met at the midday breakfast. She found her father-in-law waiting for her, and at a glance she saw that he was in a savage humor. His bronzed face was paler than usual, and his movements more sudden and nervous, while his dark eyes gleamed angrily beneath his bent and shaggy brows. Corona, on her part, was silent and preoccupied. In spite of the tragic events of the night, which, after all, only affected her indirectly at present, and in spite of the constant moral suffering which now played so important a part in her life, she could not but be disturbed by the tremendous loss sustained by her husband and by his father. It fell most heavily upon the latter, who was an old man, and whose mind was not engaged by any other absorbing consideration, but the blow was a terrible one to the other also. "Where is Giovanni?" asked Saracinesca brusquely as they sat down to the table. I do not know, answered Corona. The last I heard of him was that he was with Cardinal Antonelli. I suppose that after getting the order to release Faustina, he stayed there. So His Eminence suffered himself to be persuaded that a little girl did not strangle that old tanner, remarked the prince. Apparently. If they had taken Flavia, it would have been more natural. She would have inaugurated her reign as Princess Saracinesca by a night in the Termini. Delightful contrast. I suppose you know who did it. No, probably a servant, though they say that nothing was stolen. San Jacinto did it. I have thought the whole matter out, and I am convinced of it. Look at his hands. He could strangle an elephant, not that he could have had any particular reason for liquidating his father-in-law. He is rich enough without Flavia's share, but I always thought he would kill somebody one of these days, ever since I met him at Aquila. Without any reason, why should he have done it? My dear child, when one has no reason to give, it is very hard to say why a thing occurs. He looks like the man. Is it conceivable that after getting all he could desire, he should endanger his happiness in such a way? Perhaps not. I believe he did it. What an abominable omelette glass of water, Pasquale. Abominable, is it not, Corona? Perfectly uneatable. I suppose the cook has heard of our misfortunes and wants to leave. I fancy we are not very hungry, remarked Corona, in order to say something. I would like to know whether the murderer is eating his breakfast at this moment and whether he has any appetite. It would be interesting from a psychological point of view. By the by, all this is very like a jettura. What? Montevarchi coming to his end on the very day he had won the suit. In good old times, it would have been Giovanni who would have cut his throat, after which we should have all retired to Saracinesca and prepared for a siege. Less civilized, but twice as human. No doubt they will say Noevan now that we paid a man to do the work. But it was San Jacinto who brought the suit. It was Montevarchi. I have seen my lawyer this morning. He says that Montevarchi sent the people out to Frascati to see San Jacinto and explained the whole matter to them beforehand. He discovered the clause in the deeds first. San Jacinto never even saw them until everything was ready. And on the evening of the very day when it was settled, Montevarchi is murdered. I wonder that it has not struck anyone to say we did it. You did not oppose the suit. If you had, it would have been different. How could I oppose the action? It was clear from the beginning that we had no chance of winning it. The fact remains that we are turned out of our home. The sooner we leave this, the better. It will only be harder to go if we stay here. Yes, answered Corona sadly, it will be harder. I believe it is a judgment of heaven on Giovanni for his outrageous conduct, growled the prince, suddenly running away with a new idea. On Giovanni, Corona was roused immediately by the mention of her husband in such a connection. Yes, for his behavior to you, the young scoundrel. I ought to have disinherited him at once. Please do not talk in that way. I cannot let you say. He is my own son, and I will say what I please, interrupted Saracinesca fiercely. He treated you outrageously, I say. It is just like a woman to deny it and defend her husband. Since there is no one else to defend him, I must. He was misled, and naturally enough, considering the appearances. I did not know that you knew about it all. I do not know all nor half, but I know enough. A man who suspects such a woman as you deserves to be hanged. Besides, he added irrelevantly, but with an intuitive keenness that startled Corona, besides, you have not forgiven him. Indeed, I have. In a Christian spirit, no doubt, I know you are good, but you do not love him as you 999. It is useless to deny it. Why should you? I do not blame you, I am sure. The prince fixed his bright eyes on her face and waited for her answer. She turned a little paler and said nothing for several moments. Then, as he watched her, he saw the color mount slowly to her olive cheeks. She herself could hardly have accounted for the unwanted blush, and a man capable of more complicated reasoning than her father-in-law would have misinterpreted it. Corona had at first been angry at the thought that he could speak as he did of Giovanni, saying things she would not say to herself concerning him. Then she felt a curious sensation of shame at being discovered. It was true that she did not love her husband, or at least that she believed herself unable to love him, but she was ashamed that anyone else should know it. "Why will you persist in talking about the matter?" she asked at length. "It is between us two." "It seems to me that it concerns me," returned Saracinesca, who was naturally pertinacious. "I am not inquisitive. I ask no questions. Giovanni has said very little about it to me, but I am not blind. He came to me one evening and said he was going to take you away to the mountains. He seemed very much disturbed, and I saw that there had been trouble between you and that he suspected you of something. He did not say so, but I knew what he meant. If it had turned out true, I think I would have well. I would not have answered for my conduct. Of course I took his part, but you fell ill and did not know that. When he came and told me that he had been mistaken, I abused him like a thief. I have abused him ever since whenever I have had a chance. It was a vile, dastardly, foolish, ridiculous." "For heaven's sake," cried Corona, interrupting him, pray leave the question in peace. I am so unhappy." "So am I," answered Saracinesca bluntly. "It does not add to my happiness to know that my son has made an ass of himself. Worse than that, you do not seem to realize that I am very fond of you. If I had not been such an old man, I should have fallen in love with you as well as Giovanni. Do you remember when I rode over to Astradent and asked you to marry him? I would have given all I was worth, to be in Giovanni's shoes when I brought back your answer. Bah, I am an old fellow and no Apollo either. But you have been a good daughter to me, Corona, and I will not let anyone behave badly to you. And you have been good to me, so good, but you must not be angry with Giovanni. He was misled. He loved me even then. I wish I were as charitable as you." "Do not call me charitable. I am anything but that. If I were, I would." She stopped short. "Yes, I know you would love him as you did before. Then you would not be Corona, but someone else. I know that sort of argument, but you cannot be two persons at one time. The other woman, whom you have got in your mind, and who would love Giovanni, is a weak-minded kind of creature who bears anything and everything, who will accept any sort of excuse for an insult, and will take credit to herself for being long-suffering because she has not the spirit to be justly angry. Thank heaven you are not like that. If you were, Giovanni would not have had you for a wife, nor I for a daughter. I think it is my fault. I would do anything in the world to make it otherwise." "You admit the fact, then? Of course, it is a misfortune and not your fault. It is one more misfortune among so many. You may forgive him if you please. I will not. By the by, I wonder why he does not come back. I would like to hear the news." "The cardinal may have kept him to breakfast since 7 o'clock this morning. That is impossible, unless his eminence has arrested him on charge of the murder." The old gentleman laughed gruffly, little guessing how near his jest lay to the truth. But Corona looked up quickly. The mere idea of such a horrible contingency was painful to her, absurd and wildly improbable as it appeared. "I was going to ask him to go up to Saracinesca tomorrow and see to the changes," continued the prince. "Must it be so soon?" asked Corona regretfully. "Is it absolutely decided? Have you not yielded too easily?" "I cannot go over all the arguments again," returned her father-in-law with some impatience. "There is no doubt about it. I expended all my coolness and civility on San Jacinto when he came to see me about it. It is of no use to complain, and we cannot draw back. I suppose I might go down on my knees to the Pope and ask His Holiness for another title, for the privilege of being called something, Principe di Cavalfiere, if you like. But I will not do it. I will die as Leone Saracinesca. You can give Giovanni your old title, if you please. It is yours to give. He shall have it if he wants it. What does it matter? I can be Donna Corona. What does it matter, provided we have peace? What does anything matter in this unutterably ridiculous world except your happiness, poor child? Yes, everything must be got ready. I will not stay in this house another week." "But in a week it will be impossible to do all there is to be done," exclaimed Corona, whose feminine mind foresaw infinite difficulties in moving. "Possible or impossible, it must be accomplished. I have appointed this day week for handing over the property. The lawyers said, as you say, that it would need more time. I told them that there was no time, and that if they could not do it, I would employ someone else. They talked of sitting up all-nighters if I cared whether they lost their beauty sleep or not. A week from today everything must be settled, so that I have not in my possession a penny that does not belong to me." "And then what will you do?" asked Corona, who saw in spite of his vehemence how much he was affected by the prospect. "And then, what then? Live somewhere else, I suppose, and pray for an easy death." No one had ever heard Leon Saracinesca say before now that he desired to die, and the wish seemed so contrary to the nature of his character that Corona looked earnestly at him. His face was discomposed, and his voice had trembled. He was a brave man, and a very honorable one, but he was very far from being a philosopher. As he had said, he had expended all his calmness in that one meeting with San Jacinto, when he had been persuaded of the justice of the latter's claims. Since then he had felt nothing but bitterness, and the outward expression of it was either an unreasonable irritation concerning small matters, or some passionate outburst like the present against life, against the world in which he lived, against everything. It is scarcely to be wondered at that he should have felt the loss so deeply, more deeply even than Giovanni. He had been for many years the sole head and master of his house, and had borne all the hereditary dignities that belonged to his station, some of which were of a kind that pleased his love of feudal traditions. For the money he cared little. The loss that hurt him most touched his pride, and that generous vanity which was a part of his nature, which delighted in the honor accorded to his name, to his son, to his son's wife, in the perpetuation of his race, and in a certain dominating independence that injured no one and gave himself immense satisfaction. At his age he was not to be blamed for such feelings. They proceeded in reality far more from habit than from a vain disposition, and it seemed to him that if he bore the calamity bravely, he had a right to abuse his fate in his own language. But he could not always keep himself from betraying more emotion than he cared to show. "Do not talk of death," said Corona. "Giovanni and I will make your life happy and worth living." She sighed as she spoke, in spite of herself. "Giovanni and you," repeated the prince gloomily, "but for his folly what is the use of talking? I have much to do. If he comes to you this afternoon, please tell him that I want him." Corona was glad when the meal was ended, and she went back to her own room. She had promised to go and see Faustina again, but otherwise she did not know how to occupy herself. A vague uneasiness beset her as the time passed, and her husband did not come home. It was unlike him to stay away all day without warning her, though she was obliged to confess to herself that she had of late shown very little interest in his doings, and that it would not be very surprising if he began to do as he pleased without informing her of his intentions. Nevertheless, she wished he would show himself before evening. The force of habit was still strong, and she missed him without quite knowing it. At last, she made an effort against her apathy and went out to pay the promised visit. The Montevarchi household was subdued under all the outward pomp of a ponderous mourning. The gates and staircases were hung with black. In the vast antechamber, the canopy was completely hidden by an enormous hatchment before which the dead prince had lain in state during the previous night and a part of the day. According to the Roman custom, the body had been already removed, the regulations of the city requiring that this should be done within 24 hours. The great black pedestals on which the lights had been placed were still standing, and lent a ghastly and sepulchral appearance to the whole. Numbers of servants in mourning liveries stood around an immense copper brazier in a corner, talking together in low tones, their voices dying away altogether as the Princess Sant Ilario entered the open door of the hall. The man who came forward appeared to be the person in charge of the funeral, for Corona had not seen him in the house before. "Donna Faustina expects me," she said, continuing to walk towards the entrance to the apartments. "Your Excellency's name?" inquired the man. Corona was surprised that he should ask, and wondered whether even the people of his class already knew the result of the suit. "Donna Corona Saracinesca," she answered in distinct tones. The appellation sounded strange and unfamiliar. "Donna Corona Saracinesca," the man repeated in a loud voice a second later. He had almost run into San Jacinto, who was coming out at that moment. Corona found herself face to face with her cousin. "You princess," he exclaimed, putting out his hand. In spite of the relationship, he was not privileged to call her by her name. "Yowie, does the man announce you in that way?" Corona took his hand and looked quietly into his face. They had not met since the decision. I told him to do so. I shall be known by that name in future. I have come to see Faustina. She would have passed on. Allow me to say, said San Jacinto in his deep, calm voice, that as far as I am concerned you are, and always shall be, Princess Sant Ilario. No one can regret more than I the position in which I am placed towards you and yours, and I shall certainly do all in my power to prevent any such unnecessary changes. We cannot discuss that matter here, answered Corona, speaking more coldly than she meant to do. I trust there need be no discussion. I even hope that you will bear me no ill will. I bear you none. You have acted honestly and openly. You had right on your side, but neither my husband nor I will live under a borrowed name. San Jacinto seemed hurt by her answer. He stood aside to allow her to pass, and there was something dignified in his demeanor that pleased Corona. The settlement is not made yet, he said gravely. Until then the name is yours. When she was gone, he looked after her with an expression of annoyance upon his face. He understood well enough what she felt, but he was very far from wishing to let any unpleasantness arise between him and her family. Even in the position to which he had now attained, he felt that there was an element of uncertainty, and he did not feel able to dispense with the goodwill of his relations, merely because he was Prince Saracinesca and master of a great fortune. His early life had made him a cautious man, and he did not underestimate the value of personal influence. Moreover, he had not a bad heart, and preferred if possible to be on good terms with everybody. According to his own view, he had done nothing more than claim what was legitimately his, but he did not want the enmity of those who had resigned all into his hands. Corona went on her way and found Faustina and Flavia together. Their mother was not able to see anyone. The rest of the family had gone to the country as soon as the body had been taken away, yielding without any great resistance to the entreaties of their best friends who, according to Roman custom, thought it necessary to divert the mourners. That is the consecrated phrase, and people of other countries may open their eyes in astonishment at the state of domestic relations as revealed by this practice. It is not an uncommon thing for the majority of the family to go away even before death has actually taken place. Speaking of a person who is dying, it is not unusual to say, "You may imagine how ill he is, for the family has left him." The servants attend the requiem mass, the empty carriages follow the hearse to the gates of the city, but the family is already in the country, trying to divert itself. Flavia and Faustina, however, had stayed at home, partly because the old princess was really too deeply moved and profoundly shocked to go away, and partly because San Jacinto refused to leave Rome. Faustina, too, was eccentric enough to think such haste after diversion altogether indecent, and she herself had been through such a series of emotions during the 24 hours that she found rest needful. As for Flavia, she took matters very calmly, but would have preferred very much to be with her brothers and their wives. The calamity had for the time subdued her vivacity, though it was easy to see that it had made no deep impression upon her nature. If the truth were told, she was more unpleasantly affected by thus suddenly meeting Corona than by her father's tragic death. She thought it necessary to be more than usually affectionate, not out of calculation, but rather to get rid of a disagreeable impression. She sprang forward and kissed Corona on both cheeks. "I was longing to see you," she said enthusiastically. "You have been so kind to Faustina. I am sure we can never thank you enough. Imagine if she had been obliged to spend the night alone in prison. Such an abominable mistake, too. I hope that dreadful man will be sent to the galleys. Poor little Faustina, how could anyone think she could do such a thing?" Corona was not prepared for Flavia's manner, and it grated disagreeably on her sensibilities. But she said nothing, only returning her salutation with becoming cordiality before sitting down between the two sisters. Faustina looked on coldly, disgusted with such indifference. It struck her that if Corona had not accompanied her to the Termini, it would have been very hard to induce any of her own family to do so. "And poor Papa," continued Flavia volubly, "is it not too dreadful, too horrible, to think of anyone daring? I shall never get over the impression it made on Minerva. Without a priest, without anyone per dear. Heaven is very merciful, said Corona, thinking it necessary to make some such remark. Oh, I know, answered Flavia with sudden seriousness. I know, but poor Pappy, you see, I am afraid. She stopped significantly and shook her head, evidently implying that Prince Montevarchi's chances of blessedness were but slender. Flavia, cried Faustina indignantly, how can you say such things? Oh, I say nothing, and besides, I dare say you see he was sometimes very kind. It was only yesterday, for instance, that he actually promised me those earrings. You know, Faustina, the pearl drops at Civilatus. It is true, they were not so very big after all. He really said he would give them to me as a souvenir. I forgot. She stopped with some embarrassment, for she had been on the point of saying that the earrings were to be a remembrance if the suit were won, when she recollected that she was speaking to Corona. Well, it would have been very kind of him if he had, she added. Perhaps that is something. Poor Papa, one would feel more sure about it if he had got some kind of absolution. I do not believe you cared for him at all, exclaimed Faustina. Corona evidently shared this belief, for she looked very grave and was silent. Oh, Faustina, how unkind you are, cried Flavia in great astonishment and some anger. I am sure I loved poor Papa as much as any of you, and perhaps a great deal better. We were always such good friends. Faustina raised her eyebrows a little and looked at Corona as though to say that her sister was hopeless, and for some minutes no one spoke. You are quite rested now? Asked Corona at last, turning to the young girl. Poor child, what you must have suffered. It is strange, but I am not tired. I slept, you know, for I was worn out. Faustina's grief did not keep her awake, observed Flavia, willing to say something disagreeable. I only came to see how you were, said Corona, who did not care to prolong the interview. I hope to hear that your mother is better tomorrow. I met Saracinesca as I came in, but I did not ask him. Your father-in-law? Asked Faustina innocently. I did not know he had been here. No, your husband, my dear, answered Corona, looking at Flavia as she spoke. She was curious to see what effect the change had produced upon her. Flavia's cheeks flushed quickly, evidently with pleasure, if also with some embarrassment. But Corona was calm and unmoved as usual. I did not know you already called him so, said Flavia. How strange it will be. We shall soon get used to it, replied Corona with a smile as she rose to go. I wish you many years of happiness with your new name. Goodbye. Faustina went with her into one of the outer rooms. Tell me, she said, when they were alone, how did your husband manage it so quickly? They told me today that the cardinal had at first refused. I cannot understand it. I could not ask you before. Flaviash is so inquisitive. I do not know. I have not seen Giovanni yet. He stayed with the cardinal when the carriage came for us. It was managed in some way and quickly. I shall hear all about it this evening. What is it, dear? There were tears in Faustina's soft eyes, followed quickly by a little sob. I miss him dreadfully, she exclaimed, laying her head on her friend's shoulder. And I am so unhappy. We parted angrily, and I can never tell him how sorry I am. You do not think it could have had anything to do with it, do you? Your little quarrel? No, child, what could it have changed? We do not know what happened. I shall never forget his face. I was dreadfully undutiful. I could almost marry that man if it would do any good. Corona smiled sadly. The young girl's sorrow was genuine, in strange contrast to Flavia's voluble flippancy. She laid her hand affectionately on the thick chestnut hair. Perhaps he sees now that you should not marry against your heart. Oh, do you think so? I wish it were possible. I should not feel as though I were so bad if I thought he understood now. I could bear it better. I should not feel as though it were almost a duty to marry Frangipani. Corona turned quickly with an expression that was almost fierce in its intensity. She took Faustina's hands in hers. Never do that, Faustina. Whatever comes to you, do not do that. You do not know what it is to live with a man you do not love, even if you do not hate him. It is worse than death. Corona kissed her and left her standing by the door. Was it possible, Faustina asked, that Corona did not love her husband, or was she speaking of her former life with old Astradent? Of course, it must be that. Giovanni and Corona were a proverbially happy couple. When Corona again entered her own room, there was a note lying upon the table, the one her husband had written that morning from his place of confinement. She tore the envelope open with an anxiety of which she had not believed herself capable. She had asked for him when she returned, and he had not been heard of yet. The vague uneasiness she had felt at his absence suddenly increased, until she felt that unless she saw him at once, she must go in search of him. She read the note through again and again, without clearly understanding the contents. It was evident that he had left Rome suddenly and had not cared to tell her whither he was going, since the instructions as to what she was to say were put in such a manner as to make it evident that they were only to serve as an excuse for his absence to others, and not as an explanation to herself. The note was enigmatical and might mean almost anything. At last Corona tossed the bit of paper into the fire and tapped the thick carpet impatiently with her foot. "How coldly he writes," she exclaimed aloud. The door opened, and her maid appeared. "Will your Excellency receive Monsieur Gouache?" asked the woman from the threshold. "No, certainly not," answered Corona in a voice that frightened the servant. "I am not at home." "Yes, your Excellency." Chapter 26. The amount of work which Arnoldo Meschini did in the 24 hours of the day depended almost entirely upon his inclinations. The library had always been open to the public once a week, on Mondays, and on those occasions the librarian was obliged to be present. The rest of his time was supposed to be devoted to the incessant labor connected with so important a collection of books, and on the whole, he had done far more than was expected of him. Prince Montevarchi had never proposed to give him an assistant, and he would have rejected any such offer, since the presence of another person would have made it almost impossible for him to carry on his business of forging ancient manuscripts. The manual labor of his illicit craft was of course performed in his own room, but a second librarian could not have failed to discover that there was something wrong. Night after night, he carried the precious manuscripts to his chamber, bringing them back and restoring them to their places every morning. During the day, he studied attentively what he afterwards executed in the quiet hours when he could be alone. Of the household, none but the prince himself ever came to the library. No other member of the family cared for the books or knew anything about them. His employer being dead, Meschini was practically master of all the shelves contained. No one disturbed him, no one asked what he was doing. His salary would be paid regularly by the steward, and he would in all probability be left to vegetate unheeded for the rest of his natural lifetime. When he died, someone else would be engaged in his place. In the ordinary course of events, no other future would have been open to him. He awoke very late in the morning on the day after the murder, and lay for some time wondering why he was so very uncomfortable, why his head hurt him, why his vision was indistinct, why he could remember nothing he had done before going to bed. The enormous quantity of liquor he had drunk had temporarily destroyed his faculties, which were not hardened by the habitual use of alcohol. He turned his head uneasily upon the pillow and saw the bottles on the table, the candle burnt down in the brass candlestick, and the general disorder in the room. He glanced at his own body and saw that he was lying dressed upon his bed. Then the whole truth flashed upon his mind with appalling vividness. A shock went through his system as though someone had struck him violently on the back of the head, while the light in the room was momentarily broken into flashes that pained his eyes. He got upon his feet with difficulty and steadied himself by the bedpost, hardly able to stand alone. He had murdered his master. The first moment in which he realized the fact was the most horrible he remembered to have passed. He had killed the prince and could recall nothing, or next to nothing, that had occurred since the deed. Almost before he knew what he was doing, he had locked his door with a double turn of the key and was pushing the furniture against it, the table, the chairs, everything that he could move. It seemed to him that he could already hear upon the winding stair the clank of the gens d'armes sabres as they came to get him. He looked wildly round the room to see whether there was anything that could lead to discovery. The unwanted exertion, however, had restored the circulation of his blood, and with it arose an indistinct memory of the sense of triumph he had felt when he had last entered the chamber. He asked himself how he could have rejoiced over the deed, unless he had unconsciously taken steps for his own safety. The body must have been found long ago. Very gradually there rose before him the vision of the scene in the study when he had been summoned thither by the two servants, the dead prince stretched on the table, the pale faces, the prefect, Donna Faustina's voice, a series of questions asked in a metallic, pitiless tone. He had not been drunk, therefore, when they had sent for him. And yet he knew that he had not been sober. In what state, then, had he found himself? With a shudder, he remembered his terror in the library, his fright at the ghost which had turned out to be only his own coat, his visit to his room, and the first draught he had swallowed. From that point onwards, his memory grew less and less clear. He found that he could not remember at all how he had come upstairs the last time. One thing was evident, however. He had not been arrested, since he found himself in his chamber unmolested. Who then had been taken in his place? He was amazed to find that he did not know. Surely, at the first inquest, something must have been said which would have led to the arrest of someone. The law never went away empty-handed. He racked his aching brain to bring back the incident, but it would not be recalled for the excellent reason that he really knew nothing about the matter. It was a relief, at all events, to find that he had actually been examined with the rest and had not been suspected. Nevertheless, he had undoubtedly done the deed, of which the mere thought made him tremble in every joint. Or was it all a part of his drunken dreams? No, that at least could not be explained away. For a long time he moved uneasily from his barricade at the door to the window, from which he tried to see the street below. But his room was in the attic, and the broad stone cornice of the palace cut off the view effectually. At last he began to pull the furniture away from the entrance, slowly at first, as he merely thought of its uselessness, then with feverish haste, as he realized that the fact of his trying to entrench himself in his quarters would seem suspicious. In a few seconds, he had restored everything to its place. The brandy bottles disappeared into the cupboard in the wall. A bit of candle filled the empty candlestick. He tore off his clothes and jumped into bed, tossing himself about to give it the appearance of having been slept in. Then he got up again and proceeded to make his toilet. All his clothes were black, and he had but a slender choice. He understood vaguely, however, that there would be a funeral or some sort of ceremony in which all the members of the household would be expected to join, and he arrayed himself in the best he had, a decent suit of broadcloth, a clean shirt, a black tie. He looked at himself in the cracked mirror. His face was ghastly yellow, the whites of his eyes injected with blood, the veins at the temples swollen and congested. He was afraid that his appearance might excite remark, though it was in reality not very much changed. Then, as he thought of this, he realized that he was to meet a score of persons, some of whom would very probably look at him curiously. His nerves were in a shattered condition. He almost broke down at the mere idea of what he must face. What would become of him in the presence of the reality? And yet he had met the whole household bravely enough on the very spot where he had done the murder on the previous evening. He sat down, overpowered by the revival of his fear and horror. The room swam around him, and he grasped the edge of the table for support. But he could not stay there all day. Any reluctance to make his appearance at such a time might be fatal. There was only one way to get the necessary courage, and that was to drink again. He shrank from the thought. He had not acquired the habitual drunkard's certainty of finding nerve and boldness and steadiness of hand in the morning draught, and the idea of tasting the liquor was loathsome to him in his disordered state. He rose to his feet and tried to act as though he were in the midst of a crowd of persons. Ape-like, he grinned at the furniture, walked about the room, spoke aloud, pretending that he was meeting real people, tried to frame sentences expressive of profound grief. He opened the door and made a pretense of greeting an imaginary individual. It was as though a stream of cold water had fallen upon his neck. His knees knocked together, and he felt sick with fear. There was evidently no use in attempting to go down without some stimulant. Almost sorrowfully, he shut the door again and took the bottle from its place. He took several small doses, patiently testing the effect until his hand was steady and warm. 10 minutes later, he was kneeling with many others before the catafalque, beneath the great canopy of black. He was dazed by the light of the great branches of candles, and confused by the subdued sound of whispering and of softly treading feet. But he knew that his outward demeanor was calm and collected, and that he exhibited no signs of nervousness. San Jacinto was standing near one of the doors, having taken his turn with the sons of the dead man to remain in the room. He watched the librarian, and a rough sort of pity made itself felt in his heart. Poor Meschini, he thought, he has lost a friend. I dare say he is more genuinely sorry than all the family put together, poor fellow. Arnoldo Meschini, kneeling before the body of the man he had murdered, with a brandy bottle in the pocket of his long coat, would have come to an evil end if the giant had guessed the truth. But he looked what he was supposed to be, the humble, ill-paid, half-starved librarian, mourning the master he had faithfully served for 30 years. He knelt a long time, his lips moving mechanically with the words of an oft-repeated prayer. In reality, he was afraid to rise from his knees alone, and was waiting until some of the others made the first move. But the rows of laqueys, doubtless believing that the amount of their future wages would largely depend upon the vigor of their present mourning, did not seem inclined to desist from their orisons. To Meschini, the time was interminable, and his courage was beginning to ooze away from him, as the sense of his position acquired a tormenting force. He could have borne it well enough in a church. In the midst of a vast congregation, he could have fought off his horror even here for a few minutes, but to sustain such a part for a quarter of an hour seemed almost impossible. He would have given his soul, which indeed was just then of but small value, to take a sip of courage from the bottle, and his clasped fingers twitched nervously, longing to find the way to his pocket. He glanced along the line, measuring his position, to see whether there was a possibility of drinking without being observed, but he saw that it would be madness to think of it, and began repeating his prayer with redoubled energy in the hope of distracting his mind. Then a horrible delusion began to take possession of him. He fancied that the dead man was beginning to turn his head slowly, almost imperceptibly, towards him. Those closed eyes would open and look him in the face. A supernatural voice would speak his name. As on the previous afternoon, the cold perspiration began to trickle from his brow. He was on the point of crying aloud with terror when the man next to him rose. In an instant, he was on his feet. Both bent again, crossed themselves, and retired. Meschini stumbled and caught at his companion's arm, but succeeded in gaining the door. As he passed out, his face was so discomposed that San Jacinto looked down upon him with increased compassion, then followed him a few steps and laid his hand on his shoulder. The librarian started violently and stood still. "He was a good friend to you, Signor Meschini," said the big man kindly, "but take heart, you shall not be forgotten." The dreaded moment had come, and it had been very terrible, but San Jacinto's tone was reassuring. He could not have suspected anything, though the servants said that he was an inscrutable man, profound in his thoughts and fearful in his anger. He was the one of all the family whom Meschini most feared. "God have mercy on him," whined the librarian, trembling to his feet. "He was the best of men, and is no doubt in glory." "No doubt," replied San Jacinto dryly. He entertained opinions of his own upon the subject, and he did not like the man's tone. "No doubt," he repeated. "We will try and fulfill his wishes with regard to you." "Grazie, Eccellenza," said Meschini with great humility, making horns with his fingers behind his back to ward off the evil eye, and edging away in the direction of the grand staircase. San Jacinto returned to the door and paid no more attention to him. Then Meschini almost ran down the stairs and did not slacken his speed until he found himself in the street. The cold air of the winter's day revived him, and he found himself walking rapidly in the direction of the Pont Quattro Capi. He generally took that direction when he went out without any especial object, for his friend Tiberio Calesso, the poor apothecary, had his shop upon the little island of St. Bartholomew, which is connected with the shores of the river by a double bridge, whence the name, the Bridge of Four Heads. Meschini paused and looked over the parapet at the yellow swirling water. The eddies seemed to take queer shapes, and he watched them for a long time. He had a splitting headache, of the kind which is made more painful by looking at quickly moving objects, which, at the same time, exercise an irresistible fascination over the eye. Almost unconsciously, he compared his own life to the river turbid, winding, destroying. The simile was incoherent, like most of his fancies on that day, but it served to express a thought, and he began to feel an odd sympathy for the muddy stream, such as perhaps no one had ever felt before him. But as he looked, he grew dizzy and drew back from the parapet. There must have been something strange in his face, for a man who was passing looked at him curiously and asked whether he were 99. He shook his head with a sickly smile and passed on. The apothecary was standing idly at his door, waiting for a custom that rarely came his way. He was a cadaverous man, about 50 years of age, with eyes of an uncertain color set deep in his head. An ill-kept, grizzled beard descended upon his chest and gave a certain wildness to his appearance. A very shabby green smoking cap, trimmed with tarnished silver lace, was set far back upon his head, displaying a wrinkled forehead, much heightened by baldness, but of proportions that denoted a large and active brain. That he took snuff in great quantities was apparent. Otherwise, he was neither very dirty nor very clean, but his thumbs had that peculiar shape which seems to be the result of constantly rolling pills. Meschini stopped before him. "Sor Arnoldo, good day," said the chemist, scrutinizing his friend's face curiously. "Good day, Sor Tiberio," replied the librarian. "Will you let me come in for a little moment?" There seemed to be an attempt at a jest in the question, for the apothecary almost smiled. "Padrone," he said, retiring backwards through the narrow door. "A game of scopa today." "Have you the time to spare?" inquired the other in a serious tone. They always maintained the myth that Tiberio Calesso was a very busy man. "Today," answered the latter without a smile, and emphasizing the word as though it defined an exception, "today, I have nothing to do. Besides, it is early. We can play a hand, and then we can dine at Sicco's." "Being Friday in Advent, I had intended to fast," replied the apothecary, who had not a penny in his pocket, "but since you are so good as to invite me, I do not say no." Meschini said nothing, for he understood the situation, which was by no means a novel one. His friend produced a pack of Italian cards, almost black with age. He gave Meschini the only chair and seated himself upon a three-legged stool. It was a dismal scene. The shop was like many of its kind in the poorer quarters of old Rome. There was room for the counter and for 3 people to stand before it when the door was shut. The floor was covered with a broken pavement of dingy bricks. As the 2 men began to play, a fine drizzling rain wet the silent street outside, and the bricks within at once exhibited an unctuous moisture. The sky had become cloudy after the fine morning, and there was little light in the shop. 3 of the walls were hidden by cases with glass doors, containing an assortment of majolica jars which would delight a modern amateur, but which looked dingy and mean in the poor shop. Here and there between them stood bottles large and small, some broken and dusty, others filled with liquids and bearing paper labels, brown with age, the ink inscriptions fading into the dirty surface that surrounded them. The only things in the place which looked tolerably clean were the little brass scales and the white marble tablet for compounding solid medicines. The 2 men looked as though they belonged to the little room. Meschini's yellow complexion was as much in keeping with the surroundings as the chemist's gray, colorless face. His bloodshot eyes wandered from the half-defaced cards to the objects in the shop, and he was uncertain in his play. His companion looked at him as though he were trying to solve some intricate problem that gave him trouble. He himself was a man who, like the librarian, had begun life under favorable circumstances, had studied medicine and had practiced it. But he had been unfortunate, and though talented, did not possess the qualifications most necessary for his profession. He had busied himself with chemistry and had invented a universal panacea which had failed, and in which he had sunk most of his small capital. Disgusted with his reverses, he had gravitated slowly to his present position. Finding him careless and indifferent to their wants, his customers had dropped away, one by one, until he earned barely enough to keep body and soul together. Only the poorest class of people, emboldened by the mean aspect of his shop, came in to get a plaster, an ointment, or a black draught at the lowest possible prices. And yet, in certain branches, Tiberio Calesso was a learned man. At all events, he had proved himself able to do all that Meschini asked of him. He was keen, too, in an indolent way, and a single glance had satisfied him that something very unusual had happened to the librarian. He watched him patiently, hoping to find out the truth without questions. At the same time, the hope of winning a few coppers made him keep an eye on the game. To his surprise, he won easily, and he was further astonished when he saw that the miserly Meschini was not inclined to complain of his losses nor to accuse him of cheating. "You are not lucky today," he remarked at last, when his winnings amounted to a couple of palsam modern franc in all. Meschini looked at him uneasily and wiped his brow, leaning back in the rickety chair. His hands were trembling. "No," he answered, "I'm not quite myself today. The fact is that a most dreadful tragedy occurred in our house last night, the mere thought of which gives me the fever. I am even obliged to take a little stimulant from time to time." So saying, he drew the bottle from his pocket and applied it to his lips. He had hoped that it would not be necessary, but he was unable to do without it very long, his nerves being broken down by the quantity he had taken on the previous night. Calesso looked on in silence, more puzzled than ever. The librarian seemed to be revived by the dose and spoke more cheerfully after it. "A most terrible tragedy," he said. "The prince was murdered yesterday afternoon. I could not speak of it to you at once." "Murdered?" exclaimed the apothecary in amazement. "And by whom?" "That is the mystery. He was found dead in his study. I will tell you all I know." Meschini communicated the story to his friend in a disjointed fashion, interspersing his narrative with many comments intended to give himself courage to proceed. He told the tale with evident reluctance, but he could not avoid the necessity. If Tiberio Calesso read the account in the paper that evening, as he undoubtedly would, he would wonder why his companion had not been the first to relate the catastrophe, and this wonder might turn into a suspicion. It would have been better not to come to the apothecary's, but since he found himself there, he could not escape from informing him of what had happened. "It is very strange," said the chemist, when he had heard all. Meschini thought he detected a disagreeable look in his eyes. "It is, indeed," he answered. "I am made ill by it. See how my hand trembles. I am cold and hot." "You have been drinking too much," said Calesso suddenly, and with a certain brutality that startled his friend. "You are not sober. You must have taken a great deal last night. A libation to the dead, I suppose, in the manner of the ancients." Meschini winced visibly and began to shuffle the cards, while he attempted to smile to hide his embarrassment. "I was not well yesterday, at least I do not know what was the matter, a headache, I think, nothing more. And then, this awful catastrophe, horrible, my nerves are unstrung, I can scarcely speak." "You need sleep first, and then a tonic," said the apothecary in a businesslike tone. "I slept until late this morning. It did me no good. I am half dead myself. Yes, if I could sleep again, it might do me good. Go home and go to bed. If I were in your place, I would not drink any more of that liquor. It will only make you worse. Give me something to make me sleep. I will take it." The apothecary looked long at him and seemed to be weighing something in his judgment. An evil thought crossed his mind. He was very poor. He knew well enough, in spite of Meschini's protestations, that he was not so poor as he pretended to be. If he were, he could not have paid so regularly for the chemicals and for the experiments necessary to the preparation of his inks. More than once the operations had proved to be expensive, but the librarian had never complained, though he haggled for a baiocco over his dinner at Sicco's wine shop, and was generally angry when he lost a paul at cards. He had money somewhere. It was evident that he was in a highly nervous state. If he could be induced to take opium once or twice, it might become a habit. To sell opium was very profitable, and Calesso knew well enough the power of the vice and the proportions it would soon assume, especially if Meschini thought the medicine contained only some harmless drug. "Very well," said the apothecary, "I will make you a draught, but you must be sure that you are ready to sleep when you take it. It acts very quickly." The draught which Meschini carried home with him was nothing but weak laudanum and water. It looked innocent enough in the little glass bottle labeled sleeping potion, but the effect of it, as Calesso had told him, was very rapid. Exhausted by all he had suffered, the librarian closed the windows of his room and lay down to rest. In a quarter of an hour, he was in a heavy sleep. In his dreams, he was happier than he had ever been before. The whole world seemed to be his, to use as he pleased. He was transformed into a magnificent being such as he had never imagined in his waking hours. He passed from one scene of splendor to another, from glory to glory, surrounded by forms of beauty, by showers of golden light, in a beatitude beyond all description. It was as though he had suddenly become emperor of the whole universe. He floated through wondrous regions of soft color, and strains of divine music sounded in his ears. Gentle hands carried him with an easy swaying motion to transcendent heights, where every breath he drew was like a draught of sparkling life. His whole being was filled with something which he knew was happiness, until he felt as though he could not contain the overflowing joy. At one moment he glided beyond the clouds through a gorgeous sunset. At another he was lying on a soft, invisible couch, looking out to the bright distance that never ended, never could end, but the contemplation of which was rapture, the greater for being inexplicable. An exquisite new sense was in him, corresponding to no bodily instinct, but rejoicing wildly in something that could not be defined, nor understood, nor measured, but only felt. At last he began to descend, slowly at first, and then with increasing speed, till he grew giddy and unconscious in the fall. He awoke and uttered a cry of terror. It was night, and he was alone in the dark. He was chilled to the bone, too, and his head was heavy, but the darkness was unbearable, and though he would gladly have slept again, he dared not remain an instant without a light. He groped about for his matches, found them, and lit a candle. A neighboring clock tolled out the hour of midnight, and the sound of the bells terrified him beyond measure. Cold, miserable, in an agony of fear, his nervousness doubled by the opium and by a need of food of which he was not aware, there was but one remedy within his reach. The sleeping potion had been calculated for one occasion only, and it was all gone. He tried to drain a few drops from the phial, and a drowsy, half-sickening odor rose from it to his nostrils, but there was nothing left, nothing but the brandy, and little more than half a bottle of that. It was enough for his present need, however, and more than enough. He drank greedily, for he was parched with thirst, though hardly conscious of the fact. Then he slept till morning. But when he opened his eyes, he was conscious that he was in a worse state than on the previous day. He was not only nervous, but exhausted, and it was with feeble steps that he made his way to his friend's shop, in order to procure a double dose of the sleeping mixture. If he could sleep through the 24 hours, he thought, so as not to wake up in the dead of night, he should be better. When he made his appearance, Tiberio Calesso knew what he wanted, and although he had half repented of what he had done, the renewed possibility of selling the precious drug was a temptation he could not withstand. One day succeeded another, and each morning saw Arnoldo Meschini crossing the Pont Quattro Capi on his way to the apothecary's. In the ordinary course of human nature, a man does not become an opium eater in a day, nor even, perhaps, in a week. But to the librarian, the narcotic became a necessity almost from the first. Its action, combined with incessant doses of alcohol, was destructive, but the man's constitution was stronger than would have been believed. He possessed, moreover, a great power of controlling his features when he was not assailed by supernatural fears, and so it came about that, living almost in solitude, no one in the Palazzo Montevarchi was aware of his state. It was bad enough, indeed, for when he was not under the influence of brandy, he was sleeping from the effects of opium. In 3 days, he was willing to pay anything the apothecary asked, and seemed scarcely conscious of the payments he made. He kept up a show of playing the accustomed game of cards, but he was absent-minded, and was not even angry at his daily losses. The apothecary had more money in his pocket than he had possessed for many a day. As Arnoldo Meschini sank deeper and deeper, the chemist's spirits rose, and he began to assume an air of unwanted prosperity. One of the earliest results of the librarian's degraded condition was that Tiberio Calesso procured himself a new green smoking cap ornamented profusely with fresh silver lace. Chapter 27. Sant Ilario had guessed rightly that the place of safety and secrecy to which he was to be conveyed was no other than the Holy Office or prison of the Inquisition. He was familiar with the interior of the building and knew that it contained none of the horrors generally attributed to it, so that, on the whole, he was well satisfied with the cardinal's choice. The cell to which he was conveyed after dark was a large room on the 2nd story, comfortably furnished and bearing no sign of its use, but the ornamented iron grating that filled the window. The walls were not thicker than those of most Roman palaces, and the chamber was dry and airy, and sufficiently warmed by a huge brazier of coals. It was clear from the way in which he was treated that the cardinal relied upon his honor more than upon any use of force in order to keep him in custody. A silent individual in a black coat had brought him in a carriage to the great entrance, whence a man of similar discretion and of like appearance had conducted him to his cell. This person returned soon afterwards, bringing a sufficient meal of fish and vegetables. It was Friday, decently cooked and almost luxuriously served. An hour later the man came back to carry away what was left. He asked whether the prisoner needed anything else for the night. "I would like to know," said Giovanni, "whether any of my friends will be allowed to see me if I ask it." "I am directed to say that any request or complaint you have to make will be transmitted to His Eminence by a special messenger," answered the man. "Anything," he added in explanation, "beyond what concerns your personal comfort. In this respect, I am at liberty to give you whatever you desire, within reason." "Thank you, I will endeavor to be reasonable," replied Giovanni. "I am much obliged to you." The man left the room and closed the door softly, so softly that the prisoner wondered whether he had turned the key. On examining the panels he saw, however, that they were smooth and not broken by any latch or keyhole. The spring was on the outside, and there was no means whatever of opening the door from within. Giovanni wondered why a special messenger was to be employed to carry any request he made directly to the cardinal. The direction could not have been given idly, nor was it without some especial reason that he was at once told of it. Assuredly, His Eminence was not expecting the prince to repent of his bargain and to send word that he wished to be released. The idea was absurd. The great man might suppose, however, that Giovanni would desire to send some communication to his wife, who would naturally be anxious about his absence. Against this contingency, however, Sant Ilario had provided by means of the note he had dispatched to her. Several days would elapse before she began to expect him, so that he had plenty of time to reflect upon his future course. Meanwhile, he resolved to ask for nothing. Indeed, he had no requirements. He had money in his pockets and could send the attendant to buy any linen he needed without getting it from his home. He was in a state of mind in which nothing could have pleased him better than solitary imprisonment. He felt at once a sense of rest and a freedom from all responsibility that soothed his nerves and calmed his thoughts. For many days he had lived in a condition bordering on madness. Every interview with Corona was a disappointment and brought with it a new suffering. Much as he would have dreaded the idea of being separated from her for any length of time, the temporary impossibility of seeing her was now a relief, of which he realized the importance more and more as the hours succeeded each other. There are times when nothing but a forcible break in the current of our lives can restore the mind to its normal balance. Such a break, painful as it may be at first, brings with it the long-lost power of rest. Instead of feeling the despair we expect, we are amazed at our own indifference, which again is succeeded by a renewed capacity for judging facts as they are, and by a new energy to mold our lives upon a better plan. Giovanni neither reflected upon his position nor brooded over the probable result of his actions. On the contrary, he went to bed and slept soundly, like a strong man tired out with bodily exertion. He slept so long that his attendant at last woke him, entering and opening the window. The morning was fine, and the sun streamed in through the iron grating. Giovanni looked about him and realized where he was. He felt calm and strong, and was inclined to laugh at the idea that his rashness would have any dangerous consequences. Corona doubtless was already awake too, and supposed that he was in the country shooting wild boar or otherwise amusing himself. Instead of that, he was in prison. There was no denying the fact, after all, but it was strange that he should not care to be at liberty. He had heard of the moral sufferings of men who are kept in confinement. No matter how well they are treated, they grow nervous and careworn and haggard, wearing themselves out in a perpetual longing for freedom. Giovanni, on the contrary, as he looked round the bright, airy room, felt that he might inhabit it for a year without once caring to go out into the world. A few books to read, the means of writing if he pleased, he needed nothing else. To be alone was happiness enough. He ate his breakfast slowly and sat down in an old-fashioned chair to smoke a cigarette and bask in the sunshine while it lasted. It was not much like prison, and he did not feel like a man arrested for murder. He was conscious for a long time of nothing but a vague, peaceful contentment. He had given a list of things to be bought, including a couple of novels, to the man who waited upon him, and after a few hours everything was brought. The day passed tranquilly, and when he went to bed he smiled as he blew out the candle, partly at himself and partly at his situation. My friends will not say that I am absolutely lacking in originality, he reflected as he went to sleep. On the morrow he read less and thought more. In the first place, he wondered how long he should be left without any communication from the outside world. He wondered whether any steps had been taken towards bringing him to a trial, or whether the cardinal really knew that he was innocent and was merely making him act out the comedy he had himself invented and begun. He was not impatient, but he was curious to know the truth. It was now the third day since he had seen Corona, and he had not prepared her for a long absence. If he heard nothing during the next 24 hours, it would be better to take some measures for relieving her anxiety if she felt any. The latter reflection, which presented itself suddenly, startled him a little. Was it possible that she would allow a week to slip by without expecting to hear from him or asking herself where he was? That was out of the question. He admitted the impossibility of such indifference, almost in spite of himself. He was willing, perhaps, to think her utterly heartless rather than accept the belief in an affection which went no farther than to hope that he might be safe. But his vanity or his intuition, it matters little which of the two, told him that Corona felt more than that. And yet she did not love him. He sat for many hours, motionless in his chair, trying to construct the future out of the past, an effort of imagination in which he failed signally. The peace of his solitude was less satisfactory to him than at first, and he began to suspect that, before very long, he might even wish to return to the world. Possibly Corona might come to see him. The cardinal would perhaps think it best to tell her what had happened. How would he tell it? Would he let her know all? The light faded from the room, and the attendant brought his evening meal and set 2 candles upon the table. Hitherto it could not be said that he had suffered. On the contrary, his character had regained its tone after weeks of depression. Another day was ended, and he went to rest, but he slept less soundly than before, and on the following morning he awoke early. The monotony of the existence struck him all at once in its reality. The 4th day would be like the 3rd, and for all he knew, hundreds to come would be like the 4th if it pleased His Eminence to keep him a prisoner. Corona would certainly never suspect that he was shut up in the Holy Office, and if she did, she might not be able to come to him. Even if she came, what could he say to her? That he had committed a piece of outrageous folly because he was annoyed at her disbelief in him or at her coldness. He had probably made himself ridiculous for the first time in his life. The thought was the reverse of consoling. Nor did it contribute to his peace of mind to know that if he had made himself a laughingstock, the cardinal, who dreaded ridicule, would certainly refuse to play a part in his comedy, and would act with all the rigor suitable to so grave a situation. He might even bring his prisoner to trial. Giovanni would submit to that, rather than be laughed at, but the alternative now seemed an appalling one. In his disgust of life on that memorable morning, he had cared nothing what became of him, and had been in a state which precluded all just appreciation of the future. His enforced solitude had restored his faculties. He desired nothing less than to be tried for murder, because he had taken a short cut to satisfy his wife's caprice. But that caprice had for its object the liberty of poor Faustina Montevarchi. At all events, if he had made himself ridiculous, the ultimate purpose of his folly had been good and had been accomplished. All through the afternoon he paced his room, alternately in a state of profound dissatisfaction with himself and in a condition of anxious curiosity about coming events. He scarcely touched his food or noticed the attendant who entered half a dozen times to perform his various offices. Again the night closed in, and once more he lay down to sleep, dreading the morning and hoping to lose himself in dreams. The 4th day was like the 3rd, indeed, as far as his surroundings were concerned, but he had not foreseen that he would be a prey to such gnawing anxiety as he suffered, still less, perhaps, that he should grow almost desperate for a sight of Corona. He was not a man who made any exhibition of his feelings even when he was alone. But the man who served him noticed that when he entered, Giovanni was never reading, as he had always been doing at first. He was either walking rapidly up and down or sitting idly in the big chair by the window. His face was quiet and pale, even solemn at times. The attendant was doubtless accustomed to sudden changes of mood in his prisoners, for he appeared to take no notice of the alteration in Giovanni's manner. It seemed as though the day would never end. To a man of his active strength to walk about a room is not exercise. It hardly seems like motion at all, and yet Giovanni found it harder and harder to sit still as the hours wore on. After an interval of comparative peace, his love for Corona had overwhelmed him again, and with tenfold force. To be shut up in a cell without the possibility of seeing her was torture such as he had never dreamt of in his whole life. By a strange revulsion of feeling it appeared to him that by taking her so suddenly at her word, he had again done her an injustice. The process of reasoning by which he arrived at this conclusion was not clear to himself, and probably could not be made intelligible to anyone else. He had assuredly sacrificed himself unhesitatingly, and at first the action had given him pleasure, but this was destroyed by the thought of the possible consequences. He asked whether he had the right to satisfy her imperative demand for Faustina's freedom by doing that which might possibly cause her annoyance, even though it should bring no serious injury to anyone. The time passed very slowly, and towards evening he began to feel as he had felt before he had taken the fatal step which had placed him beyond Corona's reach, restless, miserable, desperate. At last it was night, and he was sitting before his solitary meal, eating hardly anything, staring half unconsciously at the closed window opposite. The door opened softly, but he did not look round, supposing the person entering to be the attendant. Suddenly, there was the rustle of a woman's dress in the room, and at the same moment the door was shut. He sprang to his feet, stood still a moment, and then uttered a cry of surprise. Corona stood beside him, very pale, looking into his eyes. She had worn a thick veil, and on coming in had thrown it back upon her head. The veils of those days were long and heavy, and fell about the head and neck like a drapery. "Corona," Giovanni cried, stretching out his hands towards her. Something in her face prevented him from throwing his arms round her, something not like her usual coldness and reproachful look that kept him back. "Giovanni, was it kind to leave me so?" she asked, without moving from her place. The question corresponded so closely with his own feelings that he had anticipated it, though he had no answer ready. She knew all, and was hurt by what he had done. What could he say? The reasons that had sent him so boldly into danger no longer seemed even sufficient for an excuse. The happiness he had anticipated in seeing her had vanished almost before it had made itself felt. His first emotion was bitter anger against the cardinal. No one else could have told her, for no one else knew what he had done nor where he was. Giovanni thought, and with reason, that the great man might have spared his wife such a blow. "I believed I was doing what was best when I did it," he answered, scarcely knowing what to say. "Was it best to leave me without a word, except a message of excuse for others? For you is it not better? For Muhet does it matter? Should I be happier anywhere else? Have I driven you from your home, Giovanni?" asked Corona, with a strange look in her dark eyes. Her voice trembled. "No, not you," he answered, turning away and beginning to walk up and down by the force of the habit he had acquired during the last 2 or 3 days. "Not you," he repeated more than once in a bitter tone. Corona sank down upon the chair he had left and buried her face in her hands, as though overcome by a great and sudden grief. Giovanni stopped before her and looked at her, not clearly understanding what was passing in her mind. "Why are you so sorry?" he asked. "Has a separation of a few days changed you? Are you sorry for me?" "Why did you come here?" she exclaimed, instead of answering his question. "Why here, of all places?" "I had no choice. The cardinal decided the matter for me." "The cardinal? Why do you confide in him? You never did before. I may be wrong, but I do not trust him, kind as he has always been. If you wanted advice, you might have gone to Padre Philip." "Advice? I do not understand you, Corona. Did you not go to the cardinal and tell him that you were very unhappy and wanted to make a retreat in some quiet place where nobody could find you? And did he not advise you to come here, promising to keep your secret and authorizing you to stay as long as you pleased? That is what he told me." "He told you that?" cried Giovanni in great astonishment. "Yes, that and nothing more. He came to see me late this afternoon. He said that he feared lest I should be anxious about your long absence, and that he thought himself justified in telling me where you were and in giving me a pass in case I wanted to see you. Besides, if it is not all as he says, how did you come here? You do not know the truth. You do not know what I did. You do not guess why I am in the holy office. I know only what he told me, answered Corona, surprised by Giovanni's questions. But Giovanni gave no immediate explanation. He paced the floor in a state of excitement in which she had never seen him, clasping and unclasping his fingers nervously and uttering short, incoherent exclamations. As she watched him, a sensation of fear crept over her, but she did not ask him any question. He stopped suddenly again. You do not know that I am in prison. In prison, she rose with a sharp cry and seized his hands in hers. Do not be frightened, dear, he said in an altered tone. I am perfectly innocent. After all, you know it is a prison. Ah, Giovanni, she exclaimed reproachfully, how could you say such a dreadful thing, even in jest? She had dropped his hands again and drew back a step as she spoke. It is not a jest. It is earnest. Do not start. I will tell you just what happened. It is best, after all. When I left you at the Termini, I saw that you had set your heart on liberating poor Faustina. I could not find any way of accomplishing what you desired, and I saw that you thought I was not doing my best for her freedom. I went directly to the cardinal and gave myself up in her place. As a hostage surety, asked Corona breathlessly. No, he would not have accepted that, for he was prejudiced against her. I gave myself up as the murderer. He spoke quite calmly, as though he had been narrating a commonplace occurrence. For an instant she stood before him, dumb and horror-struck. Then, with a great heartbroken cry, she threw her arms round him and clasped him passionately to her breast. My beloved, my beloved. For some moments she held him so closely that he could neither move nor see her face, but the beating of his heart told him that a great change had in that instant come over his life. The cry had come from her soul, irresistibly, spontaneously. There was an accent in the two words she repeated which he had never hoped to hear again. He had expected that she would reproach him for his madness. Instead of that, his folly had awakened the love that was not dead, though it had been so desperately wounded. Presently she drew back a little and looked into his eyes, a fierce, deep light burning in her own. I love you, she said, almost under her breath. A wonderful smile passed over his face, illuminating the dark, stern lines of it like a ray of heavenly light. Then the dusky eyelids slowly closed, as though by their own weight, his head fell back and his lips turned white. She felt the burden of his body in her arms, and but for her strength, he would have fallen to the floor. She reeled on her feet, holding him still, and sank down until she knelt and his head rested on her knee. Her heart stood still as she listened for the sound of his faint breathing. Had his unconsciousness lasted longer, she would have fainted herself. But in a moment, his eyes opened again with an expression such as she had seen in them once or twice before, but in a less degree. Coronate is too much, he said softly, almost dreamily. Then his strength returned in an instant, like a strong steel bow that has been bent almost to breaking. He scarcely knew how it was that the position was changed so that he was standing on his feet and clasping her as she had clasped him. Her tears were flowing fast, but there was more joy in them than pain. How could you do it? She asked at length, looking up. And oh, Giovanni, what will be the end of it? Will not something dreadful happen? What does anything matter now, darling? At last they sat down together, hand in hand, as of old. It was as though the last 2 months had been suddenly blotted out. As Giovanni said, nothing could matter now, and yet the situation was far from clear. Giovanni understood well enough that the cardinal had wished to leave him the option of telling his wife what had occurred, and if he chose to do so, of telling her in his own language. He was grateful for the tact the statesman had displayed, a tact which seemed also to show Giovanni the cardinal's views of the case. He had declared that he was desperate. The cardinal had concluded that he was unhappy. He had said that he did not care what became of him. The cardinal had supposed that he would be glad to be alone, or at all events, that it would be good for him to have a certain amount of solitude. If his position were in any way dangerous, the great man would surely not have thought of sending Corona to his prisoner as he had done. He would have prepared her himself against any shock, and yet he was undeniably in prison, with no immediate prospect of liberty. You cannot stay here any longer, said Corona, when they were at last able to talk of the immediate future. I do not see how I am to get out, Giovanni answered with a smile. I will go to the cardinal. It is of no use. He probably guesses the truth, but he is not willing to be made ridiculous by me or by anyone. He will keep me here until there can be a trial or until he finds the real culprit. He is obstinate, I know him. It is impossible that he should think of such a thing, exclaimed Corona indignantly. I am afraid it is very possible, but of course, it is only a matter of time, a few days at the utmost. If worst comes to worst, I can demand an inquiry, I suppose, though I do not see how I can proclaim my own innocence without hurting Faustina. She was liberated because I put myself in her place is rather complicated. Tell me, Giovanni, said Corona, what did you say to the cardinal? You did not really say that you murdered Montevarchi. No, I said I gave myself up as the murderer, and I explained how I might have done the deed. I did more, I pledged my honor that Faustina was innocent. But you were not sure of it yourself. Since you had told me it was true, I believed it, he answered simply. Thank you, dear. No, do not thank me for it. I could not help myself. I knew that you were sure. Are you sure of something else, Corona? Are you as certain as you were of that? How can you ask? But you are right. You have the right to doubt me. You will not, though, will you? Hear me, dear, while I tell you the whole story. She slipped from her chair and knelt before him as though she were to make a confession. Then she took his hands and looked up lovingly into his face. The truth rose in her eyes. Forgive me, Giovanni. Yes, you have much to forgive. I did not know myself. When you doubted me, I felt as though I had nothing left in life, as though you would never again believe in me. I thought I did not love you. I was wrong. It was only my miserable vanity that was wounded, and that hurt me so. I felt that my love was dead, that you yourself were dead, and that another man had taken your place. I could have helped it. Had I known you better, dear, had I been less mistaken in myself, all would have been different. But I was foolish, no, I was unhappy. Everything was dark and dreadful. Oh, my darling, I thought I could tell what I felt. I cannot. Forgive me, only forgive me, and love me as you did long ago. I will never leave you, not if you stay here forever. Only let me love you as I will. It is not for me to forgive, sweetheart, said Giovanni, bending down and kissing her sweet dark hair. It is for you. But I would so much rather think it my fault, dear, she answered, drawing his face down to hers. It was a very womanly impulse that made her take the blame upon herself. You must not think anything so unreasonable, Corona. I brought all the harm that came from the first moment. He would have gone on to accuse himself, obstinate and manlike, recapitulating the whole series of events. But she would not let him. Once more she sat beside him and held his hand in hers. They talked incoherently, and it is not to be wondered at if they arrived at no very definite conclusion after a very long conversation. They were still sitting together when the attendant entered and presented Giovanni with a large sealed letter bearing the apostolic arms and addressed merely to the number of Giovanni's cell. There is an answer, said the man, and then left the room. It is probably the notice of the trial, or something of the kind, observed Giovanni, suddenly growing very grave as he broke the seal. He wished it might have come at any other time than the present. Corona held her breath and watched his face while he read the lines written upon one of the two papers he took from the envelope. Suddenly the color came to his cheeks, and his eyes brightened with a look of happiness and surprise. I am free, he cried as he finished, free if I will sign this paper. Of course I will sign anything he likes. The envelope contained a note from the cardinal, in his own hand, to the effect that suspicion had fallen upon another person, and that Giovanni was at liberty to return to his home if he would sign the accompanying document. The latter was very short, and set forth that Giovanni Saracinesca bound himself upon his word to appear in the trial of the murderer of Prince Montevarchi, if called upon to do so, and not to leave Rome until the matter was finally concluded and set at rest. He took the pen that lay on the table and signed his name in a broad, firm hand, a fact the more notable because Corona was leaning over his shoulder, watching the characters as he traced them. He folded the paper and placed it in the open envelope which accompanied it. The cardinal was a man of details. He thought it possible that the document might be returned open for lack of the means to seal it. He did not choose that his secrets should become the property of the people about the holy office. It was a specimen of his forethought in small things which might have an influence upon great ones. When Giovanni had finished, he rose and stood beside Corona. Each looked into the other's eyes, and for a moment neither saw very clearly. They said little more, however, until the attendant entered again. "You are at liberty," he said briefly, and without a word began to put together the few small things that belonged to his late prisoner. Half an hour later Giovanni was seated at dinner at his father's table. The old gentleman greeted him with a half-savage growl of satisfaction. "The prodigal has returned to get a meal while there is one to be had," he remarked. "I thought you had gone to Paris to leave the agreeable settlement of our affairs to Corona and me. Where the devil have you been?" "I have been indulging in the luxury of a retreat in a religious house," answered Giovanni with perfect truth. Corona glanced at him, and both laughed happily, as they had not laughed for many days and weeks. Saracinesca looked incredulously across the table at his son. "You chose a singular moment for your devotional exercises," he said. "Where will piety hide herself next, I wonder? As long as Corona is satisfied, it is her business." "I am perfectly satisfied, I assure you," said Corona, whose black eyes were full of light. Giovanni raised his glass, looked at her, and smiled lovingly. Then he emptied it to the last drop and set it down without a word. "Some secret, I suppose," said the old gentleman gruffly. Chapter 28. Arnoldo Meschini was not, perhaps, insane in the ordinary sense of the word. That is to say, he would probably have recovered the normal balance of his faculties if he could have been kept from narcotics and stimulants, and if he could have been relieved from the distracting fear of discovery which tormented him when he was not under the influence of one or the other. But the latter condition was impossible, and it was the extremity of his terror which almost forced him to keep his brain in a clouded state. People have been driven mad by sudden fright, and have gradually lost their intellect through the constant presence of a fear from which there is no escape. A man who is perpetually producing an unnatural state of his mind by swallowing doses of brandy and opium may not be insane in theory. In actual fact, he may be a dangerous madman. As one day followed another, Meschini found it more and more impossible to exist without his two comforters. The least approach to lucidity made him almost frantic. He fancied every man a spy, every indifferent glance a look full of meaning. Before long, the belief took possession of him that he was to be made the victim of some horrible private vengeance. San Jacinto was not the man, he thought, to be contented with sending him to the galleys for life. Few murderers were executed in those days, and it would be a small satisfaction to the Montevarchi to know that Arnoldo had merely been transferred from his study of the library catalogue to the breaking of stones with a chain gang at Civitavecchia. It was more likely that they would revenge themselves more effectually. His disordered imagination saw horrible visions. San Jacinto might lay a trap for him, might simply come at dead of night and take him from his room to some deep vault beneath the palace. What could he do against such a giant? He fancied himself before a secret tribunal in the midst of which towered San Jacinto's colossal figure. He could hear the deep voice he dreaded pronouncing his doom. He was to be torn to shreds piecemeal, burnt by a slow fire, flayed alive by those enormous hands. There was no conceivable horror of torture that did not suggest itself to him at such times. It is true that when he went to bed at night, he was generally either so stupefied by opium or so intoxicated with strong drink that he forgot even to lock his door. But during the day, he was seldom so far under the power of either as not to suffer from his own hideous imaginings. One day, as he dragged his slow pace along a narrow street near the Fountain of Trevi, his eyes were arrested by an armorer's window. It suddenly struck him that he had no weapon of defense in case San Jacinto or his agents came upon him unawares. And yet a bullet well placed would make an end even of such a Hercules as the man he feared. He paused and looked anxiously up and down the street. It was a dark day, and a fine rain was falling. There was nobody about who could recognize him, and he might not have another such opportunity of providing himself unobserved with what he wanted. He entered the shop and bought himself a revolver. The man showed him how to load it and sold him a box of cartridges. He dropped the firearm into one of the pockets of his coat and smiled as he felt how comfortably it balanced the bottle he carried in the other. Then he slunk out of the shop and pursued his walk. The idea of making capital out of the original deeds concerning the Saracenesca, which had presented itself to him soon after the murder, recurred frequently to his mind. But he felt that he was in no condition to elaborate it and promised himself to attend to the matter when he was better. For he fancied that he was ill and that his state would soon begin to improve. To go to San Jacinto now was out of the question. It would have been easier for him to climb the cross on the summit of St. Peter's with his shaken nerves and trembling limbs than to face the man who inspired in him such untold dread. He could, of course, take the alternative which was open to him and go to old Saracenesca. Indeed, there were moments when he could almost have screwed his courage to the point of making such an attempt, but his natural prudence made him draw back from an interview in which he must incur a desperate risk unless he had a perfect command of his faculties. To write what he had to say would be merely to give a weapon against himself, since he could not treat the matter by letter without acknowledging his share in the forgeries. The only way to accomplish his purpose would be to extract a solemn promise of secrecy from Saracenesca, together with a guarantee for his own safety, and to obtain these conditions would need all the diplomacy he possessed. Bad as he was, he had no experience of practical blackmailing, and he would be obliged to compose his speeches beforehand with scrupulous care and with the wisest forethought. For the present, such work was beyond his power, but when he was half drunk, he loved to look at the ancient parchments and build golden palaces in the future. When he was strong again and calm, he would realize all his dreams, and that time, he felt sure, could not be far removed. Nevertheless, the days succeeded each other with appalling swiftness, and nothing was done. By imperceptible degrees, his horror of San Jacinto began to invade his mind, even when it was most deadened by drink. So long as an idea is new and has not really become a habit of the brain, brandy will drive it away, but the moment must inevitably come when the stimulant loses its power to obscure the memory of the thing dreaded. Opium will do it more effectually, but even that does not continue to act forever. The time comes when the predominant thought of the waking hours reproduces itself during the artificial sleep with fearful force, so that the mind at last obtains no rest at all. That is the dangerous period, preceding the decay and total collapse of the intellect under what is commonly called the fixed idea. In certain conditions of mind, and notably with criminals who fear discovery, the effects of opium change very quickly. The downward steps through which it would take months for an ordinary individual to pass are descended with alarming rapidity, and the end is 1,000 times more horrible. Meschini could not have taken the doses which a confirmed opium eater swallows with indifference, but the result produced was far greater in proportion to the amount of the narcotic he consumed. Before the week which followed the deed was ended, he began to see visions when he was apparently awake. Shapeless, slimy things crawled about the floor of his room, upon his table, even upon the sheets of his bed. Dark shadows confronted him and changed their outlines unexpectedly. Forms rose out of the earth at his feet and towered all at once to the top of the room, taking the appearance of San Jacinto and vanishing suddenly into the air. The things he saw came like instantaneous flashes from another and even more terrible world, disappearing at first so quickly as to make him believe them only the effects of the light and darkness, like the ghost he had seen in his coat. In the beginning, there was scarcely anything alarming in them, but as he started whenever they came, he generally took them as a warning that he needed more brandy to keep him up. In the course of a day or two, however, these visions assumed more awful proportions, and he found it impossible to escape from them except in absolute stupor. It would have been clear to anyone that this state of things could not last long. There was scarcely an hour in which he knew exactly what he was doing, and if his strange behavior escaped observation, this was due to his solitary way of living. He did not keep away from the palace during the whole day, from a vague idea that his absence might be thought suspicious. He spent a certain number of hours in the library, doing nothing, although he carefully spread out a number of books before him and dipped his pen into the ink from time to time, stupidly, mechanically, as though his fingers could not forget the habit so long familiar to them. His eyes, which had formerly been unusually bright, had grown dull and almost bleared, though they glanced at times very quickly from one part of the room to another. That was when he saw strange things moving in the vast hall between him and the bookcases. When they had disappeared, his glassy look returned, so that his eyeballs seemed merely to reflect the light as inanimate objects do without absorbing it and conveying it to the seat of vision. His face grew daily more thin and ghastly. It was by force of custom that he stayed so long in the place where he had spent so much of his life. The intervals of semi-lucidity seemed terribly long, though they were in reality short enough, and the effort to engage his attention in work helped him to live through them. He had never gone down to the apartments where the family lived, since he had knelt before the catafalque on the day after the murder. Indeed, there was no reason why he should go there, and no one noticed his absence. He was a very insignificant person in the palace. As for anyone coming to find him among the books, nothing seemed more improbable. The library was swept out in the early morning, and no one entered it again during the 24 hours. He never went out into the corridor now, but left his coat upon a chair near him when he remembered to bring it. As a sort of precautionary measure against fear, he locked the door which opened upon the passage when he came in the morning, unlocking it again when he went away in order that the servant who did the sweeping might be able to get in. The Princess Montevarchi was still dangerously ill, and Faustina had not been willing to leave her. San Jacinto and Flavia were not living in the house, but they spent a good deal of time there, because San Jacinto had ideas of his own about duty, to which his wife was obliged to submit even if she did not like them. Faustina was neither nervous nor afraid of solitude, and was by no means in need of her sister's company, so that when the two were together, their conversation was not always of the most affectionate kind. The consequence was that the young girl tried to be alone as much as possible when she was not at her mother's bedside. One day, having absolutely nothing to do, she grew desperate. It was very hard not to think of Anastasia when she was in the solitude of her own room, with no occupation to direct her mind. A week earlier, she had been only too glad to have the opportunity of dreaming away the short afternoon undisturbed, letting her girlish thoughts wander among the rose gardens of the future with the image of the man she loved so dearly, and who was yet so far removed from her. Now she could not think of him without reflecting that her father's death had removed one very great obstacle to her marriage. She was by no means of a very devout or saintly character, but on the other hand, she had a great deal of what is called heart, and to be heartless seemed to her almost worse than to be bad. In excuse of such very untheological doctrines, it must be allowed that her ideas concerning wickedness in general were very limited indeed, if not altogether childish in their extreme simplicity. It is certain, however, that she would have thought it far less wrong to run away with gouache in spite of her family than to entertain any thought which could place her father's tragic death in the light of a personal advantage. If she had nothing to do, she could not help thinking of Anastasia, and if she thought of him, she could not escape the conclusion that it would be far easier for her to marry him, now that the old prince was out of the way. It was therefore absolutely necessary to find some occupation. At first she wandered aimlessly about the house until she was struck, almost for the first time, by the antiquated stiffness of the arrangement, and began to ask herself whether it would be respectful to the memory of her father and to her mother to try and make a few changes. Corona's home was very different. She would like to take that for a model, but one or two attempts showed her the magnitude of the task she had undertaken. She was ashamed to call the servants to help her. It would look as though there were to be a reception in the house. Her ideas of what could take place in the Palazzo Montevarchi did not go beyond that staid form of diversion. She was ashamed, however, and reflected, besides, that she was only the youngest of the family and had no right to take the initiative in the matter of improvements. The time hung very heavily upon her hands. She tried to teach herself something about painting by looking at the pictures on the walls, spending a quarter of an hour before each with conscientious assiduity. But this did not succeed either. The men in the pictures all took the shape of Monsieur Gouache in his smartest uniform, and the women all looked disagreeably like Flavia. Then she thought of the library, which was the only place of importance in the house which she had not lately visited. She hesitated a moment only, considering how she could best reach it without passing through the study and without going up the grand staircase to the outer door. A very little reflection showed her that she could get into the corridor from a passage near her own room. In a few minutes she was at the entrance to the great hall, trying to turn the heavy carved brass handle of the latch. To her surprise, she could not open the door, which was evidently fastened from within. Then, as she shook it in the hope that someone would hear her, a strange cry reached her ears, like that of a startled animal, accompanied by the shuffling of feet. She remembered Meschini's walk and understood that it was he. "Please let me in," she called out in her clear young voice that echoed back to her from the vaulted chamber. Again she heard the shuffling footsteps, which this time came towards her, and a moment afterwards the door opened and the librarian's ghastly face was close before her. She drew back a little. She had forgotten that he was so ugly, she thought, or perhaps she would not have cared to see him. It would have been foolish, moreover, to go away after coming thus far. "I want to see the library," she said quietly after she had made up her mind. "Will you show it to me?" "Favorisca, Excellency," replied Meschini in a broken voice. He had been frightened by the noise at the door, and the contortion of his face as he tried to smile was hideous to see. He bowed low, however, and closed the door after she had entered. Scarcely knowing what he did, he shuffled along by her side while she looked about the library, gazing at the long rows of books, bound all alike, that stretched from end to end of many of the shelves. The place was new to her, for she had not been in it more than 2 or 3 times in her life, and she felt a sort of unexplained awe in the presence of so many thousands of volumes, of so much written and printed wisdom which she could never hope to understand. She had come with a vague idea that she should find something to read that should be different from the novels she was not allowed to touch. She realized all at once that she knew nothing of what had been written in all the centuries whose literature was represented in the vast collection. She hardly knew the names of 20 books out of the hundreds of millions that the world contained. But she could ask Meschini. She looked at him again, and his face repelled her. Nevertheless, she was too kind-hearted not to enter into conversation with the lonely man whom she had so rarely seen, but who was one of the oldest members of her father's household. "You have spent your life here, have you not?" she asked, for the sake of saying something. "Nearly 30 years of it," answered Meschini in a muffled voice. Her presence tortured him beyond expression. "That is a long time, and I am not an old man." "And are you always alone here? Do you never go out? What do you do all day?" "I work among the books, Excellency. There are 20,000 volumes here, enough to occupy a man's time." "Yes, but how do you have to read them all?" asked Faustina innocently. "Is that your work?" "I have read many more than would be believed, for my own pleasure, but my work is to keep them in order, to see that there is no variation from the catalogue, so that when learned men come to make inquiries, they may find what they want. I have also to take care of all the books, to see that they do not suffer in any way. They are very valuable. There is a fortune here." Somehow he felt less nervous when he began to speak of the library and its contents, and the words came more easily to him. With a little encouragement, he might even become loquacious. In spite of his face, Faustina began to feel an interest in him. "It must be very hard work," she remarked. "Do you like it? Did you never want to do anything else? I should think you would grow tired of being always alone." "I am very patient," answered Meschini humbly, "and I am used to it. I grew accustomed to the life when I was young." "You say the collection is valuable. Are there any very beautiful books? I would like to see some of them." The fair young creature sat down upon one of the high carved chairs at the end of a table. Meschini went to the other side of the hall and unlocked one of the drawers, which lined the lower part of the bookcases to the height of 3 or 4 feet. Each was heavily carved with the Montevarchi arms in high relief. It was in these receptacles that the precious manuscripts were kept in their cases. He returned bringing a small square volume of bound manuscript and laid it before Faustina. "This is worth an enormous sum," he said. "It is the only complete one in the world. There is an imperfect copy in the library of the Vatican." "What is it?" "It is the Montevarchi Dante, the oldest in existence." Faustina turned over the leaves curiously and admired the even writing, though she could not read many of the words, for the ancient characters were strange to her. It was a wonderful picture that the couple made in the great hall. On every side, the huge carved bookcases of walnut, black with age, rose from the floor to the spring of the vault. their dark faces reflected in the hylipolist floor of colored marble. Across the ancient tables, a ray of sunlight fell from the high clerestory window. In the center, the two figures with the old manuscript between them, Faustina's angel head in a high light against the dusky background, as she bent forward a little, turning the yellow pages with her slender, transparent fingers, the black folds of her full gown making heavy lines of drapery, graceful by her grace, and rendered less severe by a sort of youthfulness that seemed to pervade them, and that emanated from herself. Beside her, the bent frame of the broken-down librarian, in a humble and respectful attitude, his long arms hanging down by his sides, his shabby black coat almost dragging to his heels, his head bent forward as he looked at the pages. All his features seemed to have grown more sharp and yellow and pointed, and there was now a deep red flush in the upper part of his cheeks. A momentary light shone in his gray eyes from beneath the bushy brows, a light of intelligence such as had formerly characterized them, especially brought back now perhaps by the effort to fix his attention upon the precious book. His large, coarse ears appeared to point themselves forward like those of an animal, following the direction of his sight. In outward appearance, he presented a strange mixture of dilapidation, keenness, and brutality. A week had changed him very much. A few days ago, most people would have looked at him with a sort of careless compassion. Now, there was about him something distinctly repulsive. Beside Faustina's youth and delicacy and freshness, he hardly seemed like a human being. "I suppose it is a very wonderful thing," said the young girl at last, "but I do not know enough to understand its value. Do my brothers ever come to the library?" She leaned back from the volume and glanced at Meschini's face, wondering how heaven could have made anything so ugly. "No, they never come," replied the librarian, drawing the book towards him instinctively, as he would have done if his visitor had been a stranger, who might try to steal a page or two unless he were watched. "But my poor father was very fond of the books, was he not? Did he not often come to see you here?" She was thinking so little of Meschini that she did not see that he turned suddenly white and shook like a man in an ague. It was what he had feared all along, ever since she had entered the room. She suspected him and had come, or had perhaps been sent by San Jacinto to draw him into conversation, and to catch him in something which could be interpreted to be a confession of his crime. Had that been her intention, his behavior would have left little doubt in her mind as to the truth of the accusation. His face betrayed him, his uncontrollable fear, his frightened eyes and trembling limbs. But she had only glanced at him, and her sight wandered to the bookcases for a moment. When she looked again, he was moving away from her, along the table. She was surprised to see that his step was uncertain, and that he reeled against the heavy piece of furniture and grasped it for support. She started a little, but did not rise. "Are you ill?" she asked. "Shall I call someone?" He made no answer, but seemed to recover himself at the sound of her voice, for he shuffled away and disappeared behind the high carved desk on which lay the open catalogue. She thought she saw a flash of light reflected from some smooth surface, and immediately afterwards she heard a gurgling sound, which she did not understand. Meschini was fortifying himself with a draught. Then he reappeared, walking more steadily. He had received a severe shock, but as usual, he had not the courage to run away, conceiving that flight would inevitably be regarded as a proof of guilt. "I am not well," he said in explanation as he returned. "I am obliged to take medicine continually. I beg your excellency to forgive me." "I am sorry to hear that," answered Faustina kindly. "Can we do nothing for you? Have you all you need?" "Everything, thank you. I shall soon be well." "I hope so, I am sure. What was I saying? Oh, I was asking whether my poor father came often to the library. Was he fond of the books?" "His Excellency, heaven give him glory. He was a learned man. Yes, he came now and then." Meschini took possession of the manuscript and carried it off rather suddenly to its place in the drawer. He was a long time in locking it up. Faustina watched him with some curiosity. "You were here that day, were you not?" she asked, as he turned towards her once more. The question was a natural one, considering the circumstances. "I think your Excellency was present when I was examined by the prefect," answered Meschini in a curiously disagreeable tone. "True," said Faustina. "You said you had been here all day as usual. I had forgotten. How horrible it was, and you saw nobody, you heard nothing, but I suppose it is too far from the study." The librarian did not answer, but it was evident from his manner that he was very much disturbed. Indeed, he fancied that his worst fears were realized, and that Faustina was really trying to extract information from him for his own conviction. Her thoughts were actually very far from any such idea. She would have considered it quite as absurd to accuse the poor wretch before her as she had thought it outrageous that she herself should be suspected. Her father had always seemed to her a very imposing personage, and she could not conceive that he should have met his death at the hands of such a miserable creature as Arnoldo Meschini, who certainly had not the outward signs of physical strength or boldness. He, however, understood her words very differently and stood still, halfway between her and the bookcases, asking himself whether it would not be better to take immediate steps for his safety. His hand was behind him, feeling for the revolver in the pocket of his long coat. Faustina was singularly fearless by nature, but if she had guessed the danger of her position, she would probably have effected her escape very quickly, instead of continuing the conversation. "It is a very dreadful mystery," she said, rising from her chair and walking slowly across the polished marble floor until she stood before a row of great volumes of which the color had attracted her eye. "It is the duty of us all to try and explain it. Of course we shall know all about it some day, but it is very hard to be patient. Do you know?" She turned suddenly and faced Meschini, speaking with a vehemence not usual for her. "They suspected me, as if I could have done it, I, a weak girl. And yet if I had the man before man who murdered him, I believe I would kill him with my hands." She moved forward a little as she spoke and tapped her small foot upon the pavement as though to emphasize her words. Her soft brown eyes flashed with righteous anger, and her cheek grew pale at the thought of avenging her father. There must have been something very fierce in her young face, for Meschini's heart failed him, and his nerves seemed to collapse all at once. He tried to draw back from her, slipped, and fell upon his knees with a sharp cry of fear. Even then, Faustina did not suspect the cause of his weakness, but attributed it to the illness of which he had spoken. She sprang forward and attempted to help the poor creature to his feet, but instead of making an effort to rise, he seemed to be groveling before her, uttering incoherent exclamations of terror. "Lean on me," said Faustina, putting out her hand. "What is the matter? Oh, are you going to die?" Oh, do not hurt Mepre in God's name," cried Meschini, raising his eyes timidly. "Hurt you? No, why should I hurt you? You are ill, we will have the doctor. Try and get up tree and get to a chair." Her tone reassured him a little, and her touch also, as she did her best to raise him to his feet. He struggled a little and at last stood up, leaning upon the bookcase and panting with fright. "It is nothing," he tried to say, catching his breath at every syllable. "I am better, me nervousia excellenciug, what a coward I am." The last exclamation, uttered in profound disgust of his own weakness, struck Faustina as very strange. "Did I frighten you?" she asked in surprise. "I am very sorry. Now sit down and I will call someone to come to you." No, please, I would rather be alone. I can walk quite well now. If your excellency will excuse me, I will go to my room. I have more medicine, I will take it, and I shall be better." "Can you go alone? Are you sure?" asked Faustina anxiously. But even while she spoke he was moving towards the door, slowly and painfully at first, as it seemed, though possibly a lingering thought of propriety kept him from appearing to run away. The young girl walked a few steps after him, half fearing that he might fall again, but he kept his feet and reached the threshold. Then he made a queer attempt at a bow and mumbled some words that Faustina could not hear. In another moment he had disappeared, and she was alone. For some minutes she looked at the closed door through which he had gone out. Then she shook her head a little sadly and slowly went back to her room by the way she had come. It was all very strange, she thought, but his illness might account for it. She would have liked to consult San Jacinto, but though she was outwardly on good terms with him, and could not help feeling a sort of respect for his manly character, the part he had played in attempting to separate her from Gouache had prevented the two from becoming intimate. She said nothing to anyone about her interview with Meschini in the library, and no one even guessed that she had been there. Chapter 29. In spite of his haste to settle all that remained to be settled with regard to the restitution of the property to San Jacinto, Saracinesca found it impossible to wind up the affair in a week, as he had intended. It was a very complicated matter to separate from his present fortune that part of it which his cousin would have inherited from his great-grandfather. A great deal of wealth had come into the family since that time by successive marriages, and the management of the original estate had not been kept separate from the administration of the dowries, which had from time to time been absorbed into it. The Saracinesca, however, were orderly people, and the books had been kept for generations with that astonishing precision of detail which is found in the great Roman houses, and which surpasses, perhaps, anything analogous which is to be found in modern business. By dint of perseverance, and by employing a great number of persons in making the calculations, the notaries had succeeded in preparing a tolerably satisfactory schedule in the course of a fortnight, which both the principal parties agreed to accept as final. The day fixed for the meeting and liquidation of the accounts was a Saturday, a fortnight and 2 days after the murder of Prince Montevarchi. A question arose concerning the place of meeting. Saracinesca proposed that San Jacinto and the notaries should come to the Palazzo Saracinesca. He was ready to brave out the situation to the end, to face his fate until it held nothing more in store for him, even to handing over the inventory of all that was no longer his in the house where he had been born. His boundless courage and almost brutal frankness would doubtless have supported him to the last, even through such a trial to his feelings, but San Jacinto refused to agree to the proposal. He repeatedly stated that he wished the old prince to inhabit the palace through his lifetime, and that he should even make every effort to induce him to retain the title. Both of these offers were rejected courteously, but firmly. In the matter of holding the decisive meeting in the palace, however, San Jacinto made a determined stand. He would not on any account appear in the light of the conqueror coming to take possession of the spoil. His wife had no share in this generous sentiment. She would have liked to enjoy her triumph to the full, for she was exceedingly ambitious and was, moreover, not very fond of the Saracinesca. As she expressed it, she felt when she was with any of them, from the old prince to Corona, that they must be thinking all the time that she was a very foolish young person. San Jacinto's action was therefore spontaneous, and if it needs explanation, it may be ascribed to an inherited magnanimity, to a certain dignity which had distinguished him even as a young man from the low class in which he had grown up. He was, indeed, by no means a type of the perfect nobleman. His conduct in the affair between Faustina and Gouache had shown that. He acted according to his lights, and was not ashamed to do things which his cousin Giovanni would have called mean. But he was manly, for all that, and if he owed some of his dignity to great stature and to his indomitable will, it was also in a measure the outward sign of a good heart and of an innate sense of justice. There had as yet been nothing dishonest in his dealings since he had come to Rome. He had acquired a fortune which enabled him to take the position that was lawfully his. He liked Flavia and had bargained for her with her father, afterwards scrupulously fulfilling the terms of the contract. He had not represented himself to be what he was not, and he had taken no unfair advantage of anyone for his own advancement. In the matter of the suit, he was the dupe of old Montevarchi, so far as the deeds were concerned, but he was perfectly aware that he actually represented the elder branch of his family. It is hard to imagine how any man in his position could have done less than he did, and now that it had come to a final settlement, he was really anxious to cause his vanquished relations as little humiliation as possible. To go to their house was like playing the part of a bailiff. To allow them to come to his dwelling suggested the journey to Canossa. The Palazzo Montevarchi was neutral ground, and he proposed that the formalities should be fulfilled there. Saracinesca consented readily enough, and the day was fixed. The notaries arrived at 10 o'clock in the morning, accompanied by clerks who were laden with books, inventories, and rolls of manuscript. The study had been selected for the meeting, both on account of its seclusion from the rest of the house, and because it contained an immense table which would serve for the voluminous documents, all of which must be examined and verified. San Jacinto himself awaited the arrival of the Saracinesca in the great reception room. He had sent his wife away, for he was in reality by no means so calm as he appeared to be, and her constant talk disturbed him. He paced the long room with regular steps, his head erect, his hands behind him, stopping from time to time to listen for the footsteps of those he expected. It was the great day of his life. Before night, he was to be Prince Saracinesca. The moments that precede a great triumph are very painful, especially if a man has looked forward to the event for a long time. No matter how sure he is of the result, something tells him that it is uncertain. A question may arise, he cannot guess whence, by which all may be changed. He repeats to himself 100 times that failure is impossible, but he is not at rest. The uncertainty of all things, even of his own life, appears very clearly before his eyes. His heart beats fast and slow from one minute to another. At the very instant when he is dreaming of the future, the possibility of disappointment breaks in upon his thoughts. He cannot explain it, but he longs to be beyond the decisive hour. In San Jacinto's existence, the steps from obscurity to importance and fortune had, of late, been so rapidly ascended that he was almost giddy with success. For the first time since he had left his old home in Aquila, he felt as though he had been changed from his own self to some other person. At last the door opened, and Saracinesca, Giovanni, and Corona entered the room. San Jacinto was surprised to see Giovanni's wife on an occasion when the men alone of the family were concerned, but she explained that she had come to spend the morning with Faustina and would wait till everything was finished. The meeting was not a cordial one, though both parties regarded it as inevitable. If Saracinesca felt any personal resentment against San Jacinto, he knew that it was unreasonable, and he had not the bad taste to show it. He was silent, but courteous in his manner. Giovanni, strange to say, seemed wholly indifferent to what was about to take place. "I hope," said San Jacinto, when all four were seated, "that you will consent to consider this as a mere formality. I have said as much through my lawyers, but I wish to repeat it myself in better words than they used." "Pardon me," answered Saracinesca, "if I suggest that we should not discuss that matter. We are sensible of your generosity in making such offers, but we do not consider it possible to accept them." "I must ask your indulgence if I do not act upon your suggestion," returned San Jacinto. "Even if there is no discussion, I cannot consent to proceed to business until I have explained what I mean. If the suit has been settled justly by the courts, it has not been decided with perfect justice as regards its consequences. I do not deny, and I understand that you do not expect me to act otherwise, that it has been my intention to secure for myself and for my children the property and the personal position abandoned by my ancestor. I have obtained what I wanted and what was my right, and I have to thank you for the magnanimity you have displayed in not attempting to contest a claim against which you might have brought many arguments, if not much evidence. The affair having been legally settled, it is for us to make whatever use of it seems better in our own eyes. To deprive you of your name and of the house in which you were born and bred would be to offer you an indignity such as I never contemplated. You cannot be said to deprive us of what is not ours, by any interpretation of the word with which I am acquainted," said Saracinesca in a tone which showed that he was determined to receive nothing. "I am a poor grammarian," answered San Jacinto gravely and without the slightest affectation of humility. "I was brought up a farmer and was only an innkeeper until lately. I cannot discuss with you the subtle meanings of words. To my mind, it is I who am taking from you that which, if not really yours, you have hitherto had every right to own and to make use of. I do not attempt to explain my thought. I only say that I will neither take your name nor live in your house while you are alive. I propose a compromise which I hope you will be willing to accept." "I fear that will be impossible. My mind is made up." "I propose," continued San Jacinto, "that you remain prince. Saracinesca, that you keep Saracinesca itself and the palace herein. Rome during your lifetime, which I trust may be a long one. After your death everything returns to us, my cousin Giovanni and the princess. Sant Ilario." "You may call me Corona, if you please," said the princess suddenly. Her eyes were fixed on his face, and she was smiling. Both Saracinesca and Giovanni looked at her in surprise. It seemed strange to them that she should choose such a moment for admitting San Jacinto to a familiarity he had never before enjoyed. But for some time she had felt a growing respect for the ex-innkeeper, which was quickened by his present generosity. San Jacinto's swarthy face grew a shade darker as the blood mounted to his lean cheeks. Corona had given him one of the first sensations of genuine pleasure he had ever experienced in his rough life. "Thank you," he said simply. "You too, I was going to say, have palaces of your own and cannot have such close associations with the old places as one who has owned them during so many years. You," he continued, turning to the old prince, "will, I hope, accept an arrangement which cannot affect your dignity and which will give me the greatest satisfaction." "I am very much obliged to you," answered Saracinesca promptly. "You are very generous, but I cannot take what you offer. If you feel that you would be taking anything from me, look at it from a different point of view. You would be conferring a favor instead of accepting one. Consider my position when I have taken your place. It will not be a pleasant one. The world will abuse me roundly and will say I have behaved abominably towards you. Do you fancy that I shall be received as a substitute for the Prince Saracinesca your friends have known so long? Do you suppose that the vicissitudes of my life are unknown, and that no one will laugh behind my back and point at me as the new, upstart prince? Few people know me in Rome, and if I have any friends besides you, I have not been made aware of the fact. Pray consider that in doing what I ask, you would be saving me from very unpleasant social consequences." "I should be doing so at the cost of my self-respect," replied the old man firmly. "Whatever the consequences are to you, the means of bearing them will be in your hands. You will have no lack of friends tomorrow, or at least of amiable persons anxious to call themselves by that name. They will multiply this very night, like mushrooms, and will come about you freshly shaved and smiling tomorrow morning." "I'm afraid you do not understand me," said San Jacinto. "I can leave you the title and yet take one which will serve as well. You would call yourself Prince Saracinesca, and I should be Saracinesca di San Jacinto. As for the palace and the place in the mountains, they are so insignificant as compared with the rest that it could not hurt your self-respect to live in them. Can you not persuade your father?" He turned to Giovanni, who had not spoken yet. "You are very good to make the proposal," he answered. "I cannot say more than that. I agree with my father." A silence followed which lasted several minutes. Corona looked from one to the other of the three men, wondering how the matter would end. She understood both parties better than they understood each other. She sympathized with the refusal of her husband and his father. To accept such an offer would put them in a position of obligation towards San Jacinto which she knew they could never endure, and which would be galling to herself. On the other hand, she felt sorry for their cousin, who was evidently trying to do what he felt was right and generous, and was disappointed that his advances should be repelled. He was very much in earnest, or he would not have gone so far as to suggest that it would be a favor to him if they took what he offered. He was so simple, and yet so dignified withal, that she could not help liking him. It was not clear to her, however, that she could mend matters by interfering, nor by offering advice to the one or sympathy to the other. Saracinesca himself was the first to break the silence. It seemed to him that everything had been said, and that nothing now remained but to fulfill the requisite formalities. "Shall we proceed to business?" he inquired, as though ignoring all the previous conversation. "I believe we have a great deal to do, and the time is passing." San Jacinto made no reply, but rose gravely and made a gesture signifying that he would show the way to the study. Saracinesca made a show of refusing to go out first, then yielded and went on. San Jacinto waited at the door for Corona and Giovanni. "I will join you in a moment. I know the way," said the latter, remaining behind with his wife. When they were alone, he led her towards one of the windows, as though to be doubly sure that no one could hear what he was about to say. Then he stood still and looked into her eyes. "Would you like us to accept such a favor from him?" he asked. "Tell me the truth." "No," answered Corona without the least hesitation, "but I am sorry for San Jacinto. I think he is really trying to do right and to be generous. He was hurt by your father's answer. If I thought it would give you pleasure to feel that we could go to Saracinesca, I would try and make my father change his mind." "Would you?" She knew very well what a sacrifice it would be to his pride. "Yes, dear, I would do it for you." "Giovanni, how good you are." "No, I am not good. I love you, that is all. Shall I try?" "Never. I am sorry for San Jacinto, but I could no more live in the old house or in Saracinesca Then you could. Do I not feel all that you feel, and more? All. All. They stood hand in hand looking out of the window, and there were tears in the eyes of both. The grasp of their fingers tightened slowly as though they were drawn together by an irresistible force. Slowly they turned their faces towards each other, and presently their lips met in one of those kisses that are never forgotten. Then Giovanni left her where she was. All had been said. Both knew that they desired nothing more in this world, and that henceforth they were all to each other. It was as though a good angel had set a heavenly seal upon the reunion of their hearts. Corona did not leave the room immediately, but remained a few moments leaning against the heavy frame of the window. Her queenly figure drooped a little, and she pressed one hand to her side. Her dark face was bent down, and the tears that had of old come so rarely made silver lines upon her olive cheeks. There was not one drop of bitterness in that overflowing of her soul's transcendent joy, in that happiness which was so great and perfect that it seemed almost unbearable. And she had reason to be glad. In the midst of a calamity which would have absorbed the whole nature of many men, Giovanni had not one thought that was not for her. Giovanni, who had once doubted her, who had said such things to her as she dared not remember. Giovanni, suffering under a blow to his pride, that was worse almost than total ruin, had but one wish, to make another sacrifice for her. That false past, of which she hated to think, was gone like an evil dream before the morning sun. That true past, which was her whole life, was made present again. The love that had been so bruised and crushed that she had thought it dead, had sprung up again from its deep, strong roots, grander and nobler than before. The certainty that it was real was overwhelming, and drowned all her senses in a trance of light. Faustina Montevarchi entered the drawing-room softly. Then, seeing no one, she advanced till she came all at once upon Corona in the embrasure of the window. The princess started slightly when she saw that she was not alone. "Corona," exclaimed the young girl, "are you crying? What is it?" "Oh, Faustina, I am so happy." It was a relief to be able to say it to someone. "Happy," repeated Faustina in surprise, "but there are tears in your eyes, on your cheeks." "You cannot understand. I do not wonder. How should you? And besides, I cannot tell you what it is." "I wish I were you," answered her friend sadly. "I wish I were happy." "What is it, child?" asked Corona kindly. Then she led Faustina to a stiff old sofa at one end of the vast room, and they sat down together. "What is it?" she repeated, drawing the girl affectionately to her side. "You know what it is, dear. No one can help me. Oh, Corona, we love each other so very much. I know it is very real, but you must have a little patience, darling. Love will win in the end." Just now, too, she did not finish the sentence, but she had touched a sensitive spot in Faustina's conscience. "That is the worst of it," was the answer. "I am so miserable, because I know he never would have allowed it, and now I am ashamed to tell you it is so heartless." She hid her face on her friend's shoulder. "You will never be heartless, my dear Faustina," said Corona. "What you think is not your fault, dear. Love is master of the world and of us all." "But my love is not like yours, Corona. Perhaps yours was once like mine. But you are married, you are happy. You were saying so just now." "Yes, dear, I am very, very happy, because I love very, very dearly." "You will be as happy as I am some day." "Ah, that may be, but I am dreadfully wicked, Corona." "You child, you do not know what it is to think anything bad." "But I do. I am so much ashamed of it that I can hardly tell you. Only I tell you everything, because you are my friend. Coronate is horriblate seems easier, more possible know that he is Ganio. I am so glad I have told you." Faustina began to sob passionately, as though she were repenting of some fearful crime. "Is that all, darling?" asked Corona, smiling at the girl's innocence and pressing her head tenderly to her own breast. "Is that what makes you so unhappy?" "Yes, is it not very, very dreadful?" A fresh shower of tears accompanied the question. "Perhaps I am very bad too," said Corona, "but I do not call that wickedness." "Oh no, you are good. I wish I were like you." "No, do not wish that. But I confess, it seems to me natural that you should think as you do, because it is really true. Your father, Faustina, may have been mistaken about your future. If he had lived, you might perhaps have made him change his mind. At all events, you can hope that he now sees more clearly that he understands how terrible it is for a woman to be married to a man she does not love when she is sure that she loves another. Yes, you told me. Do you remember? It was the other day, after Flavia had been saying such dreadful things. But I know it already. Every woman must know it. There was a short pause, during which Corona wondered whether she were the same person she had been 10 days earlier, when she had delivered that passionate warning. Faustina sat quite still, looking up into the princess's face. She was comforted and reassured, and the tears had ceased to flow. "There is something else," she said at last. "I want to tell you everything, for I can tell no one else. I cannot keep it to myself either. He has written to me, Corona. Was it very wrong to read his letter?" This time she smiled a little and blushed. "I do not think it was very wrong," answered her friend with a soft laugh. She was so happy that she would have laughed at anything. "Shall I show you his letter?" asked the young girl shyly. At the same time, her hand disappeared into the pocket of her black gown, and immediately afterwards brought out a folded piece of paper which looked as though it had been read several times. Corona did not think it necessary to express her assent in words. Faustina opened the note, which contained the following words, written in gouache's delicate French handwriting. "Mademoiselle, when you have read these lines, you will understand my object in writing them, for you understand me, and you know that all I do has but one object. A few days ago, it was still possible for us to meet frequently. The terrible affliction which has fallen upon you, and in which none can feel deeper or more sincere sympathy than I, has put it out of your power and out of mine to join hands and weep over the present, to look into each other's eyes and read there the golden legend of a future happiness. To meet as we have met, alone in the crowded church. No, we cannot do it. For you, at such a time, it would seem like a disrespect to your father's memory. For myself, I should deem it dishonorable. I should appear base in my own eyes. Did I not go to him and put to him the great question? Was I not repulsed, I do not say with insult, but with astonishment at my presumption? Shall I then seem to take advantage of his death, off his sudden and horrible death, to press forward a suit which he is no longer able to oppose? I feel that it would be wrong. Though I cannot express myself as I would, I know that you understand me, for you think as I do. How could it be otherwise? Are we not one indivisible soul, we two? Yes, you will understand me. Yes, you will know that it is right. I go, therefore, I leave Rome immediately. I cannot inhabit the same city and not see you. But I cannot quit the Zouaves in this time of danger. I am therefore going to Viterbo, whither I am sent through the friendly assistance of one of our officers. There I shall stay until time has soothed your grief and restored your mother to health. To her we will turn when the moment has arrived. She will not be insensible to our tears and entreaties. Until then, good Bier, the word is less terrible than it looks, for our souls will be always together. I leave you but for a short space now. I leave your sweet eyes, your angel's face, your dear hands that I adore, but yourself I do not leave. I bear you with me in a heart that loves you, God knows how tenderly." Corona read the letter carefully to the end. To her older appreciation of the world, such a letter appeared at first to be the forerunner of a definite break, but a little reflection made her change her mind. What he said was clearly true and corresponded closely with Faustina's own view of the case. The most serious obstacle to the union of the lovers had been removed by Prince Montevarchi's death, and it was inconceivable that Gouache should have ceased to care for Faustina at the very moment when a chance of his marrying her had presented itself. Besides, Corona knew Gouache well and was not mistaken in her estimate of his character. He was honorable to quixotism and perfectly capable of refusing to take what looked like an unfair advantage. Considering Faustina's strange nature, her amazing readiness to yield to first impulses, and her touching innocence of evil, it would have been an easy matter for the man she loved to draw her into a runaway match. She would have followed him as readily to the ends of the earth as she had followed him to the Serristori barracks. Gouache was not a boy and probably understood her peculiarities as well as anyone. In going away for the present, he was undoubtedly acting with the greatest delicacy, for his departure showed at once all the respect he felt for Faustina, and all that devotion to an ideal honor which was the foundation of his being. Though his epistle was not a model of literary style, it contained certain phrases that came from the heart. Corona understood why Faustina was pleased with it, and why instead of shedding useless tears over his absence, she had shown such willingness to let her friend read Gouache's own explanation of his departure. She folded the sheet of paper again and gave it back to the young girl. "I am glad he wrote that letter," she said after a moment's pause. "I always believed in him, and well, I think he is almost worthy of you, Faustina." Faustina threw her arms around Corona's neck and kissed her again and again. "I am so glad you know how good he is," she cried. "I could not be happy unless you liked him, and you do." All through the morning, the two friends sat together in the great drawing-room talking, as such women can talk to each other, with infinite grace about matters not worth recording, or if they spoke of things of greater importance, repeating the substance of what they had said before, finding at each repetition some new comment to make, some new point upon which to agree, after the manner of people who are very fond of each other. The hours slipped by, and they were unconscious of the lapse of time. The great clocks of the neighboring church towers told 11, 12, and 1 o'clock, and yet they had more to say, and did not even notice the loud ringing of the 100 bells. The day was clear, and the bright sunlight streamed in through the high windows, telling the hour with a more fateful precision than the clocks outside. All was peace and happiness and sweet intercourse, as the two women sat there undisturbed through the long morning. They talked and laughed, and held their hands clasped together, unconscious of the rest of the world. No sound penetrated from the rest of the house to the quiet, sunlit hall, which to Faustina's mind had never looked so cheerful before since she could remember it. And yet within the walls of the huge old palace strange things were passing, things which it was well that neither of them should see. Before describing the events which close this part of my story, it is as well to say that Faustina has made her last appearance for the present. From the point of view which would have been taken by most of her acquaintances, her marriage with Gouache was a highly improbable event. If anyone desires an apology for being left in uncertainty as to her fate, I can only answer that I am writing the history of the Saracinesca and not of anyone else. There are certain stages in that history which are natural halting places for the historian himself, and for his readers if he have any, and it is impossible to make the lives of a number of people coincide so far as to wind them up together, and yet be sure that they will run down at the same moment like the clocks of His Majesty Charles V. If it were, the world would be a very different place. Chapter 30, the scene in the study, while the notary read through the voluminous documents, is worth describing. At one end of the large green table sat San Jacinto alone, his form, even as he sat, towering above the rest. The mourning he wore harmonized with his own dark and massive head. His expression was calm and thoughtful, betraying neither satisfaction nor triumph. From time to time, his deep-set eyes turned towards Saracinesca with a look of inquiry, as though to assure himself that the prince agreed to the various points, and was aware that he must now speak for the last time, if he spoke at all. At the other end of the board, the two Saracinesca were seated side by side. The strong resemblance that existed between them was made very apparent by their position, but although, allowing for the difference of their ages, their features corresponded almost line for line, their expressions were totally different. The old man's gray hair and pointed beard seemed to bristle with suppressed excitement. His heavy brows were bent together, as though he were making a great effort to control his temper, and now and then there was an angry gleam in his eyes. He sat square and erect in his seat, as though he were facing an enemy, but he kept his hands below the table, for he did not choose that San Jacinto should see the nervous working of his fingers. Giovanni, on the other hand, looked upon the proceedings with an indifference that was perfectly apparent. He occasionally looked at his watch, suppressed a yawn, and examined his nails with great interest. It was clear that he was not in the least moved by what was going on. It was no light matter for the old nobleman to listen to the documents that deprived him one by one of his titles, his estates, and his other wealth, in favor of a man who was still young, and whom, in spite of the relationship, he could not help regarding as an inferior. He had always considered himself as the representative of an older generation, who, by right of position, was entitled to transmit to his son the whole mass of those proud traditions in which he had grown up as in his natural element. Giovanni, on the contrary, possessed a goodly share of that indifference that characterizes the younger men of the 19th century. He was perfectly satisfied with his present situation, and had been so long accustomed to depend upon his personality and his private fortune for all that he enjoyed or required in life, that he did not desire the responsibilities that weigh heavily upon the head of a great family. Moreover, recent events had turned the current of his thoughts into a different direction. He was in his way as happy as Corona, and he knew that real happiness proceeds from something more than a score of titles and a few millions of money, more or less. He regarded the long morning's work as an intolerable nuisance, which prevented him from spending his time with his wife. In the middle of the table sat the two notaries, flanked by 4 clerks, all of them pale men in black, clean-shaved, of various ages, but bearing on their faces the almost unmistakable stamp of their profession. The one who was reading the deeds wore spectacles. From time to time, he pushed them back upon his bald forehead and glanced first at San Jacinto and then at Prince Saracinesca, after which he carefully resettled the glasses upon his long nose and proceeded with his task until he had reached the end of another set of clauses, when he repeated the former operation with mechanical regularity, never failing to give San Jacinto the precedence of the first look. For a long time this went on, with a monotony which almost drove Giovanni from the room. Indeed, nothing but absolute necessity could have kept him in his place. At last, the final deed was reached. It was an act of restitution drawn up in a simple form so as to include, by a few words, all the preceding documents. It set forth that Leone Saracinesca, being free in body and mind, the son of Giovanni Saracinesca deceased, whom may the Lord preserve in a state of glory, restored, gave back, yielded, and abandoned all those goods, titles, and benefices which he had inherited directly from Leone Saracinesca, the 11th of that name, deceased, whom may the Lord preserve in a state of glory, to Giovanni Saracinesca, Marchese di San Jacinto, who was free in body and mind, son of Orsino Saracinesca, 9th of that name, deceased, whom may the Lord, etc. Not one of the quaint stock phrases was omitted. The notary paused, looked round, adjusted his spectacles, and continued. The deed further set forth that Giovanni Saracinesca, Marchese di San Jacinto aforesaid, acknowledged the receipt of the aforesaid goods, titles, and benefices, and stated that he received all as the complete inheritance, relinquishing all further claims against the aforesaid Leone and his heirs forever. Once more the reader paused, and then read the last words in a clear voice. Both the noble parties promising, finally, in regard to the present session, to take account of it, to hold it as acceptable, valid, and perpetual, and for the same, never to allow it to be spoken of otherwise. A few words followed, setting forth the name of the notary and the statement that the act was executed in his presence, with the date. When he had finished reading all, he rose and turned the document upon the table so that the two parties could stand opposite to him and sign it. Without a word, he made a slight inclination and offered the pen to Saracinesca. The old gentleman pushed back his chair and marched forward with erect head and a firm step to sign away what had been his birthright. From first to last, he had acknowledged the justice of his cousin's claims, and he was not the man to waver at the supreme moment. His hair bristled more stiffly than ever, and his dark eyes shot fire, but he took the pen and wrote his great strong signature as clearly as he had written it at the foot of his marriage contract 35 years earlier. Giovanni looked at him with admiration. Then San Jacinto, who had risen out of respect to the old man, came forward and took the pen in his turn. He wrote out his name in straight, firm characters as usual, but at the end the ink made a broad black mark that ended abruptly, as though the writer had put the last stroke to a great undertaking. "There should be 2 witnesses," said the notary in the awkward silence that followed. "Don Giovanni can be one," he added, giving the latter the only name that was now his, with a lawyer's scrupulous exactness. "One of your clerks can be the other," suggested Saracinesca, who was anxious to get away as soon as possible. "It is not usual," replied the notary. "Is there no one in the palace?" "One of the young princes would do admirably." "They are all away," said San Jacinto. "Let me see, there is the librarian. Will he answer the purpose? He must be in the library at this hour. A respectable man has been 30 years in the house. For that matter, the steward is probably in his office, too." "The librarian is the best person," answered the notary. "I will bring him at once. I know the way." San Jacinto left the study by the door that opened upon the passage. The others could hear his heavy steps as he went rapidly up the paved corridor. Old Saracinesca walked up and down the room, unable to conceal his impatience. Giovanni resumed his seat and waited quietly, indifferent to the last. Arnoldo Meschini was in the library, as San Jacinto had anticipated. He was seated at his usual place at the upper end of the hall, surrounded by books and writing materials which he handled nervously without making any serious attempt to use them. He had lost all power of concentrating his thoughts or of making any effort to work. Fortunately for him, no one had paid any attention to him during the past 10 days. His appearance was disheveled and slovenly, and he was more bent than he had formerly been. His eyes were bleared and glassy as he stared at the table before him, assuming a wild and startled expression when, looking up, he fancied he saw some horrible object gliding quickly across the sunny floor, or creeping up to him over the polished table. All his former air of humility and shabby respectability was gone. His disordered dress, his straggling grayish hair that hung from beneath the dirty black skullcap around his misshapen ears, his face, yellow in parts and irregularly flushed in others, as though it were beginning to be scorched from within, his unwashed hands, every detail of his appearance, in short, proclaimed his total degradation. But hitherto no one had noticed him, for he had lived between his attic, the deserted library, and the apothecary's shop on the island of St. Bartholomew. His mind had almost ceased to act when he was awake, except in response to the fear which the smallest circumstances now caused him. If he had dreams by night, he saw visions also in the day, and his visions generally took the shape of San Jacinto. He had not really seen him since he had met him when the prince lay in state, but the fear of him was, if anything, greater than if he had met him daily. The idea that the giant was lying in wait for him had become fixed, and yet he was powerless to fly. His energy was all gone between his potations and the constant terror that paralyzed him. On that morning, he had been as usual to the Pont Quattro Capi and had returned with the means of sleep in his pocket. He had no instinct left but to deaden his sensations with drink during the hours of light, while waiting for the time when he could lie down and yield to the more potent influence of the opium. He had therefore come back as usual, and by force of habit had taken his place in the library, the fear of seeming to neglect his supposed duties forbidding him to spend all his time in his room. As usual, too, he had locked the door of the passage to separate himself from his dread of a supernatural visitation. He sat doubled together in his chair, his long arms lying out before him upon the books and papers. All at once he started in his seat. 1-2, 1-2, yes, there were footsteps in the corridor. They were coming nearer and nearer, heavy, like those of the dead prince, but quicker, like those of San Jacinto. Closer yet. A hand turned the latch once, twice, then shook the lock roughly. Meschini was helpless. He could neither get upon his feet and escape by the other exit, nor find the way to the pocket that held his weapon. Again the latch was turned and shaken, and then the deep voice he dreaded was heard calling to him. "Signor Meschini!" He shrieked aloud with fear, but he was paralyzed in every limb. A moment later, a terrible crash drowned his cries. San Jacinto, on hearing his agonized scream, had feared some accident. He drew back a step, and then, with a spring, threw his colossal strength against the line where the leaves of the door joined. The lock broke in its sockets, the panels cracked under the tremendous pressure, and the door flew wide open. In a moment San Jacinto was standing over the librarian, trying to drag him back from the table and out of his seat. He thought the man was in a fit. In reality, he was insane with terror. "An easy death, for the love of heaven," moaned the wretch, twisting himself under the iron hands that held him by the shoulders. "For God's sake, I will tell you all, do not torture me. Oh, only let it be easy and quick, as I tell you I killed the prince. Oh, mercy, mercy, for Christ's sake." San Jacinto's grip tightened, and his face grew 553. He lifted Meschini bodily from the chair and set him against the table, holding him up at arm's length, his deep eyes blazing with a rage that would soon be uncontrollable. Meschini's naturally strong constitution did not afford him the relief of fainting. "You killed him, we?" asked San Jacinto through his teeth, scarcely able to speak. For Yao," have mercido not. Silence, cried the giant in a voice that shook the vault of the hall. Answer me, or I will tear your head from your body with my hands. Why do you say you killed him for me? Meschini trembled all over, and then his contorted face grew almost calm. He had reached that stage which may be called the somnambulism of fear. The perspiration covered his skin in an instant, and his voice sank to a distinct whisper. He made me forge the deeds and would not pay me for them. Then I killed him. What deeds? The deeds that have made you Prince Sarsinesca. If you do not believe me, go to my room. The originals are in the cupboard. The key is here, in my right-hand pocket. He could not move to get it, for San Jacinto held him fast and watched every attempt he made at a movement. His own face was deathly pale, and his white lips were compressed together. You forged them all together, and the originals are untouched? He asked, his grasp tightening unconsciously till Meschini yelled with pain. Yes, he cried. Oh, do not hurt me an easy death. Come with me, said San Jacinto, leaving his arms and taking him by the collar. Then he dragged and pushed him towards the splintered door of the passage. At the threshold, Meschini writhed and tried to draw back, but he could no more have escaped from those hands that held him than a lamb can loosen the talons of an eagle when they are buried deep in the flesh. Go on, urged the strong man in fierce tones. You came by this passage to kill him, you know the way. With a sudden movement of his right hand, he launched the howling wretch forward into the corridor. All through the narrow way Meschini's cries for mercy resounded, loud and piercing, but no one heard him. The walls were thick, and the distance from the inhabited rooms was great. But at last, the shrieks reached the study. Sarsinesca stood still in his walk. Giovanni sprang to his feet. The notaries sat in their places and trembled. The noise came nearer, and then the door flew open. San Jacinto dragged the shapeless mass of humanity in and flung it halfway across the room, so that it sank in a heap at the old prince's feet. There is the witness to the deeds, he cried savagely. He forged them, and he shall witness them in hell. He killed his master in this very room, and here he shall tell the truth before he dies. Confess, you dog, and be quick about it, or I will help you. He stirred the groveling creature with his foot. Meschini only rolled from side to side and hid his face against the floor. Then the gigantic hands seized him again and set him on his feet, and held him with his face to the 8 men who had all risen and were standing together in wondering silence. Speak, shouted San Jacinto in Meschini's ear. You are not dead, yet you have much to live through, I hope. Again that trembling passed over the unfortunate man's limbs, and he grew quiet and submissive. It was all as he had seen it in his wild dreams and visions, the secret chamber whence no sound could reach the outer world, the stern judges all in black, the cruel strength of San Jacinto ready to torture him. The shadow of death rose in his eyes. Let me sit down, he said in a broken voice. San Jacinto led him to a chair in the midst of them all. Then he stood before one of the doors and motioned to his cousin to guard the other. But Arnoldo Meschini had no hope of escape. His hour was at hand, and he knew it. You forged the deeds which were presented as originals in the court. Confess it to those gentlemen. It was San Jacinto who spoke. The prince made me do it, answered Meschini in low tones. He promised me 20,000 scudi for the work. To be paid when, tell all. To be paid in cash the day the verdict was given. You came to get your money here. I came here. He denied having promised anything definite. I grew angry. I killed him. A violent shudder shook his frame from head to foot. You strangled him with a pocket handkerchief. It was Donna Faustina's. The prince threw it on the ground after he had struck her. I saw the quarrel. I was waiting for my money. I watched them through the door. You know that you are to die. Where are the deeds you stole when you forged the others? I told you in the cupboard in my room. Here is the key, Enlefer. God's sake. He was beginning to break down again. Perhaps, by the habit of the past days, he felt the need for drink even in that supreme moment, for his hands sought his pocket as he sat. Instead of the bottle, he felt the cold steel barrel of the revolver, which he had forgotten. San Jacinto looked towards the notary. "Is this a full confession, sufficient to commit this man to trial?" he asked. But before the notary could answer, Meschini's voice sounded through the room, not weak and broken, but loud and clear. It is, he cried in sudden and wild excitement. "I have told all. The deeds will speak for themselves. Ah, you would have done better to leave me amongst my books." He turned to San Jacinto. "You will never be Prince Saracinesca, but I shall escape you. You shall not give me a slow death, you shall not, I say." San Jacinto made a step towards him. The proximity of the man who had inspired him with such abject terror put an end to his hesitation. "You shall not," he almost screamed, "but my blood is on your head." 3 deafening reports shook the air in rapid succession, and all that was left of Arnoldo Meschini lay in a shapeless heap upon the floor. While a man might have counted a score, there was silence in the room. Then San Jacinto came forward and bent over the body, while the notaries and their clerks cowered in a corner. Saracinesca and Giovanni stood together, grave and silent, as brave men are when they have seen a horrible sight and can do nothing. Meschini was quite dead. When San Jacinto had assured himself of the fact, he looked up. All the fierce rage had vanished from his face. "He is dead," he said quietly. "You all saw it. You will have to give your evidence in half an hour when the police come. Be good enough to open the door." He took up the body in his arms carefully, but with an ease that amazed those who watched him. Giovanni held the door open, and San Jacinto deposited his burden gently upon the pavement of the corridor. Then he turned back and re-entered the room. The door of the study closed forever on Arnoldo Meschini. In the dead silence that followed, San Jacinto approached the table upon which the deed lay, still waiting to be witnessed. He took it in his hand and turned to Saracinesca. There was no need for him to exculpate himself from any charge of complicity in the abominable fraud which Montevarchi had prepared before he died. Not one of the men present even thought of suspecting him. Even if they had, it was clear that he would not have brought Meschini to confess before them a robbery in which he had taken part. But there was that in his brave eyes that told his innocence better than any evidence or argument could have proclaimed it. He held out the document to Saracinesca. "Would you like to keep it as a memento?" he asked, "or shall I destroy it before you?" His voice never quavered, his face was not discomposed. Giovanni, the noble-hearted gentleman, wondered whether he himself could have borne such a blow so bravely as this innkeeper cousin of his. Hopes, such as few men can even aspire to entertain, had been suddenly extinguished. A future of power and wealth and honor, the highest almost that his country could give any man, had been in a moment dashed to pieces before his eyes. Dreams, in which the most indifferent would see the prospect of enormous satisfaction, had vanished into nothing during the last 10 minutes, almost at the instant when they were to be realized. And yet the man who had hoped such hopes, who had looked forward to such a future, whose mind must have reveled many a time in the visions that were already becoming realities, that man stood before them all, outwardly unmoved, and proposing to his cousin that he should keep as a remembrance the words that told of his own terrible disappointment. He was indeed the calmest of those present. "Shall I tear it to pieces?" he asked again, holding the document between his fingers. Then the old prince spoke. "Do what you will with it," he answered, "but give me your hand. You are a braver man than one." The 2 men looked into each other's eyes as their hands met. "It shall not be the last deed between us," said Saracinesca. "There shall be another. Whatever may be the truth about that villain's work, you shall have your share." "A few hours ago, you would not take yours," answered San Jacinto quietly. "Must I repeat your own words?" Well, we will talk of that. This has been a terrible morning's work, and we must do other things before we go to business again. That poor man's body is outside the door. We had better attend to that matter first and send for the police. Giovanni, my boy, will you tell Corona? I believe she is still in the house." Giovanni needed no urging to go upon his errand. He entered the drawing-room where Corona was still sitting beside Faustina upon the sofa. His face must have been pale, for Corona looked at him with a startled expression. "Is anything the matter?" she asked. "Something very unpleasant has occurred," he answered, looking at Faustina. "Meschini, the librarian, has just died very suddenly in the study where we were." Meschini, cried Faustina in surprise and with some anxiety. Yes, are you nervous, Donna Faustina? May I tell you something very startling? It was a man's question. Yes, what is it? She asked quickly. Meschini confessed before us all that it was he who was the causing fact that he had murdered your father. Before anyone could stop him, he had shot himself. It is very dreadful. With a low cry that was more expressive of amazement than of horror, Faustina sank into a chair. In his anxiety to tell his wife the whole truth, Giovanni forgot her at once. As soon as he began to speak, however, Corona led him away to the window where they had stood together a few hours earlier. Coronohet, I told her, is not all. There is something else. Meschini had forged the papers which gave the property to San Jacinto. Montevarchi had promised him 20,000 scudi for the job. It was because he would not pay the money that Meschini killed him. Do you understand? You will have everything after all. Everything, but we must give San Jacinto a share. He has behaved like a hero. He found it all out and made Meschini confess. When he knew the truth, he did not move a muscle of his face, but offered my father the deed he had just signed as a memento of the occasion. Then he will not take anything, any more than you would or your father. Is it quite sure, Giovanni? Is there no possible mistake? No, it is absolutely certain. The original documents are in this house. I am glad then, for you, dear, answered Corona. It would have been very hard for you to bear. After this morning, after the other day in Holy Office, asked Giovanni, looking deep into her splendid eyes, can anything be hard to bear if you love me, darling? Oh, my beloved, I wanted to hear you say it. Her head sank upon his shoulder, as though she had found that perfect rest for which she had once so longed. Here ends the second act in the history of the Saracinesca. To trace their story further would be to enter upon an entirely different series of events, less unusual perhaps in themselves, but possibly worthy of description as embracing that period during which Rome and the Romans began to be transformed and modernized. In the occurrences that followed, both political and social, the Saracinesca bore a part. In that blaze of gaiety which for many reasons developed during the winter of the Ecumenical Council, in the fall of the temporal power, in the social confusion that succeeded that long-expected catastrophe, and which led by rapid degrees to the present state of things. If there are any left who still feel an interest in Giovanni and Corona, the historian may once more resume his task and set forth in succession the circumstances through which they have passed since that memorable morning they spent at the Palazzo Montevarchi. They themselves are facts, and as such are a part of the century in which we live. Whether they are interesting facts or not is for others to judge, and if the verdict denounces them as flat, unprofitable, and altogether dull, it is not their fault. The blame must be imputed to him who, knowing them well, has failed in an honest attempt to show them as they are. The end.